Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
All right, and there it is. So there it is. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? I'm using a new system. It makes me look a bit funny. I'm not quite sure. Maybe I've always looked funny, and I'm just discovering now. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So the usual protocol: click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Do all those things. So now we have a real treat. We have one of the leading political figures within the Nigerian space joining us to discuss all matters Nigerian politics. Of course, Wale Okunniyi. We've been introducing it, we've been trading it all the way through. So for some of you who may not exactly know who the guest is, I'm sure most of you do, but for some of you who may not know, Wale Okunniyi is a long-standing politician that has been through the cycle so many times, is the General Secretary and head of the National Secretariat of the Patriots. So you remember, of course, the Patriots were recently in Aso Rock, pressing the president quite heavily on how the constitution needs to be changed to reflect the people's input. So they are championing somewhat of a people's constitution, and Wale Okunniyi very much at the forefront of that. So the General Secretary and head of the National Secretariat of the Patriots, so he's that, is also the Director General of the Third Force under the umbrella of the National Consultative Front. So you remember, of course, the third force, which was a narrative that predates the present political situation that we have. So out of that third force is now this new politics that we are having now. So the new politics that we are having now was birthed by that third force. You remember, of course, we used to have two main political juggernauts, and then that third force, of course, is what you could actually credit the third force to. You could actually credit the obedient movement to the third force. If I'm wrong in that, Mr. Wale Okunniyi will come and educate us on that. So he is that. He was also a governorship candidate for Ogun State under the then Buhari's Congress for Progressive Change, the CPC. This was as far back as in 2011. A whole myriad of things. They call him comrade, but he's our guest today. So, and by the way, the whole of the political spectrum is opened up for conversation. But Mr. Okunniyi will first expand on what he's doing contemporaneously. Before then, we'll press him then on matters of national interest. So here he is right there. Let's not delay him any longer. Good to have you here. A real treat for my audience. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be with you. Good evening from Nigeria, all Nigerians, and my audience.
All right, good to have you. So as I was saying, you are so many things in politics. Fought for democracy, participated in democracy, contested to be a gubernatorial candidate, but at the forefront of what is most uppermost in your thought right now is the Patriot movement or the Patriot agenda. So for the benefit of people who might not be fully in that space, can you give us just a brief synopsis of what the Patriots are and where you are in progressing your agenda?
Thank you very much, my host. It's nice to be with you, talking with Nigerians and people from around the globe. I seldomly intervene, like this in the media, except for occasional press statement. But I've chosen to do this at this critical point of our nationhood in Nigeria. The Patriots, well, partly because of what the Patriot is doing, and partly also because of the worsening economic situation in the country. And we need to take out the country from that doldrum, economic doldrum. So I've come out to intervene again. I'm not someone who frequently attend to television or video interview interactions. I just do clearly my work behind the background, organizing and mobilizing tactically. But at this time, I would like to talk about the Patriots. The Patriots is a group of eminent leaders of thought at the highest level in Nigeria, at the apex, who are concerned about the state of affairs of our country, particularly the governance architecture of the country that has not helped our democracy and our people. And therefore, the Patriots, it's a group that is advocating for the actualization of a democratic people's constitution for Nigeria, a new one to replace the existing 1999 constitution, because of the fact of the origin of the 1999 that is flawed and warped. You would understand better if I let you know that what makes a constitution really is the process, whether it is participatory or inclusive in terms of participation, involvement of the citizens or the constituents or the peoples that are within that geographical space. In case of Nigeria, it's a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multicultural entity, diverse peoples. You have the Efik, Igbo, Yoruba, etc. within that geographical space called Nigeria. And they have different culture, different religion. They are different people. They have lived differently before the incursion of European, the colonial Britain into that space. And it was the colonial Britain that forcefully amalgamated the peoples living within that geographical space. And therefore, you would need for a country like that in creating a constitution or a nation for itself to bring the constituent federating unit or the constituent of that geography together in discussing and negotiating a constitution of how they want to peacefully stay together. Well, let me jump to 1999 Constitution and the essence of the work of the Patriot. The Nigeria 1999 Constitution is a military decree. In the classical definition of a constitution, you don't decree a constitution. It is proclaimed at the assembly, a constituent assembly of the peoples or citizens of a country. So that's an aberration. And in which case you had the military, by themselves foisting on the people what is called constitution, which is not a constitution. And which means in essence, given the foundation of the country, that we don't have a democracy. Because in proceeding to democracy, it is assumed that the citizens will have a discussion, a dialogue, and negotiation of their democracy and agree on how democratic rule will be managed, will exist. But in the case of the 1990s, the military was in a hurry to leave, having spent a long period in governance. So Abu Salami Abubakar in 1999 said he was in a hurry to leave, and therefore he was. I hope you can hear me.
Perfectly. Carry on. We are listening.
Very good. And so he was not ready to delay, and therefore quickly put together a small committee to look at existing constitution and recommendation proposals, and then at that level consult a few elites and then bring back their recommendation as provision of a new constitution so that they can quickly leave. When he was confronted by leaders like Chief Tony Enauro of blessed memory, that we need a perfect constitution, and there must, in bringing about a constitution, there must be a constituent assembly or a constitutional convention convened to properly bring about a constitution, because it's the constitution that makes a country. Without a proper constitution, there is no country that can prosper or thrive, except to have first a constitution, mean that the constituent of a country agrees to an agreement. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening with it. They agree to an agreement, and that political agreement, it is what is called constitution. Constitution constituting the constituent together under a policy. So that was not done, and so it derogates, from the document that was foisted. And if you look at the opening part of the Constitution, it is an attachment. The Constitution is an attachment to a schedule, a military decree of 1999. So it means, in essence, the 1999 is still a decree, and which reduces it to a law. because the military in January 1st, on January 1st, 1984, abrogated the 1999 Constitution and gave to itself the power to make an amendment, the power of the parliament to make and amend laws. You know, that they, as military, as Armed Forces Ruling Council, you know, under Buhari Idiagbon, can, or Supreme Military Council first, before it became Armed Forces Ruling Council, can make and amend law. And no parliament can give a country a constitution. It is not the duty. So they gave themselves the power of parliament. So the power of parliament is to make and amend law. A constitution is not a law. It is the ground norm. It is the totality of the political agreement of a people that wants to live together in a country. It's the ground norm. It is upon which every other law exists. And that is why a constitution will tell you that any law made thereof that is contrary to the provision of this constitution shall, to the extent of its contrariness or contradiction, be null and void and of no effect. So every law made that is not in congruence, you know, in conformity with the provision of the constitution, becomes null and void and of no effect. So there is a difference between a law and a constitution. Most people don't know. A constitution is ground norm, is the basis. It is essentially the political agreement of those who own the country, the citizens, who are the owners of the country. It is the constitution that gives birth to government and then prescribe how governance should be done. Because everybody, every citizen cannot be in the business of running the country. So some people are elected by the constitution. So the Patriots felt concerned as eminent leaders of thought, painstaking, you know, Nigerians who want the progress of Nigeria, knowing fully well that if the foundation of anything is faulty, you cannot build any righteousness on it. So the Patriots, our group, which was, you know, which had existed since 90s under the leadership of the founding chairman, Chief Rotimi Williams, Frederick Alade Rotimi Williams, who had worked with Awo in those days and who was at the head of the drafting constitution of the 1999 Constitution. The drafting committee of the 1999 Constitution was the leader of the first leader of the Patriots, after which he was succeeded by Professor Ben Nwabweze, SAN. And then presently the new leader of the Patriots that is leading us into advocating for the actualization of a new democratic school is no other person than His Excellency Chief Emeka Anyaoku, GCON, CFR, the former Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, an international diplomat who I mean is respected all over the world. So you must know that we know what we are doing. We just want a situation whereby we can have harmony, stability, and prosperity of the country. So what we are trying to do essentially, and why we have met with the president at the presidential villa about 3 weeks ago, is to create, because we also recognize that a lot of insecurity has been foisted due to our constitutional foundation. You have what you call banditry, you know, you have kidnapping as business, you have a separatist agenda that people want to be in the Oodua Republic, Yoruba Nation, Biafra, etc. That is a sign of disunity. And the only mechanism to bring about harmony is to bring people around the table to discuss and agree on how they want to live and be governed, so that they can own the country through their constitution. And that constitution can then define, you know, the future of Nigeria, you know, and such a constitution is not expected, if when done by the Constituent Assembly, to be doctored by any government, sitting government, civilian government, democratic government, so-called, cannot amend it, cannot alter it. Even the president, in a classical study of constitution, should not really sign. But in our case, if we want to, it doesn't bring any harm. He can sign, he can countersign. But those who are to endorse it are the delegates or representative of the people at the Constituent Assembly. They all endorse. I mean, if you look at the American Constitution 1776, 13 colonies came together, and then they are representative, and they give themselves, a constitution. And that constitution is deemed to be a constitution of the people. So what we are trying to do is to help to create stability, to create national reconciliation and national healing, and so that we can have, as a thing of the past, insecurity, kidnapping, death of 1,000 millions of people every day. Look at what happened in Yobe. I mean, you have terrorists,
all right. Before we go on to what happened in Yobe, if you can just stay on the Patriots for a little bit longer. So you met with the president, like you said, about 3 weeks ago. So how did that progress? And also, are you requesting that the country writes a new constitution, or do you have an already written constitution that you are looking to replace what already obtains with? So what exactly is the demand? Is it that the National Assembly sets in a process that rewrites the constitution, or are you wanting to revert to one of the older constitutions, or what's the process towards this new constitution that you are pursuing?
The logic of the Patriots is that you cannot proceed, or you cannot put something on nothing. We recognize the fact that anyway, there is a government, a sitting government, and they control the state, and they will have a role in whatever we are proposing. They will have a role to play, no matter how, they have come about. To that extent, our proposal is that the 1999 Constitution, because it failed woefully in terms of procedure and process of its origin, that is, it did not have the participation of the citizen, the endorsement of the citizen, no deep process. It was not democratically, produced for the country. We'll have to go. We have to give way. There have been processes after that. There was the 2005 by General Obasanjo. There have been the Jonathan 2014. Those can become recommendations. There is a 63 constitution which really define what Nigeria should be in terms of federalism, because we run a military unitary command in Nigeria. As different people, as diverse people, we are not supposed to have the kind of structure we have today. We are supposed to have a true federal system, but we don't have that, because it was the military that backed that constitution. They just gave us a military command. Go to Abuja, from Abuja, all powers devolve down. That is an error. That's an aberration. What is supposed to be done is that the federating unit will pull to the center. Is the federating unit, the diverse settings, geographical, entity are supposed to be the owners of the country, but that is not what is happening. Therefore, we need to also look at 1963 Constitution that is that somehow spell out our federal aspiration, which was given to us by our founding father as working document. as proposal to an elected constituent assembly. Our proposal is that a constituent assembly be constituted, is set up by a bill that proceeds from the president to the National Assembly, and the National Assembly may have to open up Section 8 or Section 9 of the Constitution so that there can be something that seems legal, because if you ask government to participate in this and you don't try to profile some legality, they will box you to end and say it is illegal. We cannot do it. The present constitution that we swore to defend didn't give us that. So, but they have the powers to amend. The National Assembly only have the power to amend laws. They don't have the power to make constitution. I have told you when I was starting. So that powers to amend law or to make law will first be used on the 1999 Constitution. Though a military decree, though the military also have facilitated 1999 Constitution, they will have to open up Section 9 that forecloses the critical intervention of citizens in their national affairs or on their constitution, because the 1999 Constitution has taken away the sovereignty of the people. It takes away and gave it to government.
Is that not what? Sorry, is that not what a constitution does anyway? The constitution vests sovereignty on governance. So that's what it does.
No, Constitution gives sovereignty to the people. It says sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, that citizens. Sovereign, because they are the owner. They are the one who will elect and say, go and help me do this. Government
sorry, sir. Are you saying because the people did not participate in the composition of the 1999 Constitution, therefore the sovereignty has been removed from the people and is now vested solely with the government?
Not so. The 1999 Constitution provisions,
yes,
did not even recognize the people's role in anything. It didn't have any provision.
Sorry, sir.
It didn't have any provision which says that the people can intervene. It gave that to the National Assembly and to the president. Go and see British Constitution in the UK.
Yes.
They did Brexit. There is referendum. There is plebiscite. The people occasionally can say it's our country. Government, sit down. Okay, we want to give you new provision. Well, so that we can help you, so that you can want to take this decision. That does not exist in the military constitution 1999. The Decree 24 of 1999 that is called 1999 Constitution. What obtains in Britain, even as a convention, is not a written constitution. The convention recognizes the people of the British people to say, occasionally, they can look at, like Brexit, they can go to pool and say, referendum, plebiscite. In our own, the people does not have a role to decide anything. It's just National Assembly and presidency. What kind of country? That's a military police state. If you run that kind of country and shock the people, then the country will continue to shrink and shrink and shrink into disaster. And that is why we are trying to say, let us redo this. Let us give an opening to the owners of the country, the people of Nigeria. Let them be able to participate occasionally and say, okay, wait a minute. Oh, government, we have elected you to do, but you are not doing it right. Okay, can we go and democratically decide how we change this thing through a referendum? Or it's only in Nigerian constitution, and because that you don't have referendum or plebiscite. It's only, even in 1963 constitution, 1960 constitution, there is referendum. Nigeria 1960 independent constitution. 1960 the people have a role to play. Just like traditional rulers had roles to play. Now, the traditional rulers do not have role to play. And then you run to them when you want to do election. You go and Dobale, and then go to Oni of Ife, go to Alaf, and then you can't put that into account, just like we did in the in the old regions, Western region, you have Oni Adesoji Aderemi as the governor general of the Western region,
sir,
and so on and so forth.
Sir, let me ask you a question, sir. Are you looking for a wholehearted new constitution, or are you looking for amendments to the present constitution? Sorry, sir.
The point I am making is that Nigeria deserves and requires a totally new constitution. Because what makes it constitution it doesn't have it. So you need a constitution that, because it is the process and procedure of making a constitution that legitimizes it, that makes it a constitution. It is not the content. I can sit down and write the best constitution for Nigeria. I can sit down here and then voice it and then say that's the constitution. It will just be dictatorship, foisting it. But even where the people participate and write a bad for themselves and they agree to it, so be it. That's the agreement. There is a consensus. Do you concede to this? They all say yes. And they can go back again, because there will be an instruction, a referendum clause in that constitution to say, well, when we now realize that this thing is not working, we go back to pool again. But in the case of Nigeria, the people who are the owners of Nigeria cannot go back to pool. They have no constitutional legal role to play. So we need a new constitution to replace the Nigeria 1999 military.
How realistic is that possibility? Because
it's very realistic. That is what we have been working out.
Sorry, sir. Outside of military intervention to birth a new republic, it's very difficult to imagine a wholesale new constitution. It's easier to imagine amendments to the present constitution to address exactly where the most pertinent pain points are. But a wholehearted new constitution, what even supports that legally?
I am saying that is what is desirable. And except that is done, Nigeria is going to face so much of trouble and challenges that will not make its economy grow and will not make the people prosper. Because you need harmony and consensus. The first thing to do, you can say it's not realistic. It is. And I've told you how realistic it is. The National Assembly just need a one-item amendment. Not all those amendments that they are using to make money in the last, since 1999. Year in, year out, ritual of constitutional amendment. They just need one. And what they ought to have done, given the advice of Abdulsalami Abubakar, was in 1999 the first amendment to amend Section 8 and Section 9 and insert in it a referendum clause, which enables those who have sent them to government to periodically, if it becomes necessary, to make some adjustment to the constitution. Because it is the people who owns constitution, is not government. And that is why government cannot give a country constitution. It is a constitution of the people that gives a country a government, and not the other way around. A government cannot give a country a constitution. It is the people who give a government and say, this is the constitution by which this election that we have made you to, this is what you will use to run it and make laws for us, day-to-day law or running and policy. So it is practical. It is practical that you amend Section 9 and then insert a referendum clause. And then when you insert it, it will enable the National Assembly to help proclaim, the constitution of a constituent assembly. So the the president can then legislate and say, okay, we need a constituent assembly. Okay, let us set up a constitution commission That commission will look at Nigeria, and will look at, okay, representation, duration, what resources will be spent, all of that. The Jonathan administration started it. I was involved in that. As a matter of fact, the first paper on that confab was written by me, I'm saying that today, and sent to through the SGF then, Pius Ahim, to the SGF Permanent Secretary on Political Affairs as the SGF office, to write what will be done. And we helped with the Patriots, also helped with the help of people like Oronto Douglas of blessed memory, to begin to pilot that process from 2011, when we first met at Presidential Hotel in Port Harcourt. After then, we came to Sheraton in Lagos, and all the elders, all the leaders were there. Most of them are gone today. Rabi Musa, Alhaji Jakande, Tunji Braithwaite, all of them. But in those processes, Chief Audu Ogbe, who is still alive, Chief Alaye, and so on and so forth. Professor Ango Abdullahi, we did all of that. We did all of that to help to bring about the 2014 National Confab. But because of politics and election, the recommendation of that conference ought to have been taken forward into something that we now say, okay, can we have some form of election over this before election? But that was not done. Politics was played, and when Buhari came in, he jettisoned it. So you can see we have to start again because time and momentum. You cannot bring what has been recommended because time has, also elapsed, because what was relevant then, or necessary or required then in 2014 may not be required today. So the people, and most of the people that are alive then, may not be alive today. So you have to live by the people. So the people now, again, has to look at that as a recommendation and see whether most of those are relevant to our existence at this point.
All right, brilliant. I still want to, I don't want to say tackle you, but I still want to engage you more on that Patriot space. But people are starting to assemble that want to interact with you as well. So I'll just ask you a few short questions, maybe short answers to them. Then I start to bring people on to engage with you. So let's move. We could see the passion for that constitution. So that's certainly where your passion is. But I think a lot of people will have a lot of questions about that. But let's take you to governance as we have it now, as it obtains now. So we had President Tinubu take over power February 2023, or May actually the 29th. He won the election February, May the 29th, 2023. And it has been a roller coaster ride for the Nigerian state ever since. So the true removal, subsidies, arbitrage in exchange rate and petroleum has now cascaded to the point that real hardship has been invested upon the Nigerian people. So we saw the End Bad Governance protest, which happened just a few weeks ago. And off the back of that, fuel prices still increase. So the journey of the Tinubu administration so far, is it necessary pains that Nigerians are going through, or is it bad governance?
Well, I think that we're in a dire strait. We are in the country's in a big trouble. The political class is not very committed. It's also not serious about governance because of the way we have been structured. Politics has been structured as an investment and money-making venture. To make money, it's about prebendalism. It's about money, everything about politics. So, and whoever gets into power, government, just want to make money. It's unlike where you are, where people don't have humongous and gargantuan perks of office, paraphernalia of office. So we're in a big trouble here. And you see the constitutional problem. You see what the constitution has caused. Foisting a big man rule, military big man rule. Anybody who is in government today, who is a organizer in your village, becomes an automatic big man or associated with politician. Everybody has left everything, including farming, and run to government. And so that has started since 1999. So it's not about Tinubu now. I am going somewhere.
All right.
It's not about Tinubu now. It's about the foundation. And I've told you, if the foundation is faulty, what can the righteous do? So this constitutional arrangement and governance architecture can only make people corrupt. And if you are not corrupt, you are out. You cannot succeed beyond making money. So I think it is bad governance, and it will be bad governance. It is structured to be bad governance. As a matter of fact, my theory is such that the military concocted this constitutional structure and constitution so that democracy can fail and so that they can come back. And that speaks to the point of Babangida saying, I step aside. If I have become the problem, I hereby step aside. In which Yoruba say, Egba, having concocted the failure through a constitution. You can foist failure on a country with the constitution. You will know a country that will succeed. Immediately you study the constitution. You study the process and the content. Therefore, what you are seeing today playing out is what will play out. There is no magic that this government can play on this country.
Sir, let me ask you a question. The constitution is faulty, like you said, but that is the constitution that governs us at the moment. So that is what we have at the moment, and that is what we're working with. So within that faulty constitution, we still have to have governance, we still have to have administration, and we have to somewhat see signs of progression of the country or the country realigning. So now we have a new government in situation now that are making some bold steps, which some international spaces acknowledge are necessary steps, but some critics within the Nigerian space feel that is somewhat misguided. So the removal of those subsidies, especially the arbitrage on the forex space, and of course the fuel subsidy, which a lot of people argue that has not been fully removed. So those are the two key policy positionings that has brought pain points to the average Nigerian person. So what I am inviting is, were those policy moves, were they necessary, or were they misguided, or were they necessary but administered badly? So do you have any thoughts around that?
If you want me to do straight jacket, they were misguided. That straight jacket, they were misguided. Wrong perception or mischief, where some of us, came to the time that there was no subsidy to be removed because there was no subsidy being paid. Research showed that, and that it was just an attempt to make money, having looted the place by the preceding administration. The place was empty, the treasury was empty, and then a new APC government was lamenting, and they could not come out to criticize another APC government. They have to find money. They have to find a way to find a way of finding money. And therefore, they have to make the citizens, particularly the masses, pay to run government, because it would have been zero, and then government would have crashed. So that was what happened. That was not really any economic. The place was looted. And if you look at the kind of probe that you are getting, humanitarian minister, aviation minister, and then you see the kind of looting under Muhammadu Buhari that some of us made to look as if he was God. You know, when we repackaged him in 2003, brought him out to rebrand him, and were disappointed. But some people will argue that he was sick. He was sick and he couldn't do much at that time. Because I remember I became a governorship candidate of the same party because we thought that he was going to do wonders. In 2011, you know, he had been contesting until he came to us, the progressive. And then we said, okay, we will make you president. We will talk to the people. But this is our agenda to restructure the country. He met with Chief. I was witness to the meeting between Muhammadu Buhari and Chief, and I took note, and Chief Tony Enauro of blessed memory, where we agreed to work to change Nigeria, to make a new Nigeria. But the man did not touch any of those agreements. And then under him, we had the most horrendous looting. So the Tinubu policies, what she called intervention, was really not even thought of. You know, you can't just say, as for subsidy, that one is gone. Well, you know, in any case, it may just be a game. So say, let's throw that. Immediately we throw that, NMCC, oh yeah, bam. We know all those kind of games. Just let me throw that, because there was no subsidy anywhere being removed as far as some section of the country is concerned. But they really need to run. If the place has been looted by previous administration, what do you expect the man to do? So they need to find a way to raise money, and they make the poor people to pay for the rich. And that's what we are concerned about in the Nigerian civil society. That you cannot rob Peter to pay Paul. You cannot make the poor masses to pay for the rich, to pay for the corruption of the rich. So you have to go after them. Go after them and sincerely get the money to run government, not to make the poor masses that were innocent to bear the brunt of the looting. So it was, for me, some kind of, you know, gimmicks, games, and so on and so forth, that has not helped us. It has brought untold hardship. Even up till now, you look at the agreement on minimum wage with the NLC, and the president promised the NLC that, well, if you agree to this 70,000, we will not remove, we will not increase the price of fuel. It will remain. But even before the implementation of that 70,000, government yesterday unilaterally and arbitrarily, callously, again foisted a new regime of petroleum or petrol prices on the country, which has thrown us. And even at such high price, you don't even have the fuel to buy. Almost all the fuel stations in a country that produces crude oil are empty. You can't find petrol. We are glued to our houses now. We can't go anywhere. You struggle to, in a country that produces crude oil, and now Dangote refinery is coming to stream, and then you are having to pay 1,000 naira per liter. Who can survive that? Something has to give. People will have to rise and speak. But you know, the Patriots at our own level will be diplomatic. But I know that the people are pained. They are pushed to the walls. I mean, it's like deliberately pushing the people to the wall. You can't do that.
Sir, let me come into that space that you are just there. You said people have to rise and that something has to give. And I think a lot of just as a little anecdote, as I begin to bring on the panel, 80% of my of the panel, there'll be people living abroad, and they will tell you that the demands that they are getting from Nigeria now has doubled, just in terms of the assistance that they are having to give to people. So something does have to give.
They have just started.
Yeah, so something does have to give, because it's even we feel somewhat like we're somewhat of a subsidy to the Nigerian economy in some instances. So something has to give. And when we had that End Bad Governance protest, the biggest protest yet that by my own understanding that we've ever had in Nigeria, and the most coordinated, the most nationwide protest that we've yet had, which is to reflect that whatever it is that people were protesting against is being felt nationwide. But then they had that protest for 10 days, and it was relatively successful. It wasn't a resounding success, but it was somewhat of a moderate success. So they had that, but at the end of that protest, the government didn't really yield anything to the protesters. And after that protest, they invested even more pain on the people. So what I'm asking is, where is the threshold for Nigerians? Where does that thing give? Where is the tolerance level, or are they happy just to be beaten to the ground and beaten to death? Can you identify that there's a threshold where the tolerance will be breached?
I think now people are pushed to self-help and helplessness, hopelessness, despondency, and self-help. And when people are pushed to self-help, dog will eat dog. It's going to create a situation of anarchy. People may have to, because an hungry man is an angry man. And there's hunger in the land. People are saying they've been power. I don't know. Government should just try and listen to the palpable sound or heartbeat of Nigerians. I don't know whether we can sustain this. There's no threshold. I don't think so. Because the people are pushed to the wall. Like, I saw so many comments. I monitored carefully the End Bad Governance protest with at the head of a major situation room of the organized civil society and giving reports on the. I was part of the civil society leaders who first met with the Inspector General of Police 2 days to the protest to try and design how the protest can be peaceful. We met virtually, and it was broadcast, later. And there we told the Inspector General that the people are being pushed to the walls, and though it's a constitutional right to protest, but we saw the kind of use of force and lethal weapon on citizens. Government may have to do something fast. I don't know, because I was on the field monitoring. This time around, we used to lead protests. But this time around, some of us who are veteran of, we saw new leaders of protests emerge. We didn't have to leave. We were just monitoring to ensure, to assess the level of compliance to the rules of civil protest by security agents and then the protesters. In the north, there were some very worrisome situation on the part of protesters. But even at that, government and security agents should have enough capacity to guide and control violence, which of course didn't happen. And so it became worrisome to us. In the southern part, it was largely, but they were repressed. Even in Abuja, people were given, by court ruling, place to protest the stadium. Security agent went there again, tear gas them. They left there to go to Eagle Square. They were rough-handled, fumigated, manhandled. We wrote against that to say that's not good for our country. Therefore, we have a very dangerous situation at hand. This latest increase may throw up something that we don't really want. I think government should revert as demanded back, because there is no basis in Nigeria for this high price of petrol. Government should just go back to 167 first.
167?
167, pre-2003. Pre-2003. I'm talking to, this is 2004. We were buying
167 naira to the liter.
Pardon?
167 naira to the liter.
Yes, because that was
how
was
realistic is that?
Pre-January. No, well, what is not realistic? You can't find money to govern to the life of the people. You want to kill the people? To revert back so that let people.
To have that price point, that will have to be heavily subsidized. Heavily.
What subsidy? Why can't we refine here? Why do we have to refine abroad? Why can't our foreign refinery work? Look, you can't. If I have government today, the first thing to do is to deal with my refineries here and make sure it works. It's all sabotaged by people who make humongous resources out of.
Sorry, sir. Here where I am, a liter of petrol is £1.41, which will be about, is that about 3,000 to 4,000 naira for a liter of petrol? I don't think 100. I think maybe the price point round about 700 naira, and that will still be supported by government. But you know,
are you part of the group managing this?
No, I'm just a Nigerian.
So why are you saying 700? Nigerians cannot afford 700. Even 167 was still being debated. And I think part of the problem with government, which Babangida did very well, was non-consultation, that consultativeness of government. Before every policy under Bank, though it was Maradonic, but it shows governments at the robust level. Government, I'm a political scientist by training. And I know that for any responsible government, before you take very critical policy decision, you must allow some debate, national discussion, and you see how it's going. And then it can inform the ruling, cabinet to say, with what you have. But in our case, you see the president saying, as that one is gone. We are not in the military. Even military under Babangida, because I did comparative analysis of government in Nigeria and constitutional exploration from 1886 to 2012. I did that personally, gave it to myself, and I did a paper on him. And I started looking at government and governance and the rest and consultation. I saw that even the Babangida government that we fought, and we called, I said, government, but did better consultation in terms of the Cookie Commission, the MAMSA, the political debate, the non-zero party. I saw all kind of robustness. But for the fact that two things, the Armed Forces Ruling Council amended the provision of the 1989 constitution that constitution didn't see light. There was a 1989 constitution that went to the Armed Forces Ruling Council under Babangida that was to be used for the Abiola government. We didn't see the light of the day. The Armed Forces Ruling Council amended that. And the second error or mistake or snag in the Babangida's government was the fact that he annulled the June 12 election. Those are the two fundamental. And though that's now confirmed the fact that he was Maradoni. But in terms of just take your mind off and look at the way government was run. You know, he dragged most of the critic, Wale Soyinka, Sholani, all of them into governance. Okay, come and try it. And then in trying to, the best process for constitution was that Babangida process, which started with a zero-party election in 1987. Zero-party election to elect delegates to the Constituent Assembly, which gave us the 1989 Constitution. But these days, begin from 1999, no consultation, government, no debate, even under Agbada regime, civilian regime. They just do this, shoot in darkness. You hear that a policy is foisted, NNPC has increased. We were discussing the IMF loan under Babangida. Nigerians were allowed to debate whether Nigeria should collect IMF loan or not. And even in that 1989 constitution, if I'm not mistaken, you have referendum in it. But that constitution didn't see the light of day because of the annulment. The 1989 constitution, go and check it out. It had the best process, but the military, and which was an aberration on the constitution, the military sitting as Armed Forces Ruling Council amended and doctored some part of it and kept it in waiting for the government that was supposed to usher in the transition that was supposed to usher in MK Abiola, which never saw the light of the day. So I am saying in essence that this government has not done enough in consultation. What makes it go? If I were to be a strategist in this government, and I doubt if there is any strategy, political strategist who knows how to, the first thing is to even show the people that you value them. Even if you have to pretend, in that pretense, you yourself will get the truth and say, we want to do this thing, it's going to concern you, it's going to, can we debate it? Can we look at it? Manufacturing Association, NLC, TUC, Labor Civil Society. During Jonathan regime, at some point, Oronto Douglas of Blessed Moon brought the civil society, and that was why you had the stability towards the end of his regime. A lot of consultation with the civil society. How do we do this? How do we do that? And the rest. So consultation, the Buhari administration was without any consultation, was just straitjacket, as if it was a military government, and it was the civil servant that was running government for them. The ministers are not doing anything because under Awo, what Awo taught us is that the minister is the political head of that. He knows the policy. And they will come back again to debate. Even outside government cabinet, the party come to debate. Check the party that we have today. We were trying to create a party, a real party in Nigeria, the Democratic Party. The party here, they don't debate anything. They share the money. Let's share the loot. But in those days, under Awo, we have the Awo School of Politics, the Political Academy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. You know, they have robust debate. You have an Aworo tackling Awo as leader of government in Ikenne, debate, report till midnight with Bola Ige, you know, with Abraham Adesonya, with Dutola, with all of them. Debate, and he gets the best. He sum up the debate and they take a collective decision. They are going to, and then the ministers are schooled in politics. Most of the ministers you have today are technocrats. Politicians in pre-UK are supposed to be the people who are schooled in the ideology and manifesto of the party. They are not concerned about government or whatever. Leave that to civil servants. Civil servants are there already. Why bring technocrats? What do I want to do with technocrats? If I go, I bring people who have sense of delivering to the people, who can say our language, either in Ijebu, Yoruba, or in Igbo, to say this is what we are doing, this is what we want to do, this is how we have debated it. But they just go there as minister, they sit, one permanent secretary tossing their head around and say, oh God, this is how you take your own money, take that contract, it's remand for you, this is how we do it here. Just continue military corruption. So we have to change that. There is no, a whole lot of things that we are trying to change with the constitution. Part of it is that we must create real parties, real political party, democratic. Look at no internal democracy. The president can write short over the party machinery and just say the president is calling you Villa. Where is that done?
All right, sir. I do have several more questions for you, but I can't keep people waiting any longer. So I start to bring people on to come and interact with you. So as I bring you on, if you are comfortable having your camera on, please have. People are all over the world, sir. So they are at various stages of whatever phase. So maybe not all of them will have their cameras on. But if you can't have your cameras on, please have it on so that Mr. Okunniyi can see you directly. So joining us Baba. So good to have you, Baba. Ajanle Koko joins us. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. Man of Prestige is with us. Good to have you, Man of Prestige. Prince Daddy is with us. Good to have you, Prince Daddy. Ekene is with us. Good to have you, Ekene. Thomas is with us. Good to have you, Thomas. And we have the Star who joins us as well. So still a couple more spaces. Anybody that wants to join. So good to have you, gentlemen. So it's the same format as whenever we do have a guest. So introduce yourself to the guest. Tell him where you are joining us from. Put a short question to him, and then we cycle it round. So we'll kick it off with you, Baba. So Baba, good to see you. Baba. Are you ready, Baba? Unmute.
Okay, thank you, one man. How are you, comrade? Good evening.
Good evening, Baba.
My friends call me Baba. I'm calling from the United States. You're welcome to One Man Platform.
Thank you.
My question for you, there are two questions actually. I will do them quickly. The Patriots has a fascinating history, actually, starting from Timidi Law. Respectfully, I use that name, and late Professor Wambweze, and now revered Chief Anyoku. This is my take. When you visited the president a couple of weeks back, I saw the numbers of the Patriots there, and that amazed me because you don't have so much people in that committee like you have now. And less than 24 hours later, I heard on BBC, I think Alhaji Buba Galadima lampooning your visits. He was part of it. He was sitting down there, but he came out, he went to BBC to lampoon your visit, claiming that
Buba Galadima wasn't part of the delegation.
Okay,
wasn't.
but or is it was it Yakasai?
Oh, Yakasai was supposed to be part. He didn't attend. Yes, I had
Okay.
several discussions with him, and he has his own viewpoint, which I can let you know.
Yeah. So
I
thank you for that
coordinated.
correction, because in that interview, sir, he claimed that he is part of the Patriots, and he lampooned the visit, claiming that it's a kind of gimmick to achieve Biafra through the back door. His words, not mine. That's what he claimed there. So yeah, so why the
My God.
discordant voice in your rank and file? Because I correct me if I'm wrong. He's a member of the Patriot group, right? Am I correct?
Well, he's not. He's a member of the, but he's not been active in the last 10 or so years. He's a member. It's an associate. It's an ally, but he's not been quite active. He's aged. It's about 96 years old. He's my friend and long-standing comrade.
Okay.
It's
Okay,
an
you will
older.
address that. Why he said it's a gimmick to achieve Biafra through the back door. My number 2 question. This constitution, my stand against it. Stand against particularly what the Patriots are doing. I've used on this platform before the word that I believe, respectfully I say, it's a bad workman that quarrels with his tools. And as a Yoruba person, we said this wood is not good in the native stove. We remove it. This other wood is not good. We remove it. When will the stew cook? Because the American Constitution has been with us now for about 250 years, and it has only been amended 27 times. Even Great Britain doesn't have a written constitution, and they are thriving, because what they did in 2015 through King John was just what they call the process they call the Magna Carta. Is just a true constitutional text, and they've been working on that and adding on it. So what is wrong with adopting the 2014 confab? Let's dust it up and then use it and amend it as required, if it's required at all. Because constituting a new panel will cost the country money, which we do not have at the moment as we speak. And you know that, comrade. So I suggest that the Patriots should go back to their 2014 paper and work on that. I think that will be easy enough. What do you think?
All right, thank you, Baba.
Well, let me start by saying there is no amount of resources spent on creating a harmonious, stable, and peaceful country that is too expensive. There is no amount to save life. If you know the cost of one life, and we are losing thousands every day in Nigeria based on our distrust, disunity, and conflicts. Therefore, the question of cost, if we had devolved our cost into, rather than corruption, and the one that is being taken into personal pocket, into building the nation, it would have served us well, would have created the best environment for economy to thrive and for the people to prosper. So that's the first thing about cost. There is no cost. True, there is no cost. The second point is that 2014 recommendation is good. We, as Patriots, have said that it should be part of the working document. The sense in it is that we know that you still need a process to legitimize the constitution. It's not about this wood is not good. You don't even have any wood when it comes to Constitution of Nigeria. It's not about you have, because what you have today is not qualified to be a wood in the first instance that will catch fire. It's something else. It's a decree. So you cannot say it's not even possible, because it's a different thing. So therefore you need you need to first have that wood. And it is the process of creating it, of building it, consensus. It is the consensus. What is constitution? Even when it's unwritten, you find consensus of the populace, of the citizen. In UK, for instance, there are consensus. If some people begin to disagree and they begin to fight, they will change it. They will be forced. Nigeria agitation, we have too much violent agitation over the way we are coupled together. Why don't we dialogue and then build consensus, national consensus, national reconciliation, national healing? Somebody saying Biafra true, am I a Biafran person? I'm also a Yoruba person. I say I belong to the Awo School of Politics, Awo Political Academy. I believe in the philosophy of what you call democratic or socialism, which Awo, propounded. Therefore, we are not even in any section. We are pan-Nigerian nationalists, patriotic people who just want this place to be peaceful. We don't want the death that is going on. We don't want the hassles and hardship. And that is why we went to the president to say, can we help to create something for you? You yourself have been an advocate of this. What has changed? Is it because you are now suddenly in charge of this thing that you want to throw it away? So we stylishly went there to say, we and you and we're doing this thing together. Or was that not genuine? What you were doing then? So that was what we to remind him. And we have spoken to him. So, but for Malam Tanko Yakasai, we had discussions. We had several discussions, myself and himself. And he said to me, comrade, let us go to the National Assembly first. If we do that, he will go. He was on that delegation representing Northwest, but we had to change him last minute when he said that we shouldn't go to the president first, we should go to the National Assembly. I can tell you that was what happened. We differ in method. So, but for him to say, Biafra, I don't want to believe you. I don't want to believe that he said is an attempt to get. We are not Biafrans. We wouldn't be in any Biafra. We just want Nigeria, just like Awo wanted a great Nigeria. He didn't even want a Yoruba nation. He wanted.
On point of correction, sir, it's Buba Galadima that said that. Not
okay,
Yakasa.
okay,
yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Buba has always been like that. He's my friend too, but a bit cantankerous. It's just stating things and just saying things that he doesn't know. That's a bit cantankerous. We are very meticulous people. And we won't delve into balkanizing Nigeria or getting Biafra. We want a stable, peaceful, and prosperous, great, democratic country where you can do business and prosper. You don't need to know anybody before you do anything. And that was what created the new Nigeria movement that we set up in 2017, which was called Third Force, to create a party that can help to build democracy and then restructure Nigeria. I don't know.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. We're going to go on from you, Baba, to Prince Daddy. And gentlemen, be as succinct as you like. Mr. Okunniyi has had a very long day. He's in Nigeria, so you know what time of the day it is. So he's spending this time with us, but I know that he doesn't have infinite time. So be as succinct as you like. Just don't elaborate too much on the question. Mr. Okunniyi is very vested within the political space, so he has a clear understanding of where the direction might be. So, Prince Daddy, you're up next. Introduce yourself to Mr. Okunniyi. Tell him where you're joining us from. Put a position. Prince Daddy. Prince. All right, I don't think Prince Daddy is fully at his system. Let's go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, introduce yourself to Mr. Okunniyi. Tell him where you're joining us from and put a question.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, sir. It's nice to have you on this platform. We are, it's perfectly welcome. It's very difficult for us to have people in Nigeria, politicians or otherwise, coming to this platform. Like you can observe, this platform is no spin zone. So, we ask you a very tough question, and you can respond to your own capability. So, I have two questions to ask you, and I'm going to be very brief about it. My first question, I will make a statement, then I will call with a question. I can, from my own opinion, I think the genesis of the crisis we have as of today is from the decree of 24 of 99 Constitution. So my question is that, can we as a nation be able to live together without a national dialogue, where where we can agree in terms of existence and where we want to cohabit from there? So that's my first question, if we actually cohabit, without any kind of changes to the constitution or, national dialogue. So my second question is in reference to the what is trending in Nigeria right now. I mean, which some people call bigotry, or fanaticism that's going on. So, what's your opinion about the way the justice is being, permitted in that space? For example, I can use one example. This Amaka, this lady from in Canada, that had generated a lot of topic in Nigeria, which in Nigerian Assembly has to write and something like that. So, like I said, I totally condemn that. Such a insidious statement, can be a sleeping xenophobic, in my opinion. But in my opinion, in what I'm trying to ask you, do you think justice has been made from all angles? Because I have a guy, for example, I can give. I'm not going to talk about Legopedia and Yoruba Ronu and some other Igbo people that has speaking. Even in even in Edo State, there has been a dialogue, something like that went on between the Southeast and the Edo. But the one that concerned me more, there's a guy in Vienna. I think his name is Kingsley. He made such an insidious statement that they should, why all the whole Southeasterners, So don't you think, justice has not been properly, instituted in that Nigerian space? So because I believe, injustice for one is an injustice to all people. So can you answer those two questions, please, sir? Thank you.
Thank you very much. For Nigeria to progress, that's the first thing. We must build consensus. And the only way to have that consensus is to have an inclusive, democratic, participatory constitutional process, then codify our agreement in a constitutional provision. We need that. That's the first thing in creating a nation. But that is missing. So we are not a nation. We are not a nation. Because that's so we need that dialogue to build consensus. And we even need it all the time, periodically. Every nation needs it periodically to dialogue. It's not when we have problem like this. You need it to create stability, to change, to review how are we living, and then build. It is consensus building is a continuous phenomenon which creates stability for a country. It's not one-off. And we have done so. For people say it will be expensive and we spend money. Those people don't know what it means to couple people together, to bind them together. They will just be killing themselves. In any marriage that there is no consensus, no agreement, no I want to live, they will fight and kill themselves. The husband will batter the wife. You can't force any marriage. But this is a forced marriage. First by the colonial Britain, second by the military. You can't force any marriage. You have to allow the people to do. Yes, we want to live. It's better for us to be in a big Nigeria. But then the people, the country must determine how they want to and agree and say this is it. And then you see Nigeria will beat any country in the world. But maybe other countries, that's their own way to defeat us. They put us in perpetual battle, internal conflict and strife. against one another. So we can't progress. So we need consensus building. We need a dialogue. The second thing is that Nigeria is not structured for justice or fairness. It's not. It's skewed for divide and rule. Some people go to center, hold that center, and begin to divide you. And then take your money, take your resources. So we still need a constitutional process, a dialogue process, national dialogue process, building consensus, fostering reconciliation, and national healing, so that we can say, yes, this is the minimum, and this is the structure. This is what can help us. Until we do that, it's not about one wood. There is no wood to catch fire. So that is it. So we have to really structure the country for justice of the ethnic nationalities, because those who capture power use it for themselves, use it for their friends and concubines. It's unfortunate we're in this situation. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Rational Mind, you're up next. Just exactly as I said, introduce yourself. Tell Mr. Okunniyi where you're coming, joining from, and then be brief, just so that we can get through everybody. So after Rational Mind, I'll ask you a question being asked in the comment section. Rational Mind.
Thank you, One Man, and I want to say thank you, our guest.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I joined at the time when you were talking about Awolowo, and in between I keep losing service. Anyways, for me, I just want to take you back to some of those things you said about Awolowo. To me, Awolowo still remains the most greatest Yoruba man, the greatest Yoruba man ever to be born of a woman that's ever lived. So he will always remain that. So it's just because of what he did. So anyways, my question to you is, do you think from the body language of Tinubu, because I understand that, first of all, let me ask this question, side question, are you in the same group with Mr. Emeka Anyakoa? And if so, do you think the body language of this president, Tinubu, do you think he's going to ever
just to answer that, perhaps, Mr. Okunniyi, it's the DG of the Emeka Anyaku. It was at the villa at that meeting. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, do you think from his body language and the pattern we're seeing with this current government, do you think they are willing to even give you guys a listening here? And finally, my other question would be that looking at the way Nigeria is, do you think, if at all, okay, fine, you talk about the National Assembly, that you are, first of all, somebody said, or people said you should go to the National Assembly first before going to the presidency. So what informed that decision? Why did you change in between? I don't know if you answered that question when you were, because I lost service at that point. So, but my question is basically what I've asked you. So I know there are other questions, but since you said 2 questions, I would just want to limit to that.
Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, it's like we lost him.
I think we lost him. Yes. We had some signal problems earlier on before we could come on. Yes, it's the DG of the of that Emeka Anyaku. He was asked the villa with them. He is also a member of the Big Tent, which the Obedient movement came out of. So yes. And it was a gubernatorial. Yeah. So did you hear the question, Mr.
Yes,
Okunniyi?
I heard. The president invited us, gave us an appointment to come as requested by National Colloquium, National Dialogue, which held in March, mandated the leadership of the Patriots to engage government, the president and the National Assembly, so that they can know the aspiration of Nigerians. And it was on the strength of that an appointment was fixed. And having received that, we decided to constitute a small delegation to go and represent the national colloquium organized by the Patriots. And so Laji Yakasa is saying that we should go to the National Assembly first was out of place, because that would be undemocratic as a major national colloquium. And the whole House had requested that we meet the president first before. So he does his own personal view, and that couldn't have changed the decision of the House. So democratically, a decision was taken to first engage the president before the National Assembly. We'll be visiting the National Assembly in the first or second week of October, and we'll engage both the Speaker and we'll be engaging both the Speaker and the Senate President in Council at that time. So that is that. Well, I think that the current existential condition of the country will compel government to listen to what we are saying, because we are all in it. We are also all in it, and we're also feeling the pain and pinches. So they will listen, and I know the president was part of the process before getting to government, so he really understands what we are talking about. It's just the politics of it. He would also like to have the buy-in of the North, and we are doing a lot with the new advocacy committee that was set up last week to reach out to all stakeholders so that we can allay the fears of those who think it is about Biafra or it is about balkanizing Nigeria. Nobody stands any gain in balkanizing Nigeria. It's good for us to be in a big country, but it's just that the injustice and the distrust and the warpedness of the country, lopsidedness of the country is what is making people agitate, and agitating for. And self-determination is the right of indigenous people as endorsed by the United Nations. Is self-determination is the right of anywhere you have them, either in Nigeria, either in Britain. Self-determination. The moment a people is seen as a people, same culture, same history, same religion, same everything, they are homogeneous. As an indigenous people, they have the right to self-determination. They have the right to say, we as Yoruba want to live this way, or we want to have our own government within Nigeria, just like we had in between 60 and 63, 63 to 66. There was a government of Western region, and that's what we call self. And they pay royalty to the center. You determine how you run your region or your state, and you pay agreed percentage of royalty to the center. That's the way to run a federal state. What is a federal state? Essentially grows out of diversity of peoples in that geographical space. They are not one people. The Shekiri people are different from the Ijaw people. They don't have the same history. So they can understand themselves better. They have their own government, but they cooperate with the Ijaw people in government. They cooperate with the Yoruba people, Efik people. And then we have a strong country. And then you have just 4 items that the federal government will legislate on: foreign affairs, defense, common currency, and maybe the central government. Unlike now that the federal government legislates over 68 items, exclusive item. That's a unitary system. And that's not fit for our country. And that's part of the problem of the country, why the country will not grow. And some people will use that center to come and oppress the other people. So we seek justice. We want justice to reign. And the way it can reign is that let's have consensus, let's have federating units. Let's recognize them. Don't let them be like people who just, Boy Scout, running, the show and then going to meet the emperor in Abuja. That cannot work, cannot help all of us.
All right, brilliant. Excellent.
One man,
Yes.
sorry. One quick question to our guest. Please, do you guys have a website where we can read about all the things you guys are doing and who are the members, who constitute this membership of this the Patriots? You guys have a website?
Patriots in Nigeria recruited eminent leaders of thought with track record of credible past, credible profile of intervening in national issues, strong voices, eminent voices who are seen to be nationalistic and patriotic, not partisan on issues of democracy and governance. Those are the people. And we have a website that was just created. I'm going to deal with that. We had one before it expired. Another one was created last week or 2 weeks ago by one Dr. Akin Fapunda for us, and we're developing that. So the Patriots are non-partisan.
So the website is not active at the moment. It's not.
Well,
it's
I'll check. I'll check. It will be active. It should be active, but I'll check. I'll get back to you to check.
All right, brilliant. I'll ask you a question from the comment section, and then from there we go to Ekene, from Ekene to Ajande Koko, and then Prince Daddy, and then the Star, and I think that's the list. This comment coming from the comment section is from Abdul. Abdul super chats to ask. He says, question for the guest: which is more urgent for Nigeria at the moment, a constitutional change or strengthening the enforcement of the rule of law? So which is more important, a constitutional change, which is your pursuit, or strengthening the enforcement of the rule of law? So that's Abdul via super chat.
Rule of law is good, but you can't build something on nothing. The foundation of every law is the constitution that is sovereign, given by the sovereign. So even the law, there will not be rule of law. There can never be rule of law in Nigeria because the law is expected to be made of the ground norm of the people, the sovereigns. The sovereigns. So the immediate thing to be done, the most fundamental, is to help actualize a democratic, truly people's owned constitution, a profound process, of agreement and consensus. When you have that, you can then rule of law will by itself fall in place. You can't do anything against it because the people will defend it because they know it. Rule of law will just be, but you can't have it now. There is too much of arbitrariness and impunity because the foundation is shaky, it's faulty. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you for that. Thank you, Abdul. Hopefully that satisfies your question. So we go to Prince Daddy. I did actually call Prince Daddy earlier on, but I think he's ready for us now. So Prince Daddy, on mute, introduce yourself to Mr. Okunniyi. Tell him where you're joining us from. Make the question brief so that we can get through the rest of the panel. So Prince Daddy, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks, Foreman. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah. Hello, sir. How you doing? Prince Daddy from the States. Just have a quick question. um, how do you define power in the Nigerian space? And who has it? And I'm asking this question, for example, to say that Goodluck Jonathan, for example, former president, I don't think is powerful. So, from your perspective, how do you define power in the Nigerian space? And secondly, why do you think the rest of Nigeria, especially the Southwesterners, are afraid of the North, especially Northwest? Thank you.
Why do I think what? The Northerners are, I can't get that. But anyway, in Nigeria, power
Oh,
corrupt.
sorry.
Sorry,
The second question.
that second question is very important. So yeah, ask it again.
Yes. Sorry. The second question. The second question was, why do you think the rest of Nigeria, the rest of the regions, are afraid of the North, especially the Northwest?
That's a perception problem. Nobody's afraid of any North or Northwest. Nobody's afraid. We're only trying to move things together. But the military are so much because put so much, skilled so much, in the past. Because essentially, the coup of 1963, led by Gowon and afterward, has put elements from the North in the saddle. And you can't blame the skill or power, but nobody is afraid of the North. I think what the people are trying to do is to make sure that people are patiently convinced that it's better to work out Nigeria to work for us. And that's not an issue here. That's not an issue. But the critical issue, the question that the crucial point is that concerning your first question, can you remind me of your first question? Hello?
We can hear you, sir. We can hear you. Prince, is it there?
Prince, what was the first half of your question? Oh, all right. I think Prince may be indisposed, so maybe at some point. Let's go on to. I'm not even sure what he was saying because I was especially struck because Mr. Okunniyi, a lot of people do agree with what you said. It's a perception thing. But a lot of people do agree or they share the sentiment that the South is somewhat in perpetual fear of the North, especially the Northwest, for reasons of violence. I don't know, but that perception certainly is out there. So that was why I was especially focused on that question. But you don't seem to agree. But let's go on to it.
I don't agree. We are not afraid of the rest of the country is not afraid, but maybe just wise enough to know that things should be done in a decent way or in a collective or democratic way. It's not that anybody is afraid. Nobody is afraid. Leadership is not about violence. It's about wisdom. And I don't see anybody being afraid of any part of the country. Neither is the North afraid of the rest of the country. We are one and want to make Nigeria great. Even now that a Yoruba man is in the saddle, you could say that even the North, it's just a perception problem. North is afraid. You need to carry the North. For us, Chief Enauro told us that we need to continually, perpetually explain that what we are doing is in the interest of everybody, including the North, and that the North has enough resources to cater for its own needs. And that if we restructure in such a way that we have federating units that are almost autonomous, they will make it, they will thrive if they look inward, because there is no part of Nigeria without very productive natural resources. So the North even has more than the South in some cases. You know, they have. You see the groundnut, you have, even go today in Zamfara. There is no part of Nigeria that is not endowed. But people don't see, because some people have left what they were supposed to be doing. They have taken governance as their work, to be doing contracts. So when you want to take government from them, they feel that you are taking their livelihood. They don't want to go back to the natural resources again. So we need to explain, and there has to be a restructuring that will beat the people back to the natural resources, to the ground, to till the ground. You know, we have to do all of that so that this place can be prosperous. We can't go and sit down in one center in Abuja, be doing contracts, selling contract paper, which was done under the military to favor certain people. It created indolence, laziness, and that we cannot continue. So if somebody is not very reasonable, and then nobody fears anybody, but we've just been wise in managing the affairs and sensibility of one another. That's the point here.
All right, brilliant. So three more panelists, Mr. Okunniyi, and then we the next one to come up, Ekene. So Ekene, you're up next. Unmute, introduce yourself. Tell Mr. Okunniyi where you're joining from. Put a position to him. Ekene.
Yeah, one man. Alpha. Good day, sir. Are you hearing me, sir?
I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for coming, sir. One man platform. Ekene speaking from Lagos. All you said about restructuring is very clear and something that will be of a welcome development if the current president will actually do that. But my question concerning that is, you supported the former president Buhari in a bid for this restructuring, which he never did. And now you are moving on to Bola Ahmed Tinubu to do so. So what happens if...
Sorry, Ekene. Mr. Okunniyi campaigned for Peter Obi as well. It was one of his major
No,
campaigners.
I'm not talking about the correct. I'm talking about the issue of restructuring, not really who they campaign for. So, but they are moving on for this. This is their agenda for most of the time, and they even brought it to Buhari, and the same way they bring it to Tinubu. So, what happens if this government didn't do it? Because it's a very important issue. I agree in our national space. So, what would then happen if the current president didn't do it? What would be your next move? Then another question is we talked about engagement, the lack of engagement in our governance system, which we have experienced starting from the time of Buhari till date. And the same way you see the last protest, these days protesters are labeled terrorists. Do you think in labeling the protesters terrorists, the government is trying to save the image of the nation? They're just being unnecessarily, how do I put it, tyrant to the people, or not wanting the people to air their views? Or are they trying to save the image of the nation? Because the argument is that they want to save the image of the nation. So are the protesters supposed to be labeled terrorists in our space, in our Nigerian space? These are my questions, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ekene. We don't have to be pessimistic about what government do. Where ours is to try and convince and do rational engagement. Government to see reasons why they have to rally around this in their interest. Because no government will succeed if we don't create this new foundation that is collective and democratic. So it's for us to bring all the analytics to the table. And we have assembled Hegets to begin to do analytics for the Patriots. And that's why we set up and inaugurated a strategy and advocacy committee last Monday, so that government again can be better informed and educated about the essentials and significance and importance of this agenda and project. So we will continue patiently, diplomatically to explain to critics, especially in the north. People like my friend who were in CPC together, Engineer Buba Galaji, to see it beyond. Nobody wants any, either Yoruba nation or Biafra, nobody wants anything. Doesn't pay, even within it. If you don't structure the Biafra nation or the Yoruba nation well, there will still be oppressors. And part of one of the things that I said at the National Conference 2014, that I is to say that every state must first have its own constitutional process with a state constitution. You don't run a federal system that the state will not have their constitution. Ogun State must have its constitution, must have evolved its constitution, from a democratic constitutional process. So what we are trying to do is to create stability, harmony, and peace, so that we can have economic prosperity and a Nigeria that works for all. That is what we are trying, and we don't need to be pessimistic than to explain. Terrorists or terrorism, police is like that in our climate. Is that overzealousness? Protesters are just civil people. These are people who were apprehended or abducted in their various homes at about 2 a.m. in the midnight, under the cloak of darkness, and because they dissent. Dissent is a right, protest is a constitutional right. And it doesn't, police, I remember when we were in the university, it says sedition. They say all kind of things were charged. I was arrested, and then all kind of charges because we're fighting, we're doing unionism. So we'll get over this. It's not right to label protesters terrorists or treasonable felons. It's not right. I think that they should change that and review that, and those protesters be released so that we can avert what the boys are calling fearless October, protest, which is impending, forthcoming. And even situation now, of this NNPC fuel, I can aggravate that even before the October. So we should be very careful. Government and security should be conciliatory and empathetic at this point. They should take leadership in trying to talk to people. I expected the president, if I were to be the president, God knows, I would have asked my national security advisor to identify key voices of the protest. And then would have invited them. Can we do a debate? Can we do a debate? Can we dialogue? When Patriots went there, we advised the president to dialogue with the leaders of the protest. But what we are saying today is that protesters have been labeled treasonable felons, treason, terrorists. It's not necessary. It's unnecessary. So government should be more conciliatory. Government should provide leadership, should prove leadership, should make sacrifice, should reach out. You see, government is not something you just go into. There must be strategists. There must be those who are heads, who are thinking of engagement. How do we engage the North? How do we? But these days, people are just concerned about the contract, making money. Making money. Nobody thinking. How do we force this? No, we can't do this policy now. Can we move bit backward? Form a small strategy, political strategy. Can we reach out to this person, this place? Who do we talk to? Haba. And then you will see everything will die down. And then with a national dialogue, like the one we have proposed for constitution reform, you will see that people will say, well, there is a discussion going on. Can we allow? And you won't see any agitation, any fight, any insecurity anywhere. It will die down. And if anybody become belligerent or bellicose or whatever, it will be isolated because they know that a process of dialogue is going on. And let us see to the outcome. That's an engagement process. And we can't teach government some of these things. Can't teach government some of these things. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. When I look at it, I look at the way things are. I say, my God, can't these people, even Babangida, military government, see engagement strategy? See the way they reached out to Soyinka, to Saishonari, or Yofbare, engagement. Even those of us who were in the minority were being almost isolated until he made the fundamental mistake. Because we didn't support even the transition. But we later supported as minority. We rallied around MK Abiola after the election has been the election has been annulled. The engagement strategy was robust, very robust, but it was Maradonic, innately, intentionally Maradonic to be. But on the base, look at the government. So I think we can learn from this, and government can become consultative. Make your governance more consultative. Pretend as if you don't even have idea. Take it back to the people at every point periodically, and pretend that it's okay. It's okay. Let's move on.
All right, brilliant. We're going to be looking to wrap it up in about 20 minutes, half an hour, unless Mr. Okunniyi wants to extend beyond that. I know it's past 12 where you are. So with that in mind, Ajanle Koko, you're up next. On mute, introduce yourself to our guest, tell him where you're joining from, and put a position. Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. And thanks to Comrade Okunniyi for coming to spend some time with us here today. I'm highly delighted that you have expressed it in a very strong term that when we had the military government, there was better dialogue and engagement between the government and the people. And we had better good governance during their time, because I can remember during the Babangida time that you have mentioned severally, the local government functioned at its best. That was the last time I saw the local government function at its best. And I've said it here several times. A lot of people call me military apologies, but I don't. Yeah, so
objectivity.
Yeah, so we had good governance, better governance at the local government, and we don't even look up to the state or even federal government. We focus more on the local government, and they deliver good governance. So, thank you for consistently since you have been talking, you are consistently mentioning that. I really thank you for that. So let me go to my question. Number one, how would you rate or how would you rate the performance of the present administration in the areas of economy, political management of the country, security, and everything? How would you rate them? Poor, bad, fair, good, excellent? Where would you place them? And number two, on the issue of constitution and restructuring, Baba Adebanjo, if you want to give him another name, maybe you will call him Baba Restructuring. He's been very vocal and more outspoken than any other person in that country on restructuring and new constitution for that government. I mean, for the country. So, where your organization, the Patriots, are you in collaboration? Are you working in collaboration with Baba Adebanjo and Afenifere, to push for this so that President Bola Tinubu, can yield to that push, and maybe when he finally listen and put a process in place to pursue this, then we can say, oh, Nigeria is on the right track. So, are you in consultation with Baba Adebanjo, and what do you have in common? Your Patriot and Afenifere, what are you doing in common to achieve that? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Baba Adebanjo is a founding member of the Patriot with Abraham Adesoya, Bola Ige, Ganiu Daudu, and so on and so forth. They are founding members of Patriot. They came in before me into Patriot. It was Ladi Williams that was the first secretary before later Roberto. Both of them are dead now. And I became secretary under Professor Ben Nwabueze of blessed memory. So the Baba Adebanjo is a member of the Patriot. He attends the meeting of Patriot regularly. We attend the same meeting. They are the elders there. All of them, most of them, we are just recruiting new people now. Most of the founding fathers are gone. Rotimi Williams, Professor Ben Nwabueze, Solomon Asemota, General Kiwachuku, Professor Kimsi Okonko, and so on and so forth. But Shibola Ige, Abraham Adesoya, they are founding members and founding fathers of the Patriot. So they are all involved. So there is no dichotomy. It is the organization from the north, from the Commodore Dan Suleiman, Philip Asiodu, Riyad Mirandu Busikanu, General Ani Akinriade, all of them are founding members of the Patriot. So no dichotomy at all. We work together. Patriot is individual, not group. Eminent individual, recruited, invited into the, you are invited. There is a screening, and then you are brought in. So it's not any group that anybody can. It's not about groups coming to. It's individual, and you have to be nominated and selected to join. So that's Patriot, and we are canvassing the same thing. Afenifere is canvassing the same thing. Whatever you see Patriot canvass is what Afenifere canvass, because in any case, they build this on constitutional reconfiguration and re-engineering of Nigeria in a democratic way to rebuild our constitutional democracy so that we can have a constitutional democracy that is people's oriented and works for all. So we're the same. I think that's your question. That's just a question.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So Thomas, you're up next. Thomas.
Our guest did not answer my second question. How would you rate the performance of the current administration?
Well, there can't be any rating. There can't be any rating for any government that has existed since 19. Given my own perception and perspective, I can't rate anything. Nothing will move beyond zero since 1999. I am fixated on that. I'm fixated, nothing. You can't reach, will be growing worse every day because you haven't got a foundation. What rating? No government has gone beyond zero. No performance. It's when government is growing, when it's ascending, that you rate. What am I to rate in any of them from 1999? Nothing. I mean, we could rate Babangida and say he failed in 2 places, annulment of June 12 and the doctoring of the 1989 Constitution, which never saw the light of the day. That's all about that. You can rate. Buhari Diagbon regime was 10 in terms of was a bit high-handed. But very stern and disciplined. Very, very, very shrewd, shrewd about management of resources. You know, may not be robust, may not be good manager of economy, but at least very disciplined, not to allow corruption. You can rate, but what can you rate in the Al-Agbada regime since 1990? What do you want to rate? Beyond the fact that Jonathan attempted to do a national dialogue, Obasanjo also tried to do, and that one again didn't go anywhere. It was aborted by the political class. So you have a conspiratorial political class, a conspiratorial against the people, and that is why they are foisting this humongous prices, sacrifices on the people to pay through the increase in the fuel price. You can't do that. You dare not. You want to crash the country. You are pushing the people to the war. You just want the people to fight. Why? Government should stop that. Government should be more conciliatory, empathetic, and consultative. Before you do something, talk to the owners. You are not there by your power. Those who voted you, even if you are in majority, consult them. You want to do this thing. Throw up a debate. You will get the best. And then you can do what you want to do. Then the people will know that we have been consulted. At least I said Babangida pretended that he wanted our opinion on whether we should collect the IMF loan. There was a debate. Were you not in this country? There was a debate in the Buhari loan. We just heard they have collected loan. They have taken another loan. National Assembly, endorse, share the money, bring it. Let us share it. Everybody before, let us be shopping. Something will give.
All right, we've been saying that something will give for a long time. It go better. That seems to be the.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It go better. That's the narrative of Nigerian space. I'm going to give the last 2 questions to Ogbeni and Emeka, and then Thomas can give the closing remarks. I'll go to Ogbeni first, and then Omeka can have the last question. So, Ogbeni, our guest has had a long day, but he is enduring with us. So, introduce yourself, or mute, introduce yourself to him. Put a position to him. We have Comrade Wale Okunniyi, former gubernatorial candidate of Ogun State under the CPC, Director General of the Patriots, who are looking to rewrite the Nigerian Constitution.
General Secretary of the Patriots.
General Secretary of the Patriots. It's also a functionary of the tent, the big tent, which it was actually of that big tent that the obedient movement offshot from. So he can either be credited somewhat or blamed for the obedient movement. So it's a vast juggernaut within the Nigerian space. Comes from the Awoy School of Politics. Ogbeni.
Good evening. Sorry, good morning from England. Good morning, comrade.
Good morning.
Bamikole is my name, and I'm a lawyer, and I'm also a law teacher. I lecture law. Now, I know, which I know you are aware too, that what we practice in Nigeria is a representative democracy. And in representative democracy, you don't gather the entire country in one space and ask them to start debating the Constitution. You have your representative that would be there to represent your interest, to debate whatever you want to amend in the Constitution. But in some of your work I've read, not work really, I think interviews, and your ideology or your positions that I've seen, I said I'm wrong. What you are saying is that we should allow Nigerians to decide and amend their own constitution, or have their own constitution, or get a constitution for themselves. The simple question I always ask when I read or read any of your work is, what exactly do you mean by that? Do you can you give me any country that serves that kind of model that you are proposing, and that has been successfully done such a thing, where you gather a country that has the kind of population Nigeria has, and the kind of ethnicity and modernity, the way we're divided along many lines, and you want to give to us a constitution not through our representative, but the whole Nigeria. Thank you.
Well, there is a misconception in your view, misconception in that question. We have not said gather the whole Nigeria. We have said that create a democratic process, elect representative to a constituent assembly. The representative we are talking about will be elected into a constituent assembly. We have done it severally in Nigeria, and that will be representative of the people for constitution making, not for law making, not for government, not for governance. They are two different things.
Give me an example of when we are
those in power today are in parliament to make and amend laws, and laws are made of the Constitution. USA first made Constitution before, and it prescribed the parliament, and now the parliament will do. Switzerland, India, they will elect to constituent assembly. And then when you elect to constituent assembly, the constituent assembly will make the law. Individual citizens will go and vote to elect representative for the purpose of constitution making. After they have come out with their recommendation, the citizen can then go and vote yes or no to the constitution in a referendum. It's a whole process. It starts with a constitutional debate, maybe for 6 months. The country is debating what are the issues. People are meeting at town hall meetings. The Yorubas are meeting. These ones are meeting. They are debating the issues, the items. They are familiarizing. The radios are carrying the TVs and so on and so forth. And then there is a process of election. People put themselves out as candidates for this concept as to represent their people, the Jebu people, I want to represent them. You put yourself forward. There will be an election. 4 of us, one will be elected to go and represent the Jebu people, or the Kanuri people, or the Bibio people, or the Igbo people, or the Abia State people, you know, and then they go to that assembly of the constituents or a constitutional convention. At that place, they may be 500 from the old nation, they may be 100, they may be 109, they may be 600, representing the peoples, because the people who elected them repose confidence in them to represent them on the issues that they feel passionate about. So, but no government, elected government or elected political has the right to give constitution. They can only make law and amend law. But in this case, we don't even have a constitution at all, and we are making laws. Those who were elected in 1999 did not even see the provision of the 1999 constitution before they were sworn in. So these are the issues. These are the issues about Nigeria. So you see what I'm saying now? A constitution is different from a law. So in lawmaking, the parliament makes law. The executive president, they implement the law. They execute the law and policies. Policies are made based on the law of the land. Any policy that is made outside the law of the land becomes illegal. But laws are made by the parliament based on the constitutional provision of the people first. Constitution first, then law, then policy. Then the judiciary now adjudicates based on the provision of constitution and say this law that you have made, National Assembly, is contrary to the spirit of the constitution. Therefore, it is null and void and of no effect, because you can't make the constitution, because this is not what the constitution may provide. So there is order, there is sequence. So that is it. So the countries that have done that, US, Switzerland, India, even Britain here, will not just ask Parliament to go and be doing constitution. People who have the referendum clause to go and vote for constitutional change. Thank you.
So let me
go on, push back on that a little bit.
Let me quickly come in here. So the entire process you have just explained now is what I'm familiar with, and what we have in Nigeria is not too far from that. In fact, to start with, by saying we don't have a constitution, I don't think you are right. I think you are incorrect on that. We have a constitution.
What is a constitution?
Now, so
how is a constitution made? Define a constitution.
Okay, so the way
what is a constitution?
So it depends on the country you're talking about.
No. What is a constitution?
Your
How
constitution,
can I be incorrect?
Constitution is your ground norm.
Yes.
Your constitution is your ground norm in a representative democracy. What you do is this: you have a constitutional drafting committee to start with. They draft a constitution because you can't gather 200 million people to draft. You draft. In 1979, we did the same, led by a 49-member, headed by Rotimi Williams. And after that, there was a Constituent Assembly in 1976. The Constituent Assembly
did you do that in 1999?
Let me tell you the process of 1999. Now, the process of 1999, what happened was this: there was a constitution drafting committee.
Coordinating committee.
No, before you get to the coordinating, there is
a coordinating committee. There was no drafting. It was a constitution debate coordinating committee.
No, let me explain my understanding. There was a constitutional debate coordinating committee headed by Justice Nikitobi of blessed memory. That was that 1999 formed by General Abubakar. Now, that particular debate coordinating committee if you go and check their reference, the terms of reference, they were also to either decide to draft a new constitution or to adopt the old constitution that we have debated in the year past. That's the 1979 constitution. That was the time of reference given to Justice Nikitobi. Exact the same way we had in 1979, 1975 of Constitutional Drafting Committee. No difference, except you just want to say, oh, there should be, they should name the committee as Constitutional Drafting Committee. For me, it's a matter of nomenclature.
No, you see the fault of the process even emanated from 79, where the Supreme Military Council,
yes,
the 1979 itself has a problem. No government alters the proclamation of a constituent assembly. No government with parliamentary power, legislative power, alters the sovereign power of the people and then give you a constitution and then amend it. So
I just
1979 has a great fundamental fault in promulgation. And then going, you don't do that. No government gives a country a constitution.
I'm not sure
it was decreed, and it was another decree. What are you talking about? Is 1979 constitution not a decree?
No. So
it says a decree too. 79 constitution. 1999 constitution is also an attachment to a decree 24 of 1999. Do you decree a constitution? What is a decree?
Wait, this
is a
decree. This is the reason
what is
why
a decree?
I'm coming. The fact that you name it a decree doesn't stigmatize it, and it doesn't change
what do you mean? The military said we are decreeing decree 24 of 19. We attach a schedule.
The question you should first ask yourself.
A decree is a law.
A decree
is a military law. It's not a ground law.
I'm coming. The first question you should ask yourself is this: was that piece of document drafted by the military? If answer is no, then it's not the decree.
It was, and as a matter of fact, it was the military. It was the PRC, Provisional Ruling Council, that adopted and endorsed it and promulgated it as a decree.
Yes. Because
what are you talking about?
No, go back to Singapore and Malaysia. Because you are transiting from a military government to civilian government, the power that be at that time, that is the power that holds your political power at that time, must sanction it first before you transit.
No.
It's Malaysia.
What is the okay? So the power of the military is greater than the assembly of the people.
As at the time they transited, no, wait, people drafted, you don't forget, led by Rotimi Williams, right? They drafted 1979. Let's go back to 1979 now. After drafting, there was a constituent assembly who debated it, who reviewed it, and then handed over that law, Abi,
to
the government of the day. That is the military government.
Supreme Military Council. And what did the Supreme Military Council do about it?
They sanctioned it.
They didn't sanction it. They amended. Listen to me and be educated. They amended and altered.
Yes.
Some of the fundamental recommendations of the Constituent Assembly, and then decreed it.
Like what? Like what is fundamental so much that changed the nation from being a constitution now back to decree? You see, so the point I'm trying to make here is this, which is the question I put to you. If you compare that 1979 with 1999 constitution, would they follow the same process? Now, if the problem you have, I'm coming. If the problem you have is that the person who eventually sanctioned it,
no sanction, they altered it.
They removed.
You don't alter the sovereign power of the people.
No, so
you don't alter no government who are agents of the people. Okay, no small tiny group. Democratic document alters it. It is proclaimed.
No,
it doesn't even need the signature of a civilian president like a Tinubu.
No,
it will otherwise it will not be a constitution but a law.
Let's leave Tinubu out of it first.
I'm telling you that you don't, even a Tinubu government is seen as more democratic than military. Not even that government has such power to amend. This is not sanction. They amended in 79 under Supreme Military Council. And under in 1999, under Provisional Ruling Council, they amended, doctored after Nikitepe has submitted it and gave it to us and then decreed it. You don't decree a constitution, it's proclaimed. Go and study constitution and constitution making. It is proclaimed. When you can facilitate that process.
So you keep using, you see that's the issue I have now. You keep using.
When he's out, remind him of the one that happened in Benin Republic, which they made sovereign, and in the course of it, they overthrew the government of is it Ayadema?
Sorry, gentlemen. Let's let Ogbeni engage the guest. Otherwise, yeah.
Yes,
Mr. Okunniyi is back. Yes, Ogbeni,
comrade.
Sorry, you didn't correct me all the while. I've been calling you Mr. But comrade Okunniyi, yes.
Comrade. So this is the point. Let me just make that point and then allow and yield the floor. The point I'm trying to make is this. I've studied the Constitution. I don't know how much you studied the Constitution, because I know many people that have problem against the Constitution would rather drop it and not study it. They tell you it's a bad Constitution. In fact, like you said, you believe it's not a Constitution at all. So I want to assume that you didn't even study, or probably you don't take your time to study the Constitution. Now I've studied the Constitution. The point I try to make is this. Yes, many people attack the source of the Constitution. Whether you call it proclamation or you call it decree, the process, each democracy follows, each democratic system follow different processes. Okay? The process you find in Malaysia that hand them the present constitution was not the same process you find in Singapore, was not the same process you find in the United States of America, was not the same process you find in Benin Republic, which you just mentioned now, and Nigeria and Ghana. We all have different processes. The question you ask yourself is this: was it democratic enough? You can say, yes, it's not democratic enough. But I don't think it will be justified for you to say, oh, we don't even have constitution at all. Because the authority, the political authority you have as at the time your constitution becomes the ground norm of the land must sanction whatever you're transiting into the next power. So it now rests on your representative now to keep amending that document. And that is what they've been doing to the United States of America Constitution. If you go back to the founding constitution of the US.
Why are you confusing us? Please, Mr. Host, why are you confusing us?
All right.
Who elected the military that is giving you a constitution? Who elected them?
The military didn't give you the constitution. You had a constitution.
He gave you the constitution.
They sanctioned it.
The Supreme Military, what is sanctioned? They doctored it, they amended it, and then they decreed it. And you are saying the military didn't give you. Are you telling yourself the truth?
The problem you have there is
they said this. Please listen to me. And be educated. I am an authority. I am an authority on this subject of constitution. Let me tell you. I am an authority.
Are you a constitutional lawyer?
I am an authority. Better than most. I'm a political scientist, but an authority on this constitution. The more than most constitutional lawyer. The guiding principle of it. Listen, please.
Hold on, Ogbeni. Ogbeni, hold on for the guest.
You can't be an authority better than a constitutional lawyer.
Listen.
I am not a constitutional lawyer anyway. But
most constitutional lawyers don't even know things about constitution making. It's a different field.
But that's
you don't have to be a constitutional lawyer. That is some fixation and be mechanical.
No, that's not
the point we are making about constitution is that there are guiding principles that you cannot violate. One, no government, not even a democratic government, can sanction it. No democratic government, because it reduces it to a law. You don't decree a constitution or promulgate it. It is proclaimed by the sovereign powers of the people. And so when you have the military in 79 amending, doctoring, and panel-beating after the constitution, it has spoiled it. Then by decreeing it, it reduces the constitution to a mere law. In 1999, the same thing, Nicky Toby went out, consulted a few people, no constituent assembly, nothing. Then took it back to them. And they themselves were honest enough, not like you, to say, we are decreeing this, and then we have an attachment. The constitution is an attachment to Decree 24 of 1999. It's an aberration. You still need to study principle guiding a constitution. In America, what they are amending today in America is made by the people, the colonies, sent representative for constitution making. And then it was adopted by them. You can then continue to amend. But in our own case, it was given by no military proclaimed it in America. You need to go and study process. It is the process and procedure of a constitution that legitimizes it and not the content. You can get any Nicky Toby, you can get Rotimi Williams. It doesn't legitimize a constitution. It is a constitution that becomes legitimate by the consensus of the people, the constituents and the citizen, and through a referendum. Was there any referendum of the citizen? And you are talking like this, that we should first, it is, you don't want, for me, there is no democracy, because in any case, those who gave you that constitution were not elected by anybody. Even to govern, they were not elected. Not to even talk of those who are elected, so-called election to govern. They don't have the right to give you constitution. It is an assembly of the representative of the people. And when it comes out, it goes to referendum. It's only the referendum that can sanction, not a military government. I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant.
If I can make one or two, maybe just 2 seconds, okay? And I will yield the space. So, two questions as a rebuttal on what Comrade has just said is, first and foremost, we have democracy in Nigeria. It may not be modeled after American democracy. It may not be modeled after Malaysia democracy. The example I was giving is not written anywhere in any constitutional.
The fact that you don't have the constitution of the people, democratic constitution, makes that you don't have democracy.
No, we do respect. Let me just land on
and
this.
If a military government that is not elected gives you a constitution, it makes a mockery of that democracy.
Okay, so let me just land on this.
You're telling yourself a lie. You want to deceive me. I don't live in self-delusion.
I
we
know,
don't
because
have a constitution. We have a decree that is governing us, and we were given democracy by military.
Comrade, let me just land on this. You know, I know that you're a comrade, and you're very vibrant. And
I'm not just a comrade; I'm a veteran.
I know, and when you take a position, I know you take it strongly. I was also a comrade back in the university days, so I understand how this thing works, and I understand that your comradeship also encourage other people to engage you on issues, right? So
very good, but not for us to tell ourselves lies.
No, not lies. You see, comrades don't even say people tell lies. You can say my point.
No, we don't tell ourselves lies. That the military can give us a constitution.
No, because
sanction.
Okay, let me just
referendum.
Comrade, I understand how strongly you feel on this point. I've listened to some of your debate on this. So, but I don't agree with your position, and I have the right not to agree with your position. The same right you have.
You have right to continue.
Yes.
You have that right.
The part I try to take is just to take you to Singapore, for instance. Sorry, man. Okay. I'll stop here if you don't want to go to Malaysia anyway. But
no. Go on. Make that point, and then we go on to the
make your
point. If you go to Malaysia, 1957 was when Malaysia signed their constitution. Who gave them that constitution? The British Colonial Authority. Go and check their history. The British Colonial Authority. What did they do?
Just like how they facilitated our independence constitution.
Yes, God bless you. 1960 constitution. And if I ask you today now, you will regard
and we changed it in 1963 to a republican
Yeah, to a
constitution.
republican constitution.
And that's why we keep referring to 1963 and then 2014 recommendation to go to Constituent Assembly and referendum.
I agree with you, but you don't want me to go to this militia, which I will still go. Even I will
Go,
just spend time there. Okay, so the British gave them that constitution. Till today, they are still using that constitution. They are just amending it. I think the last time they amended it, what happened? There was a particular territory. I think was it Sarawak territory or something like that joined them, and because of that, they amended 1965. But if you go back to that constitution, you realize who gave them that constitution? British colonial authorities. They set up there's a commission they call Reed Commission or something like that.
Okay, the British foisted it on them, decreed it.
No, the British involved. The British, go and read the history of Malaysia Constitution.
No, they foisted it. As
no,
they foisted it on them, and then gave it to them and said, we the colonial Britain, we give you this constitution. It's your constitution. No debate.
We argue to be heard now. You know, we argue to be heard. So now, the British involved in the drafting of the constitution and in debating and amending the constitution before they all arrive at what they call the constitution today.
That's consensus building with British and Britain withdrawing, just like they did in our case, and they withdrew. But they still manipulated it. But we corrected it in 1963. They too may have corrected their own, but it was a consensus building scenario. So there is nothing wrong with creating that for them.
Yeah, I see no comrade. You won't allow me to land anyway. I think
no, I'm just telling further letting you know that in constitution making, the highest authority is the citizen referendum, who will now say yes or no. It is not any government that will give it to you. If a government gives it to you, it becomes a law. It cannot. No. It becomes the concern of the government.
That's not what makes it a law. That's what makes it a law.
What makes it a law? You reduce it to a law because government has no power to give a constitution.
No, it doesn't. Let me tell you what makes a law a law. If you have a statute, it is made by the legislature. If the legislature
From which provision? What guides the law?
They pass it from the parliament. If the constitution empowers them to pass it, they make it.
But if that statute is contrary to the provision of the concern of the people, will it stand as law? Will the judiciary allow it?
That is law. Now, this constitution now is not made by any legislator. That's what I'm saying. It's not made by any parliament. So don't call it law. It's a constitution. It's
the military in January 31st, 1983 gave themselves the powers of the legislator. They gave themselves the power to make law and to amend law.
How did they draft it?
Supreme Military Council. And so they became a military parliament. They gave themselves the power of the parliament.
Who drafted the 1979 constitution?
1979. Is it the drafting that matters or the promulgation? I can draft for you. It's a draft. A draft is not a constitution. A draft constitution is not a constitution. It is when it's promulgated or proclaimed by the people that it becomes a constitution. Be educated.
That's what I'm saying.
We are not saying the same thing. We are not saying the same thing.
We don't have to say the same thing because
I am telling you that as an authority on this subject in Nigeria, the only organ that can give you a constitution effectively is the people through a referendum, having elected their representative to a constituent assembly. And when it goes back to any government and government begins to doctor it, they have spoiled it. It's no longer a constitution because they have inserted what is not in the will of the people, and that is what is causing the military again. Unitarize the country under Abdulsalam Abubakar and gave us a command structure. Everybody go to Abuja, and then it's military. But in a democratic sense,
that's another area you're going. That's another area. My point is simple here. You see, I don't argue to impress. That's the first thing you should understand about me.
Nobody is impressing. I'm trying to educate you about the significance of a constitution.
No, you can you see, and that's why I first challenge your expertise. And I've started example of Malaysia, which down practice this constitutional process.
You
And
are challenging my expertise.
I will urge you also.
All right.
Oh my God! I told you the guiding principle of every constitution.
By which law?
You must take this authority right.
By
The
which
moment
law?
a constitution does not evolve from a profound democratic process of the people, it becomes something else. It cannot be regarded as a constitution.
It's different processes in each country. I gave you Malaysia. Will you say
So
Malaysia?
you can then circumvent the will of the people to give a constitution and call it a. It's the consensus and totality of the agreement of the people. Simple.
And it works differently in different society. That's the point you don't want to take here. I gave you an example of Malaysia. Will you say Malaysia constitution is not a constitution?
Nigeria independence constitution is similar to that. So what are you telling me?
And
why are you taking me to Malaysia? The British were involved in facilitating the discussion in Lancaster House.
Will you say 1960 constitution was not a constitution?
They facilitated. It was not perfect. We got 1963.
Was it a constitution? 1963
it was a constitution, but it was not perfect because it was military colonial facilitated. We got 1963, which is more perfect.
So listen now, look at it from this angle. So because 1999 constitution also was facilitated by the military, you agree that 1960 constitution, even though facilitated by British,
it was not facilitated. They doctored it, they amended it, they inserted their own provisions.
Okay,
my friend, stop this thing.
We maintain different positions.
We don't maintain. We are speaking against logic. I said they amended it. They had input in it, and they decreed it.
Don't say I'm speaking against logic. This is a community of intellectuals. There are ways.
Yes, it's the military. When a military decrees something, does it make it a constitution?
No,
that's the logic.
Can't you get me? Get what I'm saying,
Decree
sir.
24, 1999.
It's very simple. I took it back to 1999. I traced it to 1999.
Have one last attempt, and then we must move on because I think other people want to engage with
let me just
Decree 24, 1999. That's logic. That's sound logic.
Okay, yes. Call it decree or you call it British Proclamation 1960. As long as you agree 1960 was a constitution, I don't see it logical in your argument.
It was a constitution to the extent that we just wanted the British colonialists to leave. After they left, we did the perfect thing. And that was what was wrong about the 1999 constitution. After the military left, we still continue to panabit instead of having a profound system of process of making constitution. That's the difference. In 1952, we allowed them to leave, and then we did the right thing. In 1999, military left.
So I'm done.
All right, brilliant. So well done. So thank you for that, Ogbeni. Emeka, you're up next. I think Ogbeni has woken the comrade up. Emeka, I think he may be ready for you now. Emeka, you're up next.
Thank you,
So just be brief because I want to try and get as many people in as possible. And I know comrade is tired because he's going on 1 o'clock.
I am not tired.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So we go.
He has been warmed up. Don't worry. We are here.
Baba, yes. Hold on. Introduce yourself to the comrades. Tell him where you're joining from, and then engage him. Yes.
All right. It was a heated debate, and at some point it got a bit rowdy. Comrade, good evening, sir. It's a pleasure having you in our midst. My name is Emeka. I go by 2 titles anyway, but I choose not to use them. So I'm a man of humble nobility. But you can call me Emeka, the name my father and my elders gave to me. Speaking with you from Canada, it's a pleasure having you here. There were remarks you made I just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Sorry,
Comrade,
Emeka is a prince from the east, from Abia State. It's a prince. Carry on, Emeka.
Comrade, are you in support of fuel subsidy?
Fuel subsidy.
Yes.
Oh,
Did it drop?
I support subsidy if it is genuine and not corrupt. In our own case, it is corruption that we say should be removed, not subsidy. We have said it. Remove corruption, not subsidy. The amount of corruption that goes into subsidy regime in Nigeria is humongous and killing.
Okay, the simple question is,
it's not
regardless
subsidy,
of the corruption,
it's not subsidy that is the problem. But in our case, there is even no subsidy being removed.
Can I expand the question properly? The corruption came in or was more visible during the Jonathan administration and was extended more during the Buhari administration. Now, let's take out that element of corruption that was being done by a few local oil traders. Do you support fuel subsidy without the corrupt element?
There is no corruption and there is genuine need for subsidy, I support subsidy. If there is no corruption,
why do you think fuel subsidy is good for our economy? Because I heard what you were saying. The fuel
subsidy will be good if it is needed. If it is needed, but in our case, we have no cost. We have no cost to subsidize anything. We have refineries that are not working. If our refineries are working, we make everything work, and we don't sabotage our refinery. Do we need to subsidize any cost of landing? That's bad, Dadash.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, I think maybe we are looking at this from two different parallel views. I don't know if you know the actual cost of Bonny Light crude. That is one of the variants of crude oil we sell to the international market. We have we have three variants. I don't know, but the most popular is Bonny Light crude. I don't know if you know the cost currently. Did it drop or is it there? Do you know the price at which we sell 1 barrel of
I'm not
Bonny
interested in the price of Bonny.
No, it's not, but it is a
if
yes
you know
or no
it,
question.
Tell me.
Okay,
I'm not interested.
Currently, as of yesterday, it is $86 per barrel, right? Yes. And since you are not interested, you possibly will not be interested to know how many liters make a barrel. So I will give you that answer. It is 159 liters that make a barrel. Now, without any refinery inputs on crude oil, if you do the Naira conversion, it is actually approximately, so it's 86 to 89 Bonny Light crude, right? It fluctuates between that range. One of the expensive crude oil in the market, in the international market, because of the low sulfur inputs in our crude oil. The most expensive is the one in California, and followed by the one in Saudi Arabia. Now, if you take that cost, the price we sell, because the oil market is open to everybody. If you want to know, you can just put S&P oil prices. You go there, you see the prices of all crude oils.
Emeka, let me hurry you to the point. Yeah.
Hold on, you understand, so that we don't miss the point. You see the prices of all crude oils in the international market. If you do the conversion without any refinery inputs, the cost of our Bonny Lights locally is $650. $650 Naira per liter. Without any refinery input at all. If we're just doing conversion alone, it's $650. You don't need to go and do the maths. I've given you how many liters make a barrel. Go to the international market and see how much we sell our Bonny Light crude. The point I am making now is, you say you support fuel subsidy and you are tying in corruption to it. Okay, that's why I say take out the corruption element. So at $650 without any refinery crude, because the first input when I caught you speaking, you were talking about why is the government imposing a price hike on fuel. So without even any subsidy, we have $650 Naira per liter
without any form of, whether there is subsidy without even refinery costs.
Emeka, hold it to the point. Yeah, hold it to the point.
Please, one man.
That's
Please, give me
that's
one.
not that's
I want
that
to
cannot
get to,
be.
yeah.
It
You can't say
cannot
that cannot be.
be
No. You can't play that
the
game with me, sir.
position of.
No, I just gave you the actual calculation.
Let me
That's why I
tell
said go to
you,
your.
there's
If
a
a computer,
fundamental
sir, hold on,
problem with our
hold on, sir. You
economy.
cannot play this or any game with me. If a calculator is in front of you, no, wait,
Emeka,
man,
no,
you can't play that game with me.
no,
You
hold
can't
on,
play
no,
it with me.
no, don't do that. We have a guest, so let him have the window to engage with you, so and get to the point, so that he can
but I have
address.
not.
No,
I have not landed.
Yeah, hold on. Just listen first. Land your point, and then let the guest engage. And when the guest wants to engage, give him that window to engage. Back to you.
Okay, I actually
Yes.
have 2 questions for him.
Yes.
Without even doing any refinery inputs, which we put the cost higher, it is 650 already. So, which means even if we are trying to, we have not even factored in any form of whether when we get the total cost and we subsidize. But here he is saying, the comrade is saying he wants the government to subsidize consumption. He wants the government to subsidize consumption. It is the way forward to subsidize the living of many elites who have multiple cars as against the average mediocre Nigerians. So I don't know what explanation you want to explain. I've just given you the figures now. So if we now impute refinery, because you say our refineries are not working. Yes, that is true. We understand. But now we have a refinery that is working. And the NMPC has actually, they've filtered in the price to the market, sensing out to the public. But you are saying we have imposed fuel hike or fuel prices hike on Nigerians. We didn't impose it. I want you, because I asked you how much is Bonny Light in the market and you don't know. If you know the actual cost of a barrel of crude, you will know that, yes, that this is transparent cost implications that will be filtered down into the country. So, sir, I don't know your argument, or the government imposing fuel prices hike on the people. If you want us to be subsidizing consumption, I think the country is not rich enough to continue with that. Thank you. So my second question, let me give you my second question, he can answer. You have also said that you do not rate any government or any administration since 1999 to date, that nothing has been moving well. I refuse to agree with you. If truly you understand history, go to every economy in the world, you will see that it is a boom and a swing. There are times of prosperity and there are times of when things go down. The great American economy faced that multiple times, even in 1930s. They went into the Great Depression. They came out of it. They've gone into multiple recessions and they are coming out of it. Currently now there is a recession they are coming out of. Nigeria too has gone through that from 1960, 1963 to the 80s or the 70s when we went into recession. We came out of that recession. In 1999, we went into a recession, negative recession. We came out of that recession. We were on an upward trend of growth. And before the Jonathan administration came in and started putting us down in a downward growth progression, and Buhari took us into 2 recessions back to back. Currently now, we are trying to move forward because even in our last year, we have a surplus balance of trade. You don't need to go and check it online, it's there. So I refuse to agree with you that we have not seen significant growth in our democracy from 1999 to date. There will be times of hardship, correct, but there will be times for prosperity, and we have witnessed that prosperity. So I refuse to agree with you. That is not true. The statistics do not match that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Comrade, I'm not sure. Do you want to respond to that, or
yes? It's unfortunate that we find people celebrating the mess, the growing mess in our climate, and trying to justify why we are in this hopelessness and despair. We could do better at any time, but it is clear that in our foundation there is indolence and there is corruption. As a matter of fact, if we are get with the crew that we have, we can do CNG and do it at a better rate than even the fuel that somebody has come here to say 650 is this and that. We can make it if you have a stern government, a government that is truly stern and disciplined, makes all the refinery work, and then rather than deal with fuel, fossil fuel, deal with gas. And that will come down to maybe 50 naira or so. So we can be dynamic, we can be ingenious. We can be ingenious. But because people are just relaxed and just think that everything is like that, they just want to rationalize all kinds of decadence. And so some of us will not buy that because we know that there are things to be subsidized when they are essential and cut across. For instance, health under free, education free. Is that not some subsidy? Educate because they know the fundamental effect and multiplier effect of such. In Nigeria, if you say, well, we did okay, 50, it will go a long way to create an environment of prosperity. There wouldn't be this hardship of people now thinking of suicide everywhere. And somebody in the cozy room come to say and rationalize the poverty, the impoverishment of the Nigerian people. I don't take that. I don't think that is fair. For people to use government to punish and deprive the mass of Nigerians. We have crude oil. We can make gas out of it. If we want CNG to work, we can do it. Government has been mounting CNG. They've only commissioned 100 buses. They have not been able to go
is
far.
Is it okay if I can also interject? Is it okay?
And if government is sincere about CNG, all it needs to do is create centers here and there, say conversion of it. Take your car, 704 local government. Convert your cars. Free, we will subsidize that. Free. So
but
that this
there are CNG centers.
They are saying, how much did they collect for conversion? Over 2 million.
Wait, sir, hold on. The government, I don't know if you
are we serious about that?
I don't know if you are aware that
and
the government is broke.
People sit down.
Are you aware that the government is actually broke?
Please, can you let me land? To feed fat on the common patrimony of Nigerians and come and give us very, very comfortable argument that these things are like that everywhere. We don't take that. Nigerian people will not take that. Therefore, what government needs to do immediately is to put his king cap on and then cut the corruption. The kind of indolence and corruption that goes into government is too much. People don't do anything than to cut corners in the ministry. They are not even doing anything. The ministers are not supervising. They are being taught how to steal. And then we are here justifying crass irresponsibility of government.
Okay, sir.
Therefore, it is important.
Can we allow me to challenge this?
It is important.
We hear this narrative all the time. This is a lazy man narrative. The United States has over more than 100 refineries. Their fuel is more expensive than ours in Nigeria. The British the same. In Canada, where I stay, I was in the US last week. I was in the US last month. I bought a more expensive fuel.
Living condition.
Hold on, sir. Please, can I speak?
We have the same living condition.
Please, let me speak. Let me speak. Let me correct the narrative because this is that emotional lazy.
Why are you in Canada?
No.
Why are you in Canada?
It's an emotional. We keep using this. Yeah. We do not face
Can
reality.
You come here and survive?
I have a business in Nigeria. I did not run away from Nigeria.
Just hold on, Isaac. Emeka,
I did not run away from
Nigeria. Just hold on. Emeka, hold on. I need you to bring the tempo down a little bit. Make that point and then comrade responds, and then after that response, we go on to another contributor.
No,
But
okay, let me make the point. Let me make the point.
Bring the tempo down, though.
Let me make the point. Let me make the point. Because we keep saying, spinning this same narrative all the time. And while making the point, I want to also ask comrade another question. In the United States, one of the largest economy in the world, their fuel is more expensive than us, way more expensive than us. In Canada, the same, way more expensive than us. These people have functional refineries than us. These people even have more crude oil than us. The United States have 13 variants of crude oils that they sell to the international market, and we have not even included fracking. They have more oil deposits in the ground than we have back home. So when we want to begin to speak, we speak on the narrative. We are quick to want to blame governments, but
Emeka,
very difficult.
I need to
very
hurry
difficult
you.
to provide.
Can you hear me?
Now let me ask comrade, which country in the world that there is no corruption? Name one.
All right. So after his response, we're
The
going to another
corruption in Nigeria, based on our constitutional structure.
Which country is
no?
You cannot say
now?
that.
What's going on? Do you mind?
The corruption in the United States.
Can you see the amount being stolen by ministers?
Comrade, hold on 1 second. Emeka, I'll need you not to badger. Just let the man respond. And then after his response, we go on to another contributor. To your comrade.
If you measure the degree of the corruption revealed to us by EFCC ministers, the billions being by one single person mistakenly transferring, and you know that there is no system. In those countries, there are systems. There are safety nets. Listen now, there are safety nets, there are systems that works. There is order. In this one, like Abacha would do, see the kind of what Abacha was able to do. We are still taking back money from Abacha, theft. And so, like that, so many governments afterward, because our system allows it. And then the people, 90% today are poor, dying instrumentally on daily basis. They don't even know what to eat. They can't even travel to Benin, not to talk of Canada. And they are here, hopelessness. And then somebody just said on this that the pressure on those who live abroad is now very high. The people, if you see what the lamentation that we have witnessed in Nigeria since yesterday, you will be surprised, and you will be sympathetic. So what we need to do is to restructure our system to allow for economic prosperity and to allow to shut out corruption. This system, the presidential system that we are running with two big legislatures, is not helping our economy. The British Parliament is just there. We can run a parliamentary system with part-time legislator, and then, the pay is not too attractive to make everybody to abandon their business to go into government to be doing do or die. And then people kill and take drugs and kill people because they want to get into government. It is the corruption in government that enticed that sort of race to kill. See Wike Fubara. So what are you talking? We are in a mess. We are in a soup. And you are talking with our crude oil, the amount of crude oil being stolen, being unaccounted for. NNPC cannot even account for. Humongous corruption. And then we are here justifying the fact that fuel prices is high elsewhere when our system is rotting. We formed the FCC, ICPC, and all of the rest. They are not working. we need to do something about. I don't want to go into the economy, but I know that government just have to do something. So because the fuel, there is high transportation, and people, so the price of food has gone up more than 1,000%. Yam, I bought yam 2 days ago. I said myself, I had to buy. I said, so this is what these people experience. 1 tuber of yam, now 4,000. That I used to buy 200 naira last year. And then you want Mekunus to survive. You don't feel what we are feeling here. That's why you can rationalize this. But, well, I want to tell you that if the foundation is faulty, what can the righteous do? And that's why I've refused to rate any government. We are on a journey to nowhere with the 1999 constitutional architecture. Journey to crash, not even to nowhere. Because on daily basis, it's crashing. We were in 167. And so suddenly, aviation, humanitarian affairs looted the country. Pack humongous money into the place. These are people that I know very well, that I've worked with in the past. I never thought they could do so. You know? And we are not sympathetic. We need to fear God. We need to do something. So my take here is that government really need to take urgent action to stall the growing revolt. There is an heightening revolt, silent revolt that is going on. We must not let it burst. We just had one in August. Another one is planned for September. Government should avert it, engage in consultation, engage in discussion, engage in dialogue. Call leaders together, start consultation. Bring the fuel price down to 167. I insist, bring it down first. At least you have made some money.
How?
You have made some money. How? Let them do the needful. Bring it down. Anyhow, government will not crash. Bring it down. Look for other areas. Develop them. You have gold in Zamfara. We have illegal miners. Great gold. And you left it porous because you are the one enjoying it. No, we can't continue disorderly. We can't continue disorderly. We have to man whatever we have and channel them to the productive use of the mass of Nigerians. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that was a robust engagement between Comrade and Okunniyi. Up next, Isaac, which is a much gentler tone. So Isaac, unmute, introduce yourself to the comrade. Tell him where you're joining us from. Put a position to him. Isaac, you're up next.
My comrade, good evening.
Good evening to you, comrade.
Yeah, my name is Isaac. And I talk from Spain. So I get only one question. Maybe if you answer the question, you fit come make it wide. But for me, now just one question I want to ask you. And I hear the time where you argue with one of our brother here about the constitution. Even before you come here, many people they argue about that constitution. Even we don't really know as una know. Una can't take and they confuse us. We not can know where the truth today. So my question this evening now, whether the military give us this constitution or whether we go take out from inside the dustbin or now the constitution be the real problem of Nigeria, it get another thing will be the problem where they hide from us. If now the constitution be the problem, I for like make you put marks more that area. You know, if you not the reader now say section 4, section 5 of section whatever. Which one for inside be the problem? If you feel just tell us more, may we know. say, because me, I don't call nobody. Me, I dey think say, not be really constitution, whether na cripple, na give us, whosoever give us. Me, I dey, for my own way, when me take the look my country, I dey look and say, the real problem then now the people. They know they handle that country well. So that constitution matter. If not there, the real problem there, I want to make you settle one for us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. And they say power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. When you skewed something to absolute power, there will be corruption. The 1999 Constitution has created absolute power in the federal government and the Nigerian presidency, that he can always make a man to a woman to a man. You don't give such an humongous power to a center or to a person. Power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolute. And the way the Nigeria system is structured around obey and command structure, hegemony, hierarchy, where you have big man and then every other person is suppressed. Like military command, the general gives command, this one command, obey. Democracy is not like that. It's discussion, it's dialogue, it's consultation. Majority have their way, minority have their say. But not oppression, not repression and oppressive system. So the Constitution has structured Nigeria to be an oppressive, authoritarian, totalitarian state. And that Section 9 of the Constitution now killed the thing. Rather than give the people the power of referendum and intervention, critical intervention, it forecloses it. It just gave it to the elected representatives, those that they themselves put there, say, you are my agent. You be my agent, I will pay you. I'll be paying you, but be my agent. The agent took the power, can't take the power, can't turn unto your own. And say, you, when you put me there, I don't turn, this is the law, I don't turn you out. How can it work? So, and most of the rot that we find in it comes from governance and government, corruption in government, mismanagement, indolence, irresponsibility, no sense of concern. So these are the issues with the Constitution. The Constitution is just a document, but you can't change our governmental system without that paper. The way it is must run. So when anybody wants to do anything, they go back to that paper and say, no, you can't do that. No, you can't. So the Constitution creates either saint in us or beast. It is the Constitution that creates the environment. The Constitution is a spirit of its own. It's the spirit of agreement or disagreement, or the imposed spirit. It has the spirit of the law.
Sir, please, you are permitted to take water, sir. Can take water, sir, because, please.
Thank you. Let me take this. So the spirit of that law guide all of us, because we know that this is it. And let me tell you, the worst thing about it is that because the Constitution we have did not emanate from a participatory process, most Nigerians don't know about it. Because a Constitution making is supposed to be a real groundswell of debate and negotiation among the people. But in our case, wuru to the answer, Nikitobi, Constitution Debate Committee, and so on. So it's just few elite that knows it. Even elite, most elite do not know anything, because that process was shallow. It was a shallow process. So The constitution by itself, in its process and procedure, is a problem. It's a procedure of making it was undemocratic. It was undemocratic. It was not participatory. It was not transparent. It was not inclusive. It was not accountable. And so Section 9 has taken your own power, my power, and given it to our agent. And so unlike Britain or America, where the people have power to go occasionally and say, okay, government, stop. We want to him. In Nigeria, it doesn't, because a military decree, which gives all the whole power to the government. Thank you.
One man.
All right, I was talking, not knowing that I was muted. So brilliant, excellent. So excellent. So we've got two more panelists. We've got the star, who is somebody that I'm sure you know, and then we've got our General Thomas, who is my co-host. So we go to the star first. So we go to the star first, and then we go to General Thomas as the last panelist. And then, if you're willing, we might have two more. People, not two more new panelists, but I suspect that Ogbeni and Baba still wants to engage you, but we'll make sure everybody gets to speak. And then if you still have the time, then we'll see how it goes. The star, you're up next. The star. The star. Engineer. Yeah, all right. Thomas, you're up next. Thomas. All right, if we don't have the star and we don't have Thomas, I'll shuffle them and bring on somebody from the backstage. Maurice, do you have a question for the guest? So unmute, introduce yourself to the guest, tell him where you're joining us from, and then put a position to him. Maurice. Maurice? All right, so, all right, if you're not there, Maurice, then...
yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, I said introduce yourself to the guest, tell him where you're joining us from, and then put a position to him. You have Comrade Okunniyi. It's a senior member of the Patriots group who are looking to rewrite a new constitution for Nigeria. It's a lead functionary within the Big Tent, which it was that space that the obedience movement came out of. It was a former gubernatorial candidate in Ogun State, a public commentator, and an analyst. So yes.
Okay, he's well-rounded. Comrade, good morning from Oslo, Norway. Okay. My name is Maurice.
Thank you. It's nice to have you.
Okay, can you hear me, comrade, please?
Very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. You have such a very your resume is very, very fantastic. I've been listening in the background all this while, and welcome to the platform. You know, it's a platform of intellectuals and people who know one or two things about the country and life in general, socially, economically, and whatever. So, but I've been listening in the background, but it's not much of a question. But first of all, I'll make a comment and then I will ask a question. Okay. I want to comment that I'm in total harmony with what you said. Two things that I take notice. Number one, when you and Ogbeni discuss about the constitution, he brought about Malaysia, and then you ask him a question that he couldn't answer. When you ask him, even though the British hoist that constitution on them, or the British brought the constitution after discussing with the local, and they had the local inputs, the citizens. agreed on it before the British said that's the constitution. That means the citizens, Malaysian citizens, were involved to create that constitution. It's not that the British drafted and hoisted it on them. This is your no, because all this while you people were discussing, I was checking it on Google, and I found out that the people also came up with their own idea. The regions and everywhere, they had an agreement, but the British led the whole thing. So in that aspect, you are right, because 1999 Constitution, like you said, and like we all know, is a military dictatorship. They centered so much power to the center, and that's why if now kidnappers dey your house now, in front of your house, if you call the police, the police have to call the IG, who is sitting somewhere in Abuja, and then to get an order. By the time
Sorry,
all this,
Maurice, take it to the question so that
yeah. So by the time all these things done, the person might have been killed. You understand? So now, but the question I want to ask is, do you have any hope in this government, the way it is constituted? Because if you check, why I ask this question, because if you check, out of the 46 ministers, right? We have now, most of them have cases with EFCC. At least 70% of them have cases with EFCC. Do you have any hope of any progress with the recent with this present government? That's one question I ask, please.
All right, brilliant.
Thank you.
You have to be honest and don't mind words. And secondly, please, before you answer that, one man, wait, just please. Before you answer that, comrade, please, I'm sorry that I have to put, you know, I want you to ignore some of us who live here in Europe and trying to, everything that happens in Nigeria, they try to compare with US. You have to ask them, what's the minimum wage in US and what's the minimum wage in Norway? You understand? What's the minimum wage in Norway and what's the minimum wage in Nigeria and what's the minimum wage in wherever they live? And they always try to compare Nigeria to US or something. We don't have the same kind of minimum wage. Nigeria minimum wage, they are fighting for 70,000, and there in US, like here in Norway, the minimum wage here is 35,000 krona, which is about almost $3,500. That's the minimum wage, the lowest you can earn after tax. You understand?
How much do you pay for rent? How much do you pay for rent? How much do you pay for your rent there?
Minimum is rent cheap. It's rent cheap. So ignore, comrade, please ignore Emeka that was saying all that. He lives in Canada.
No. Hold on. We can do our ghost gas after the
okay, the question, comrade, do you have any iota of hope with this present government?
I think he gets your question, Maurice. Let him address it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, for me, no government will perform magic under this situation, in this country, under this system. The system is warped. The system is wrong. The system only encourages corruption. If you are not corrupt, you cannot survive in Nigeria. You can only survive when you do sharp and you are smart and sharp in government address. But if you want to be principled, you can't even win election. If Awo wakes up today in front of his house, he will lose election because he will be so principled and disciplined not to share money. And then they will look at him with this kind of corruption that they have already used to spoil our people. They will look at Awo. Awo, yes, you are a good man. You are saying you are, but where's the money to vote? We are poor. We have been impoverished. We need to survive. No 10,000. Wale Soyinka, if he decides to be president of Nigeria, cannot win. The only person who can win in Nigeria is the person who is ready to buy his position. You have to buy all through. and buy your position. You have to pay for it, humongous money. And then when you do that, you must recoup your investment. And that is what we are battling with. You think they are fools? They know how much they invested. So we run a humongous prepender politics, money politics, politics of money bags and the highest bidder. That is what we run. And so if politics becomes business, governance is business, then what do you expect? Dividends from the people, from crude oil. You think these people will not make their money by crook or by hook? They are making their money. And that's why they will continue to increase anyhow, callously, mindlessly, because they have already paid for their position. They paid, they invested, they collected loans. Bank gave them loans. So we have to change that system constitutionally. That no, we can't begin to run prepender governance, prepender politics, where you know that what is you are to earn, including paraphernalia of office, is like heaven. But if you make government less attractive constitutionally, and you know you have to ride bicycle to your office, and you be in your local area to operate, you don't need to go to Abuja, and then we can use technology to have the debate. And then there is no more incentive that is more extra code to go anywhere. And you have a single parliament with prime minister, everybody together. All this thing will go down. People will go and face business in their farms. In Britain, who go to in Belgium, in Netherlands, you see prime minister riding bicycle. In our own, you find the president in 20 limousine with some all kinds of sere, you know, all over the place, marching, and a big man rule. In our kind of third world, big man rule. Even in the local government, the guy that was a carpenter that became councillor or chairman of local became balloon politician. Balloon. It is the constitution that enables that. If the constitution says no, it's part-time, it is this allowance, the sitting is just this, we are not going to have this, governance is not going to take money. What we use in our economy to run government is killing the economy.
But sir, that brings me to my that's an offshoot of what you just said now.
So no government will
one
succeed.
man, allow me. Let me just round up, please. Let me round up. Right. You allowed other people to round up. Just allow me, please.
No, we're getting to the tail end. So
I understand. I just want to.
Okay.
It's an offshoot. I'm not asking another question. It's just an offshoot to what you just said. But sir, do you think that the Northerners who are benefiting most from this constitution will allow and support the new constitution, which is a good thing to do? But do you think that the Northerners who this constitution have favored most, do you think they will support the creation of a new constitution that will benefit the whole country?
Well, does it really benefit the North in the sense of, because there is so much poverty in the North? You need to see the last protest and see number of Almajiri, and then out of
school. Whereas Lagos is about 30 million people. Kano, which is less, has more than 40-something local government, and Lagos has less. Lagos
in terms of the skilled government architecture. Yes, they may want to resist it, but is it really benefiting them? Yes, you are right. Under local government system, I mean, these are some of the things that Ogbeni should have listened to. You know, because the military deliberately distributed in such a way that did not add more, or they are played because they were essentially Northerners. In terms of local government, that was killed, and that was unjustly school because Lagos State, you know, or any other state like who has population that do not have that. But I think that we are going to speak to tell everybody that look, if we run federal system, it is the business and prerogative of the federating unit to divide its federating unit, the state into which amount of local government, because it is that state that will generate its resources. And it is the state that will use its own resources for its local government and then pay the required tax to the federal government. That is why we have to go
why
back
do you
to
think
federal.
Tinubu is dragging his feet in changing the constitution, please?
Pardon?
Why do you think Tinubu is dragging his feet since he was
But
fighting for
now,
democracy? He's
but now
sluggish to.
he's in power now. He has to. Well, maybe he's being careful or so. I don't know. But then, you know, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupt. Absolutely, power in itself corrupt. The moment you get it, it's a spirit. Particularly in that Aso Rock, you'll be blindfolded. Ruben Abati wrote a piece about it, that people at night see people walk with their head in Aso Villa. You know, I don't know how many people read that article after he left, that place is a stronghold of the devil. You know, because I don't know what kind of thing they have done, the Babangida and Co has done into that place, but that's spiritual matter. Who knows? So, power by its nature itself, it's corrupt. It only takes good constitution and law to make sure you don't. And that's why you see the Europeans, the advanced democracy, their laws. That's why you see they have correct system. Because not just all this military lopsidedness, the meticulously structured in their laws to cut out for excesses and corruption, where people cannot do. See Nigerians, when they are in Nigeria, they behave anyhow. They steal, and when they get to advanced democracy outside, they comport themselves. Why are we comporting ourselves in UK and comporting ourselves in America? And because they have a system codified as codified in their constitution or conventions. But in our own case, it is lopsided military hegemony foisted to make democracy fail. That was the intention of the 1999 Constitution. It was concocted and Babangida made that point. I am stepping aside to step back. But the forces have been, because he attempted to come back so many times, he couldn't anymore. Therefore, it will be hard to have prosperity within a warped, faulty, lopsided system like ours. We have to really reconfigure through consensus, re-engineer, so that local government can be the business of the state. It's not the business. How can local government be the business of federal government? That's not federalism. That's not federation. Local government is supposed to be the prerogative and business of the state. The state will be the one to create its local government. You don't list local government in the federal constitution and then be dipping your hand into the resources of to pay local government. That is creating indolence and unproductivity, and that is why you have fuel increase, fuel price. Even if you increase it and the people can buy it and the country is proper, so be it. But we can't afford it in our environment, in our climate. And that's why we are talking of subsidy if there is no corruption. May God help us.
All right, we do this. We have 3 rapid fire questions from Baba, Ogbeni, and Emeka. And then
And me, please. He didn't answer my my question previously. I asked you questions. You
Well,
only answered one.
I'm trying to manage the time, and
Yeah, but I need my time. And make all those people has
I
more
really have to go
garnered
now.
more time.
Well,
I really have to go now. This is 1:45.
So there it is. Are you happy to do another 10-15 minutes or
just 10 minutes?
All right. So if it's 10 minutes, then we'll give one question to Ogbeni and then the final question to Niger. So Ogbeni, just a brief little question, and then to Niger, who has not spoken.
Oh man, you really cheated me today, but I don't mind anyway.
How do we manage it? We have to, because Ogbeni was pushing
I don't mind. I just wanted you to know that you cheated me. So next time, know how to compensate me.
Don't worry, we might be having another guest on Sunday.
Woma, yeah. Well, I don't really have much point to make other than to say, yes, we all argue to be heard. Some points made by Comrade, I agree with. Some point I completely disagree with him. On the point of demolish the constitution and get another one, I don't believe in that. What countries in the world, democracies in the world has shown that whether it's British that handed it over to you or that coordinated the drafting of your constitution and sanctioned it, or is the military that is transiting to another government, what you need to do is you pick that piece of document in a representative democracy, the people are representing you, amend it to the tune of what their people, to the need of their people. That is what they do with constitution.
Who are these representatives? Is it the ones in the parliament?
Your Senate and Rep.
It's not their business to
and
give
the House
you
of Assembly and others.
It's not their business to do constitution.
Okay. It's their business to amend the constitution. That's the point I'm making.
It's not their business to even amend constitution, but it's their business because it is the military that gave you, and this is a government under this system. But it's not the business of any parliament.
Yes, because I understand with you, which we agree. It's their business to amend the constitution. Now, it's not their business to hand over a constitution to you. It's their business to amend the constitution. I'll give you an example.
If the constitution, let me tell you, if the constitution had originated from a constituent assembly,
yes,
no government has the right to amend it. It must go back to the people in the referendum again. But this is a military constitution. They can continue to panel-beat it, and we are getting nowhere.
No, amendment of constitution is a function of the National Assembly, not the citizenry. I can give examples of several different nations.
Let me give you an example of US. Let me give you an example of US. You know,
remember,
I think we can move on now. Let the next person just answer. We will not get anywhere with this.
It's good to educate ourselves.
Let's move on.
Let's move on. Maybe after the comrade leaves, then we expand on that conversation.
Okay. Because if you go back to US amendment, you see it's Congress that coordinated it. But let's leave that.
Just drop it.
We know that you understand.
Let's leave that. I agree with Comrade on some points, which I want to emphasize on.
All right, hold on. When emphasize this in 2 minutes, I want to Niger.
Okay, in 2 minutes, I'll emphasize on it. First, he made a point that if we can take governance back to the local level, whereby you don't need your representative to go to Abuja, and they should be doing their meeting. We can use technology. They should be doing their meeting from their own constituency. If you recall, I've been making that point here severally over and over and over again. I believe in that too. It's an idea I believe in. Let everyone stay in their constituency. If my senator is within my reach, if my rep is within my reach, my House of Assembly is within my reach, that the constituency money that you are collecting, if you don't spend it within the locality where you have your own office, we can all arrange to go and be through there. If you have your children within my reach there, and we're going to the same school, you will understand what teachers are passing through, you will understand what market women are passing through, you will understand what your farmers are passing through. But in the situation where we elected, after elected, you travel to Abuja till the next 4 years, you now come back. When you are even debating in Abuja, you don't even know. You don't consult us first to go and debate.
That's what we have.
please?
That's what we
Yes.
have now.
So
That's what we have now.
Yes, I agree with you on that. Another part I disagree with you is to say because MP or Rishi Sunak, they drive bicycle, it's all bobo, sir. Don't believe all those things. They drive bicycle. Do you know Rishi Sunak is one of the richest now in the UK, and his wife? So, and their take home alone when they are leaving that office is very huge. So leave those bobo. Yes, I agree with you. It's bobo, you see, but I agree with you that they've been able to remove so many incentives that could push somebody who are not ready to that office, which I agree with. So that's for that. You're welcome, comrade. I appreciate your agility. I appreciate how strong you are on your positions. Welcome to our midst. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll bring comrade back, no doubt about that. But let Tunaija put the final position, and then you can address what Ogweni said and everything together. I thought Thomas would be here to do the last remarks, but Thomas seems to have dropped. He'll be back momentarily. But Tunaija, like you heard, we're under pressure of time. Tunaija.
Thank you for having me, woman. I appreciate it. And greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and the viewers. And a special greetings to if it's comrade, I'm sorry I don't know your title, but if it's comrade Wale Okunniyi, veteran, thank you for joining us. Special greetings. Yeah, I gather that you are part of a group that talk about that they are Patriots or something like that.
I'm the general secretary.
Yeah, okay.
Not
great.
pass.
Great. I have had I think one of your representative make some speech, and I think I agree with quite a lot of the statement that was made. You see, the Patriots are generally associated with constitutional change and such things. But in the context of Nigeria, because Africa, when I look at Africa, I think Sub-Saharan Africa has about 192 constitutions so far, and not much has changed. And if you look at the rest of the world, they seem to be functional. So my thinking is that it appears we are looking at the wrong things that actually found nations. And what we are lacking is nationalists instead of patriots that want to argue over constitution, because the moment you finish writing that constitution, you have somebody that disagrees with it. That is what I believe, and that's what generally happens with every nation, including America today, where Republicans want to break up the country if they get the opportunity to do it. So my issue is that how is it that we seem to be focusing on the wrong things while we leave our nation completely vulnerable? We barely can call ourselves sovereign. How did we get to this point? Thank you.
In organizing a country, you need a ground rule that is agreed by all, that is popular, known to all, that is built on consensus. You need that first. It may not solve all your, but 50% your problem is solved. 50%, if you have an order that is agreed, not that a section of people or section of group class impose it. You need it. It cannot be a wrong thing. Otherwise, the society will be violent, brutish, and short. If you don't have a constitution, a constitution is the agreement. This is how, even in your room, you have unwritten constitution. It can't be a wrong thing for you and your wife to have some minimum consensus. It helps order and productivity. It can't be a wrong thing. It's the foundation of every nationhood and togetherness. Then you can then build things to it. But if human beings do not have, nobody is the same nationalist. Human beings are essentially selfish, are essentially corrupt. The human flesh, if you are left without order in the advanced democracy, You can become brutish yourself and want to take another person's thing. You know, it's not about, it's just, if we are not in a church, in the society or mosque, you can say born again Christian, maybe, but not everybody. Even born again, they are tempted. They are temptation of the world. But when you know the ruler, this one na prison, you look at it again, you are tempted. This one, I will be sanctioned. Then you begin to comport yourself to live within the rules that is generally agreed. But when it's not agreed and somebody uses it to circumvent others, it becomes a problem. There won't be justice. It will be an unjust society, lopsided society. And that's what we are facing in where power is might. Might is right, sorry. Where might is right. People use military power to impose 44 local government in a place that is not bigger than Lagos, or in a place that is not more populated than Lagos. So we first need to agree on a just society. That's why you see agitation in the Southeast, because people feel cheated. Even in Yoruba, people say Yoruba nation. I remember when we were fighting the military, when we started the Yoruba people say, tá ò bá mọ bí à ń rè, ó yẹ ká padà sílé, ká jáwọ́ lápọ̀ tí ó yọ, ká lọ gbómi lákaná, iléyá, iléyá, ọmọ Odùduwà iléyá. That was how the struggle became that of Oòduà People's Congress. And we must return. So it is only in a society where there is injustice that things like that will happen. And when any responsible government sees such feeling, you bring about a dialogue. You generate a dialogue. Can we rebuild consensus? National consensus is a continuous thing to do. It creates stability for government to thrive. When you leave it and it fester, it becomes problem. So it cannot be wrong thing. You don't just have nationalists. You don't have nationalism. It is out of system and rules.
I think I agree with your point in terms of it's good to have rules. Like I said, we have about 190 something constitutions in sub-Saharan Africa. What we
are they really constitutions? Just like the Nigerian constitution. Is it a constitution? Because a constitutional process is a conflict resolution mechanism. A reconstitutional process is a conflict management and conflict resolution mechanism. It is an entry point into conflict management. When you set it up, it will bring about dialogue. It will bring about debate, it will be a discussion, then negotiation, and then agreement. And then there is consensus, there is stability. But when people don't know the process, they think that we are talking something gibberish. It's a constitutional process in a country. Is a conflict management process. Most of the constitution you call constitution are not constitution in the classical sense of it. They are imposed. They are either one laws or ability. The people are not participating in it. They don't even know it. Most people, they don't know it. But where constitution is constitution, the nationals, the citizens, they know it. They know their rights under the constitution.
All right. Tonight, we'll have Comrade Okunniyi back, so we'll press him some more. Is a real depth of.
I'm leaving 1 minute.
I regret not showing up earlier.
All right. The final remarks from Thomas, and then the closing remarks from the comrade. So Thomas, do the.
Well, let me also just to appreciate comrade for giving us a robust address tonight, and the sacrifice he even made despite the fact of his super hectic schedule of activities. So we'll appreciate him, and we will also want him back. Maybe after they must have visited the National Assembly.
All right,
That
thank
is
you.
all.
So a word from Thomas, and then
Thank you
closing
very
remarks,
much.
and then
He is
closing
the
remarks.
star.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. From Canada. Mhm.
All right,
Thank you.
Thomas.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. From Nigeria or from I'm speaking from Australia. This is we have to check time in Australia. This is 11 a.m. in the morning in Australia. Thank you, sir, for coming. I've been enjoying the conversation, even though I have a question, but I'll keep it for the next time. Or if you can even cap it with your closing remark. What do you think about Showore is a comrade like you? Thank you for coming. May God bless you, your family, and all your endeavors. Thank you, sir. We are blessed to have you. Thank you.
All right, so thank you. So with that, then the parting remarks from Comrade Okunniyi. So closing remarks from you, sir.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure and very exciting to address you and interact with you. It's very, very educative, enlightening, illuminating, and elucidating to be in your midst. I have also picked one or 2 points that we use in our advocacy to also convince, and we have also seen it helps me to also test the pulse and feeling and knowledge of people so that we know how to further engage. Sorry when it became a bit rowdy, was passion, but they realized that, well, it gets to that point at times. So, but for the country, we are hopeful that government will listen to what we are saying. I hope there will be people who will be listening and put their ears. Not everybody will be running after what to make, because the hopelessness is everywhere. Nobody believes in this system anymore. People just want to get because they know it can dag down. So everybody wants to quickly, because the investment is too much to get to power. It's too much. It's just too much. And so at times you can't blame them, you blame the electorate who go and queue and collect the money and the rest. You can't blame them. They sell their house, they sell this, they sell that, they collect loan. So we need to also educate the electorate to please rather contribute your one naira to the person rather than take. Just like the obedient movement said, we know they give, we know they take, we know they give shishi. That was the slogan that we invented then. So that say, give, take, give shishi. You see, take, we know they give, we know they take, we know they give shishi. So that everybody, be on your own lane. Let us contribute. And people contributed immensely to such. That's the kind of AWO movement where people used to pay for their liberation. Unlike, let the big man bring the money, billions. We have to change that system. That's the system that is killing us. And that is why we have one man rule or big man rule in Nigeria. Well, I appreciate this period. We hope for the best for Nigeria. We'll continue to do our best to speak truth to power, and to make sure that we do the best to help governance in the country and democracy. Thank you, and God bless you.
You didn't mention, you didn't answer the question on Showore, that what do you think about Showore in Nigerian politics?
Yeah, Showore is doing his best to keep the issues alive, issues of democracy and rule of law. He's doing very well. He's doing his best. He's been there since the student movement. It's my very good comrade and Aburo, and he's done his best to keep hope alive for the masses and the common people.
All right, thank you, comrade. Thank you very much for doing this. I know it's very, very late. I think we're on the same time zone, so it'll be 2:05 where you are. So a real effort you've put in. So thank you. We'll let you go. I'll call you later in the day just to audit how the day went. So thank you very much for doing this, and we look forward to you joining us again.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. God bless you all. Cheers.
All right, brilliant. So that was Comrade Okunniyi. We'll play a little bit of music and then we'll come back and audit how the session went. So we'll play the Kegites, then come back.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wale ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is. So that was Comrade Okunniyi. So that was quite enjoyable actually, especially when he wrestled Ogbeni to the ground. So we never knew anybody had the beating of Ogbeni on this platform, but I think that was Ogbeni. Was that a smackdown on Ogbeni right there that we just witnessed? So thank you, Comrade Okunniyi. So who wants to come in first? How was the session for you?
One man, why do you say wrestle me down?
I will come in. I will want to come in.
Let me go.
I will want to come in because I started.
Okay, yeah. Let Baba go. Okay, Baba. I come after Baba. Okay. Yeah. All right.
I think they actually really kicked off when Ogbeni came in. I enjoyed that exchange and I enjoyed the way he went in. So that was
I think he got charged too.
Very civilized exchange as well. But I really enjoyed that little cameo with Ogbeni.
He got charged, and that gave him some mileage in the time he spent.
Now they have to be a little bit provoked, otherwise they'll just give us party lines and standardized response. So when you really get under their skin, that's when you really get a good But Baba.
Yes. Okay, woman. Hi, Adama. Hi, how are you? I think I'm the person that really I didn't read him well. I never knew where he was coming from. And obedient for that matter, he escaped me. I will wait for him next time he comes around. Because I never knew that part of him.
Baba, please don't make me laugh.
Not a lot of people knew he was an obedient. He is an obedient.
I didn't know.
His talking points gave him out. I spotted it. Though I joined late, but when there were certain things he was saying.
That's
Yeah,
you know
one, you
Look, it
understand
was quite
what
active in the Obi campaign. It was quite active. So
what rankled me, what manner of a person, and that's the point I want to put to him, and said, and in this age and time, today, oil should sell for 170 naira a liter.
Well, he said
And when
167.
he was held to do the brass tack,
you
to
know,
make
you
the
know,
arithmetic. He
you know
said
when they
he doesn't care.
But Baba, you know when they said that, you know what I thought? I thought, oh no, we'll never escape Ajale Koko ever again. You know that's Ajale Koko's story as well. That they should just be
Right.
given oil for free in Nigeria. It's our right, you know.
That's true. Look, I really bite my tongue. I bit my tongue that this man escaped me. I didn't read it. I thought we were going to talk about the Patriots thing, and I now realize why the president didn't give them face. Let me use the street balance, because I think he only entertained them out of respect for Chief Emeka Anyaoku, because those things, and he made a lot of assertions which are not correct. A military government in power, you understand, they have it's a process. We've applied it before. We call it a process of what's that doctrine, something we use for to bring Jonathan to power. You get doctrine of necessity. A military government, a military government that want to transit into democracy, handing over power, will not do a sovereign national conference. That's the word there is sovereign. Under Kirikou, Benin Republic did it. They applied the sovereign. When it's sovereign, they have the absolute power. And what did they do? They impeach Kirikou. To the chagrin of everybody. And they right because it was sovereign. So what the military would do normally is a confab thing. Get people together, let them draft it. And okay, we have a constitution, an instrument. He said it's not a law, it's not a constitution. They want another one. I think they simply just want a jamboree. They want a jamboree. That's what the Aluta people do. Even their protest is jamboree. And I asked him about the expense that will cost the nation. He said it doesn't matter. It's worth it at the end of the day. What you have in your hand. Let me finish.
Okay.
You are coming after me.
Yeah.
We had the Obasanjo 205. We have another one, 2014. We have papers ready, which they can use to even amend this one. Nothing says we cannot amend the instrument we are having now. You can fashion a tool in the mode you want to serve your purpose for that moment. These politicians, they are the problem of Nigeria, not the constitution, not our laws. These are the kind of things they do. They form themselves into a cartel. Because every time now you hear, let's do this. The last one of 2014, you know how many billion, when billion was billion, you know how many billions that cost us? They all were there in the hotel, they were making merry. They came out with an instrument which, well, until we debate it, we can't really say there will be divergent opinions about it. But it will serve, definitely. But wanting a different constitution entirely and everything, like someone postulated here, I think it was Man of Prestige, that any constitution, even if we draft one till eternity, continuously, people will oppose it. So what we have to work with, what we have. That is what I disagree with him, that when there is, I now suspect that they have ulterior motive. They just want a jamboree.
Yeah.
Unnecessary jamboree.
The United States, they have multiple amendments of their constitution.
They've had
so
27.
Why can't we have 27? Why can't we have ours? We've done one already in 2001. We can do more. to fit in
You
changes.
see, what I thought was that as a good intellectual academic exercise, the pursuit is well worth that national debate, but something that has a realistic chance of actually happening. I can't see how that happens. That they would jettison the constitution, rewrite it with a referendum-led sort of
Woman, I'll tell you what we need in this country.
hold on, Baba. The only circumstances that I can see that is if we have another military interaction, and then within that military space they do that, but then we look back then to what I can't see how it's going to happen. Even the people that are going to facilitate it are the people that are advantaged by what obtains at the moment. So it's just it's as an academic exercise, but something that has any prospects of being realistic.
One man, there is a discussion we've not had in this country. Gowon actually missed it. We all missed it in the country because nobody talked about it. We talked as soon as the war ended, there was the doctrine of the 3 R's: reconciliation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction, or something like that. You get my point? We forgot that to heal the wounds of the war, we had to sit down and talk, particularly when we said no victor, no vanquished. We did not do that. We missed that opportunity because we are all still fresh in our anger. And of course, we've wore our way into exhaustion. So at that moment, we are all sober. We could have sat down and really structured the country as per the mood of that time. We left it unattended to. We journey on until Obasanjo came and did that jamboree one, that one which Justice Oputa headed. And that didn't take us anywhere. Where some people were so arrogant, they refused to even go before that panel. You get my South Africa did it, and a host of other countries, they did it. But we didn't do it. And that's where and it is not even too late. We have to find a way where we have to sit down. It's not constitutional matter. There is too much anger in that country. Everybody is wearing one angst or the other in their hearts. We have to sit down and sort out our differences. The British knew in 1914 when they brought us together. Why did you think they put a clause in that amalgamation that, okay, if you people think after 100 years it's not going to work, you have the right to separate? They put it there in that 1914 amalgamation, this thing, because they saw that, I mean, if the marriage is not going to work, just say, let's look at it, walk through it for 100 years. If not, then everybody can go their own way. 100 years came, and some people have gained advantage and tasted honey and felt that, no, we have to stick together by force, one way or the other. There is a conversation we have to have in that country, whether we like it or not. It's like a deity that wants blood, and you are serving that deity with red oil. It won't work. Your prayer will not be answered. I yield.
All right, brilliant. You yield, and let me use that window to bail out as well. I think World Peace wants to come in, so I'll swap places with him. But on my way out, let me signpost you in the direction of a Dupsy session on Sunday. So Dupsy, she's back with a bang. I'll send the link actually so people can bookmark it. So Dupsy session on Sunday. As a woman, you don't. Sorry. Hold on. So Dupsy session on Sunday. As a woman, you don't have the luxury of loving someone unconditionally. So that is the position. That is the controversial statement that Dupsy is going to be taking on. As a woman, you don't have the luxury of loving somebody unconditionally. So I've sent the link to that into the comment section.
Is it Adama that is hosting?
And it's Dupsy that is hosting. So I'll send the link to the comment section. Go bookmark it and make sure you're ready. So that's going to be an epic one. So let me also acknowledge the super chatters, and then I'll hand over to Thomas. Abdul came in with a question for Comrade, which the Comrade took on excellently. George Blueshell appreciating the Comrade somewhat, as is Isaac Ojo as well, who appreciates the Comrade still. And that's Isaac Ojo again. And then that's George Blueshell still. It says these are the real people that love this nation. So that's that. So that's that. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, Thomas.
Thomas,
Coming, Thomas.
let me go after Baba. I was trying to talk.
I thought Baba already went.
Yeah, let me talk. Let me talk after Baba. Look, it seems that some of us did not listen well to our comrade when he was saying that Constitution is an agreement between people that clearly state on what terms they want to live together. And when they agree, nobody, no authority can alter anything out of it. That was what he was saying. That the 79 Constitution, after it was drafted, it was submitted to the military, Supreme Military Council, that alter some provisions or some things in that constitution. And when that happened, it is no more constitution. Because what people agree to live, what people agree, the document they agreed upon has been tampered with and altered, changed, falsified, and as such is not fit for the interest of the people anymore. That was what he was saying. And when people now want to say that, oh, we can, no, the moment it's quarter, it's been skewed to deny people of what they agreed upon. It's been skewed to satisfy some interests of some people or some group of people in that country against the interests of others. That was what he was saying. And I don't think that in addition to that, he said people ratification of that constitution will come through referendum. When it is taken round all the state and people vote to support that constitution, that is the only power. That is, the power of the people give it that mandate to take effect, and not some section of some government organ of government or whatsoever to alter and do some things to it and then pass it over to say, oh, this is your constitution. That was what he was saying. And he made reference to the American Constitution when it was written, the referendum that followed it, and it was after that the legislators, after some years, after years, they started making amendment. That was what he was saying. So what has he said wrong? What is it that he said that nobody understood? So to me, I think
there was no referendum after writing the U.S. Constitution. There was none. Just thought I should correct that.
so. The 13, what do you call it? They didn't ratify it one way or the other.
After the U.S. Constitution, no, there was no this in the ratification.
Hold on.
Convention was heard, but that wasn't a referendum.
Even though the amendment they made to the U.S. Constitution, there was no referendum to ratify any amendment. Go back and check amendment
The
to
British
U.S.
that
Constitution.
colonized you didn't even have a properly written constitution.
After they took around the 13 colonies for the approval, isn't it?
No, for the amendment, no, that did not happen.
No.
But
I'm not saying. I'm not saying for amendment. That is not what I said.
which one? We are listening, Baba.
Yeah, the states had to agree with it. I think, from what I gather, the states have to sign off on it. But
Has
it
Baba
was
gone?
referendum. I think his audio has gone. His audio is there. Ajahn Ekoko is there, but the audio is
even out of
Somebody else
about
come here. Ogbeni, you want to carry on before?
Okay, excuse me. Can I make a comment, because I'm very familiar with somebody who partake in American election. In many angles here. I think I'm very
Yeah, the only one
familiar
that
with
partakes in American election.
I'm very familiar with American Constitution. Okay, like you
Yeah,
said,
the only one that the man of
hold on. We didn't just
give
be
us the
quiet,
date.
please. It has been amended 27.
What date did they do the last amendment in the U.S.
It has been
Constitution?
amended 27 times. Okay,
Give us the last date. What was the last date they amended?
I can't. I don't have it offered with
You
me
are
right
very
now, so I don't want to. I don't go. I don't want to give false information. But having said that, I just want to. I just want to. Come in on that. It has been amended 27 times, and ordinary people like me, we can petition for you to be amended. That's part of U.S. Constitution, and it has to be. It had to be ratified by 2/3 of both Congress. And not only that, the state, about 2/3 of the 50 states in Nigeria, has to ratify you too. It's not just the Congress; it has to go through the 50 states of
No,
the.
it's 3/4. Is the three?
I'm sorry, 3/4 of
Yes,
the 50
3/4
states,
of
right?
the state legislature, and there is no
3/4 of the 50 states
referendum.
have to ratify, and 2/3 of the Congress. But
Yeah.
ordinary people like me can petition to be amended.
Yes,
So
but
people
not
have the right.
man of prestige. Not ordinary people like you. We amend it. You can petition.
No. These are men. We can request for it.
It's the same thing in
We
Nigeria.
we
Then
can
can you
request.
also confirm? Can you also confirm that there was no referendum at all after amendments?
No, there's no referendum.
Where
That
was
one
the
is definitely.
referendum, Ogbeni? Where was the
There was
referendum?
no referendum after amendment.
Where was the referendum conducted?
Ajaliko, I'm not going to come here and tell you what
There was none
what is
in
not true.
US.
There's no referendum.
Where
None.
was the referendum conducted, Ogbeni?
No, I said there was none.
Okay, so that makes it a constitution that is not fit for any purpose.
No, in US,
That
I
was
said
the
there
main.
was none. You are not getting
We are talking
us.
about USA. There's none, Ajaliko. Go and find.
Okay, there was none. But the 2/3 of those 13 colonies approve it.
In
Yeah, it
Nigeria
has to.
too.
Yeah, that is what I was
Yeah,
trying
they
to say.
approve it.
Sorry,
It's the same
I
thing
made
now.
No,
I made
it's
a mistake.
3/4 of the whole 50 states. Yeah.
Yes, that was my no. I got it wrong. It wasn't referendum. I was
It's
trying
the
to say.
same
Thank
thing
you.
in Nigeria too.
Yeah. Where?
In Nigeria, if you are amending our constitution, you involve
No,
two-thirds.
we are not talking of amendment in
Which
Nigeria.
one are you
We
talking
are
about?
working. We are talking about how constitution took effect, how it was written, and how it took effect in the
But
country.
Baba Dale Koko,
Yes.
when it gets to my turn anyway, I'll talk.
Yeah.
But let me
How
ask you,
it
when
took
it
effect.
can ordinary people, individual people in Nigeria, can they petition the Congress? No, just
Why
asking the
not?
Congress to
You
amend it.
can you can also involve in the debate.
Okay.
They do it, but problem with Nigeria is how many Nigerians do even go to the National Assembly? They would rather go to US Congress. That's the problem. Now you are in
The
US, you are
UK one, you can't. In
participating.
the UK, you are not even allowed to petition anybody. You can you only
UK
vote.
doesn't even use the constitution. The father of democracy that handed all this thing to us.
They don't even use constitution. As a matter of fact, they govern the world longer than
And they are
America.
function well. They have empire
They are
everywhere.
still functional. This is my problem with this discussion about constitution. When what we truly need in Nigeria to get the country to prosper is nationalists. Instead, we have generating
Forget about nationalists. When you don't have a document that is
have
well
a
structured,
document. That's the problem.
hold on. When you don't have a document that is well structured on how you will govern yourself, you can never have a good governance.
British does not have any. And
Okay, forget about British.
Already, you have a better.
Forget about British. Are you of the same? Do you live in the same society? Do you have the same mindset? Do you have the same origin?
That is why Babajale Koko,
like
I said,
function.
Babajale Koko, try to understand my position. See my position. If you can give me a few minutes to canvass my position again, which I put to the comrade. Every society where you run democracy have many means of arriving at their ground norm. There is no hard and fast route on it. And that's why I asked him, give me the lawyer talking about this constitutional thing. He cannot give me because there is no law that says this is how a constitution of a country must be made. There's no international law like that. So in the US, what did they do about their own? We have mentioned it today. Since then, have they demolished it? No. What have they been doing? They've been amending it. By who? Parliament, and parliament at state level. In Malaysia, I gave example. What happened in Malaysia is different from what happened in the US. It was British that handed over their own to them. How? The British set up all their constitutional drafting and all those things, and the British participated in the review of the constitution, and it became the law, and they sanctioned it and handed it over to them. What have they done about it? They've not thrown it away. They are amending it today. In South Africa, how did they do their own? So you pick, each country has what works for them. So nobody should just come and say, this is how it must be. That's my point. So what did we do in Nigeria? In 1975, we set up a constitutional drafting committee, 59 members, headed by Rotimi Williams. They drafted the thing. After that, we had a constituent assembly who came from every nook and crannies of Nigeria. They reviewed and debated it. After that, they handed it over to the military. The military were the political, whether you want it or not, they were the legitimate authority as at then. They sanctioned it and handed it over to us. That is the transition. That's how you transit from
No. Hold on, Ogbeni. Where the point he was making that was where the military altered some section of that drafted constitution. That was the point he was making. That
and I asked him.
Yes, that was what he said.
Provision.
At that point, they have made it as law and no more constitution.
Okay, Babajale Koko, let me ask you.
Why must they alter it?
Okay, I'm coming. Babajale Koko. Two things he made. And I asked him, which provision did they remove? He did not answer. Maybe when he come back, he will come and answer. Let me ask you again. Which provision are you talking about?
No. Did you disagree with him that they alter something?
I disagree with him. They are just general narratives people they always make about the constitution. What provision and what is the content of that provision that they remove? That is one. Two, he mentioned that which constitution did you see where they list government, local government in the constitution? Go to South Africa Constitution, section 7 is there. They listed all their municipals. So we just like throwing some further not there. Then lastly, he said they now make it a decree. Go to Malaysia Constitution. What do you find there? It was a British proclamation. Just like our 1960 Constitution too. So, for me, you can keep amending your constitution as long as you have people with genuine and sincere interest. If we just keep on talking about just one document, is that what is going to change our leaders' mentality? Even the constitution
let me ask you a question
on a daily basis in Nigeria.
Let me ask you a question. When maybe we should stick more to Nigeria because that's more consensus. All those examples we're using, we know we don't practice them. But let me ask you, when the 1999 Constitution was amended, how many people sat in it? Is it equally representative or just the military? I don't know how many of them. that just stay there and
So
construct or do some amendment. How many?
I explained it to which the comrade knew it very well. You know,
Maybe I
that's why
wasn't
we
listening. I wasn't listening.
that's why we didn't really argue much on it. So what they did with that, don't forget we had 1979. You see, 1999 constitution is just like 1979 constitution. Because when the civilian came in 1979, they handed it over to them. They made use of it since 1983. After 1990, they suspended it. When Babangida wanted to hand over again, he started his own new drafting in 1985 to 1986. But that did not come to fruition. They abandoned it. So by the time we were now handing over in 1999, what Absalam Abubakar did was that he set up a committee called Constitutional Debate Coordinating Committee. It was headed by Justice Nikki Toby. All right. Now, that particular committee, I think about 50 something of them, okay, they were to draft the constitution because you can't gather the entire country to draft. You must have a committee to draft. They were to draft the constitution or decide whether the 1979 constitution is still good enough for us. Their decision was that 1979 constitution is still good for Nigeria with some few amendments. So what they did was that they made some few amendments to 1979 constitution, okay, and then bring out the 1999 constitution. Almost the same. If you put 79 and 99 beside each other, you just be find almost the same provisions in the two, okay. And after that, the committee still solicited for public input. But what they did, instead of consistent assembly, what they did, trust now was Absalom Abubakar. So what they did was that some forums, some public hearings across the Nigeria, they did it, but it wasn't, people were complaining that it wasn't thorough enough. It didn't go around and there was no consistent assembly. That was what people were talking about. But their own argument was that this thing was just fundamentally 1979 constitution. So they included the fundamental right provisions, they included federal character principles, and then all these principles, and added some things to strengthen separation of power and others. That's what they did. Now they submitted it back to the military, and then the military sanctioned it because that's the political authority as at then, and then handed it over to the National Assembly and Obasanjo, and that became our fourth republic. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, then military has done their own. They've transited government to you. Keep amending it. Then I agree with their own that, okay, if you want to demolish the whole thing, then demolish the whole thing and get another one. But don't keep referring to military as if they did a very bad job for you. That was the best they could do at that time. Handed over a document for you to work with. So don't blame military. Blame your people. We've been having how many assemblies since then? What have they been doing? So that's just my point.
Well, you make a point. But at the same time, we have to blame the military that did not hand over a constitution, unaltered constitution, a constitution that Nigerian people truly, a constituent assembly where Nigerian people were truly represented and fashioned out.
But Bala Johnny Koko, again,
that
we keep talking about constitution.
So,
What is in that constitution do we want to change or do we want to include? Have we agreed on that?
We
so
have
what
constitution
is
before,
in that
before
1999 constitution as amended in 2001? That no,
let
wait,
me
ask the
tell you,
question now.
make a hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
All this military written constitution is not constitution for you. It's for big guys to enjoy that country. The only constitution.
But what section of that constitution is for the big guys?
No, hold on, Emeka. The true constitution that ever written by Nigerian people was the First Republic Constitution in 1963 that gave power to the people. So all the military constitutions in 1979, even in that 1979, they even though that it was crude as well, but at least it was not that too bad. But this 99, the one that empowered the politician to loot with immunity.
We
cannot
go on this rant. Emeka, let me
Baba
just
Ajale
advise something to
Koko.
Ajale Koko.
Let
Ajale
me
Koko,
let
you
me
said something
hold,
about
let me
1960.
ask the question. Let me ask question, and
But let me
Tunaja,
even
you
tell
can
you.
come
Hold
in.
on, Emeka. Let me
Okay.
tell you this. In 1979, all these Tinubu and all of them were against this constitution. All these Tinubu that are in power today,
Okay.
all of
Now,
them
what
were
section
against
of
this
the
Oh my
constitution.
God.
constitution?
Don't let you think they
What
were fooled
section
back
of the
then?
1999 constitution? Baba Ajale Koko. What section of the 99 constitution
It
that
is not a
allows?
matter of section. When the head of the fish is not good, the entire body of the fish is not good. That
Babajale
is
Koko.
the
Okay,
constitution is a
let me just add something to
stamp.
Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko,
Tunaja, sorry,
It's a stamp.
let me make a quick
it's
point
very,
here.
very brief. It's very brief. So
Tunaja, sorry.
I just want to
Tunaja,
add something to what Ajale Koko said, just briefly.
Tunaja, I'm coming.
Ajale
Let me
Koko,
just
you
make
mentioned, hold on.
this small
Ajale
point,
Koko, you
please.
said something about 1963 constitution that that's the only one that the country actually did, that everybody was involved, but yet
No,
it
that's
survived.
not true.
According to him, anyway, at
No,
least that's
that
what he believes.
constitution, it was
That was
the,
the
it
sovereign
was the,
constitution.
that constitution, it was the Federal House of Representatives that drafted that 63 constitution. But whether go to go and check that
The
history very
important thing is
well.
that Ajale Koko believes that that's the best one we had. That's the
They
best one we
drafted
had.
it.
What if that was the best one we had? But it led within 3 years there was a civil war in the country. What does that tell you? It tells you that
No,
that
it's not the
constitution is not the
constitution that
reason.
led
It's
to
not
the
what is
civil
going to
war.
save you.
Stop this
No, but then
propaganda.
why do you think it's
Not
going
the
to save
constitution
you
that
then?
led to the civil war.
It didn't
We
lead to it.
was
Then why
led
do you think
to
it's
the
going to
civil war.
save you? That's
But
what I'm
Tunaja,
trying
what
to
has
get
the
at.
constitution got to do with the civil war?
I don't
I
know
mean,
Because
what is he
you're not
saying now.
making
because
sense.
they are insisting that this is what is going
It
to
is not
save
the
us.
constitution that led to the civil war.
But
We knew
that
the
should
dirty
tell you
politics
that
that was
the
going
constitution
on.
is powerless.
It is the politics, dirty politics between the east and the north that led to the civil war. Not the
Okay,
constitution.
but that should show
But
you that there are other things that override the
sorry,
constitution.
let me make a point here. Let me make a point. Babajale Koko, there's one point you miss here. That 1963 constitution, don't go by what that man said, though. Try and do your research. That 1963 constitution was a Republican constitution, and it was not drafted by any extra man anywhere. It was the Federal House of Representatives, the parliament, that drafted and gave us that constitution and discussed it and approved it. So don't go by. There was nothing like Constitutional Assembly's drafting. No, they just debated it and drafted it, and it became your constitution in 1963. And that is why I still keep saying, see, every society determines how they arrive at their constitution. Don't go by, there is no hard and cast principle anywhere. That can be his own ideology about what constitution should be like, but there's nothing universal about what we should arrive at constitution.
It doesn't help us in any way in terms of dealing with the pertinent issues. Yes, constitution is important for everybody to be on the same page. Yeah, we had constitution. No, Yoruba had their own constitution. Igbo had their own constitution when we were colonized. It didn't stop us from getting colonized. It didn't stop a civil war from happening. And that is the argument everybody always makes. Like the moment you write the constitution, hold on now, let me just make my point. The moment you write the constitution, everything will be smoothing. No, it won't be smoothing. You still need the nationalists to rescue your country. If you don't have them, you are going to fail. All the nations out there is nationalists that build the nations, not people that are just writing constitution. I don't
And
understand.
let me also make a point here.
So
Look,
much.
Babajide Koko, let me make another point here. You mentioned that Tinubu was one of those that was against this constitution. Do you know the comrade that just finished speaking now also contested under that same constitution? If you so much hated that constitution and think the constitution is not, why did he contest under that same constitution? See the contradiction here. So we can
But you
all be
can do that
sermonizing every
now.
day.
Isn't that what Nigel Farage did? He contested in the
No,
European election to get rid of the UK from the European Union.
Yes, sir.
The issue is
Sir.
this. He is contesting so that
He contested the position under the constitution.
He contested to get to power so that they can effect that change that is campaigning.
He contested under something he said never existed in order to get
That
it.
is not the hold on.
Babajide Koko,
Hold on.
drop that point,
The
Baba. Drop it.
The Sowore not contested. He contested, but he's saying that when he gets to
It's all
power, he will
contradiction.
spread that competition.
Stop using Sowore now. That guy is a traitor now. Use somebody that's more
Forget about don't go after him. I'm talking about what he said
Is not a traitor.
that he's going to do. He said he will spread
Abaja
that
is self-contradiction. You don't
it's
take
not
benefit
contradiction.
of.
So you want them to sit down look.
They
Is
should
it
be
sit down
doing the
look that you are
activism.
expecting them to do?
They should be doing the activism to keep
Oh,
saying
stop
the
it,
doesn't
Benny.
exist.
Now you come. Now there you go.
Yes, now he said it doesn't exist. In fact, he said we don't have democracy in Nigeria, but he's participating in the representative democracy in Nigeria.
They just buried 30-something people in this is North Central. They kidnap people in.
Are you telling me? Are you telling me this is a true? Are you telling me, Obey? Do you want to tell me that this is a true democracy?
Can we go around and give our feedback on this guy now? We're only focusing on the constitution matter that was said.
Benny, is this a true democracy to you?
Constitution alone.
There is nothing called true democracy.
You should worry
about doing the right thing, not worrying about what is written in the document.
There's nothing called true
Thomas, please come and rescue us. Let me give my own feedback now before we begin to base this on constitution alone. I don't see what is wrong with that constitution. If there's anything wrong, let's insert it that is wrong. Or let's talk about what is wrong. If we don't like something, we take it out. If we like something, we put it in. I don't know what this stuff we are talking about this constitution. I'm getting fed up and tired.
It's a distraction of men.
It's just a clear distraction. If we don't like something, we all say we don't like it. Let's take it up. None of us here. And nobody in Nigeria, so far, if I ask that question, nobody in Nigeria has been able to point out what is wrong with that 1999 constitution. Point out a section. If we don't like it, take it out.
One of the things that they talk about is resource control.
What we want, we have not agreed on what we want to include in that constitution.
Let me help them out. Resource control is one of them. Resource control. They want resource control. The constitution has outlined how we can amend it. It has outlined it. It is there in the constitution. If we want to insert any clause in the constitution is clear about what it says. You want to change it? This is the route to go.
Very simple.
We have read the constitution. We have not read it, and we keep complaining about a document we have never read. So which section is wrong? Let's address that section and take it out. What do we want to include? Like what Chunaja is saying, resource control. Then let's follow what the constitution has said and go and include it there. That's my problem with the comrade. Just like what he has said, that we should go back to fuel price of $9.
They want to party. They want to party now.
$67. When a barrel was about $9 per barrel, then we should go back to that price. Why is that man talking like as if the world is stagnant? The world has not moved. The average price for a barrel now is $76.
And let's do the arithmetic. He say he doesn't care.
He said when I was giving him the arithmetic, he said he doesn't care. You don't care, but you want to complain. That's the bitterness many of us have in Nigeria. You don't care, you don't want to know, but you want to complain. What are you complaining about? The economic indices of the world has changed. So
you want it to 170. I don't care.
What it was not. You can't say that kind of statement. It's not the bitterness and not the nonsense talk that we all want to talk. That was why I knew it was an obedient. Because obedience don't think. They just complain.
Oh, stop it, man. Don't make this political. This is
serious. Can somebody come in? Without Emeka just being very on his masculinity, you know. Let's take it talk now, Emeka.
You are going to just bring the discussion down. It's not worthy of making it political.
When you say the average obedient, the truth, they tell you they don't care. You don't care about what?
Where is Thomas?
I actually wanted to ask him a question.
Can you control that drunk man?
Between production and consumption, which one is the most impactful on Nigeria? That's the question I wanted to ask him. But I know what his answer would be. He will say it's corruption. When we are producing nothing in that country. We're actually producing nothing in that country. We keep the government is rich. If the government was not rich, we won't be to this problem.
I think PWB would have said production actually. I don't know whether that.
PWB will probably say
PWB is not
production.
very keen on corruption. He's not very keen on
PWB
chasing
will
corruption.
probably want to say production. But many opinions
Yeah.
we say is corruption. We don't produce anything in that country. The small way, our revenue is not even sustainable. That's why we are borrowing. That's why we're borrowing. But when you say this, the people like, no, let's cut down this. Let the government be part-time. Let him point out which of the legislation is part-time in the world. Point it out. We keep saying things that don't work. Let's face our reality.
I don't know where they come up
Face
with all these
reality.
things. They just come up with complaints, unnecessary things that don't lead to
We keep
solutions at
coming up
all.
with things that don't work. We want fantasy. We want utopia. We don't live in an utopia land. Let's face our reality and amend things as we move on. We will fly the plane and fix the plane as we are flying it. It's tough. You know, these are when people like this speak, you know that they've never handled any government agency in their life before. They've never been in government because they don't know the realities of what goes on in government. You think it's easy? Give him a portfolio now. Give him a portfolio and you will see what's happening.
Emeka, you may hold on, Emeka. You may disagree with comrade, but don't disrespect him, please. Why are you talking like this about him?
Disrespecting him. I have not disrespected him. I have not insulted him. I am only criticizing and going against what he said. I have not disrespected. He's older than me. I have not disrespected him. But I am allowed to criticize the things I think that are not right, that are not factual. I am allowed to criticize it. Especially when you know the evidence and the facts do not conform with what he's saying. We can't go back to 167. The parameters are not the same. Things have moved on. Things have moved on with life. We can't go back to that. We can't go back to subsidy. The government cannot sustain it. The government cannot sustain it. We can't. I think the government is even ridiculous enough to be considering that matter. Take your hands off this situation. Take your hands off.
We don't know whether the government cannot sustain it. If the four refineries come on stream,
we cannot sustain it. The revenue is not enough.
If the four refineries come on stream and Dangote is working, then do you know what the government is doing now?
Chunanja, I don't know when you joined. I gave a simple arithmetic without any refinery input. And when you do that, it translates to 650 naira per liter without any refinery input alone. So if you include the refinery input,
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, a barrel, we will use our own crude because that is what we sell to the international market. And now the beautiful thing is that the Tinubu government has said NNPC must sell to Dangote on naira level, which is good. I love that policy. But if you use the international market for crude oil and our best sweet and light crude, you will find that it is our best sweet as of yesterday is $86 per barrel, right? 159 barrels make 159 liters make a barrel. Now, if you want to get the cost for 1 liter of crude, you can divide it and get the cost of 1 liter of crude. Do the conversion. That gives you approximately $650 $650 naira per liter of crude oil alone, without refinery input. Now, when you put the refinery input in it, that would definitely translate to the 800 naira that NNPC is coming up with. So we are not taking out any logistic costs, any travel costs. We're taking out transportation costs. So that price that has been leaked by NNPC seems to be like a fair value price for a liter of refined petrol. So if you are now saying, all the refineries should come in, all the refineries should start working, I don't think it's ever going to go down to 500 or 600. It will not go down. The only time it will go down is when there is a huge impact in international oil price, and the oil price falls down. That is when the price of PMS will come down. Let's be realistic here.
But what you are missing, hold on, calm down now. What you are missing is that crude oil, the byproduct of crude oil is not only petrol. There are other things that come from it too that cost far more than that. So it's not when you translate the amount of crude oil, which is around 160 something, to that of the price for 1 liter of petrol, that is not this inaccurate, is it? So you are
No,
to
Niger, wait. Emeka, wait, please.
As your feedstock. Okay, Baba, go ahead.
To Niger, that is wrong. When a refiner buys, he buys crude oil. It's none of your business what he extracts.
He buys crude oil.
He buys crude oil. So, any other product that comes out, that is his own profit. It doesn't concern you. And Felix is asking here that we have is free. The crude oil is free. Even if it's free, let's assume it costs money to bring it from ground to extract it, and it costs money to ship it to Dangote refinery.
The point I'm making is about the quantity, the way he translated crude oil to petrol in terms of the price. He did it like for that's volume for volume, and which is not necessarily true, because crude oil actually goes on.
What do you mean by volume for volume?
No, because crude oil goes on to create more other byproducts like diesel and all the rest that comes from it too.
What are the cost of the Dangote refinery, the machinery and everything?
Yes, because the machinery
it has overhead cost.
I think if you do
production.
the calculation for how much it costs,
you want him to be running it. You want him to run it at a loss. To Niger, he was going to price his refinery process material, which is the crude oil coming in. The cost for him to procure the crude oil per liter, he's going to price it at that level, plus the manpower going in to refine it. Then overhead, which would include his power costs, which will include his factory costs, which will include other administrative costs, plus even finance costs. Then plus he's going to include his margin too.
Yes.
And then he will push it out. So the pricing that they are featuring into the public
shipment from the well to the refinery too. Shipment from the well to the refinery.
That one is still part of the crude oil cost now. It's still part of crude oil cost.
And that's what I'm trying to say. You did mention that as part of the cost.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't mention that because I just did the simple arithmetic. But part of that movement to his depot in Lekki, that side of Lekki, is still part of him getting the material to refine. So he will put it, that's the part of landing everything. That's what is going to factor in. That's the cost of the crude material for him to get crude. So let's be very realistic. All these are we don't care. We sound like as if our government can just do things anyhow. That's the way you look. I'm not trying to disrespect the obedience, but that's the way they think.
See, okay, let me give you the figures now. So the cost for refining about 1 liter of crude oil can range from, depending on the country you are in and the jurisdiction, from 0.1 this in dollars to $0.5. And if it's $0.1, then you are looking
at 0.5.
Yes.
That's how much. Convert it to naira. That's how much.
$0.5 is somewhere around 70, 600, 700 this in dollar. That's on the high end.
On the lower end, are you saying 700 now or 600? Because you are using 0.5.
As of today, that's 800 naira flat.
That's 800 naira. Then you add it.
Calm down. Hold on, you're not listening. Hold on, you're not listening.
Okay, go ahead.
It says $0.1.
Okay.
That one. To 0.
Why do you want to use 0.1?
Because
Nigeria,
can you let me finish now?
Let him use it.
Nigeria has lower costs for labor. If anything is going to be cheaper, that Nigeria is where things are going to be cheaper than anywhere else.
So
that's what I mean.
Cost of extraction is the same thing,
right? To naira is how much? $0.1 to naira is how much? That's $100 or
that's around $100.
No, that's at 160.
Yeah, 160,
$160. Naira. Add it to 650. Add it to 650.
No,
is it not the same 800 we've been talking about?
No, you're not adding.
No, 650 is the 650 is the price of crude oil, not refinery. 650 is the price of crude
oil. Oh goodness! It takes into account the cost of the crude oil.
No, you are talking of refinery process. You are talking
No,
of
you say
refining
cost
process.
of
You are
crude
not
oil. The
talking
raw
of
material of
extracting.
petrol is a major component. They take into account the cost of the crude oil itself. That's the total cost that it costs them to produce
But
the
what
stuff.
you read to us now is that the cost of refining a liter of crude oil is $0.1. That's what you read to us now. You are not talking of the
Yes.
crude oil itself because that alone has its market value.
Okay, so
That
now
alone has its market value.
I hear what you are saying. I hear what you are saying when you say, hold on, calm down. It's like saying, what is the cost of cooking soup? The question you have to ask yourself is, did they include, hold on, please, did they include the cost of the ingredients or did they not? If they did, then it's still the cost of cooking soup. You see what I mean?
No,
so that's what I'm telling you.
I know where you are going, but you are missing out something. The price of crude oil is known worldwide. What is the price of crude oil per liter? Establish that first. Then you are not talking about the price to refine that crude oil per liter. That is what you just read out to us, which is $0.1, and we've established it to be 160 naira. Right? But the price of a barrel of crude, depending on the crude that you are buying, it can range from $75 or $76 to $89 per barrel. Now, one barrel contains 159 liters. Okay, on an average, convert it to naira. Then add that cost of refinery that you have given to us on top of it. You are still going to be getting that 800 naira per liter.
No,
you will still get that 800 naira per liter.
See, depends. I don't fully see what I understand about the process of cracking, and the refining crude.
We're not talking of cracking here or fracking. We're talking of extracting.
Hold on, I'm just trying to explain what I understand.
That
we are on the same page because so that we are on the same page. I don't want to confuse. I don't want us to be getting so that we are on the same page. So the idea is that when you are processing this crude oil, there are different stages where different products come out. You get diesel, I think the final one is maybe petrol or something. So there are other products that come out too. So you relating the crude oil price itself to that of petrol is not actually, it's not accurate because you are not taking into account the other value added products that are also generated during the process.
No. Other value of what? No, you can't do that.
Diesel.
So that's refinery. So I don't know. Maybe you have not gone to. At least I've visited it's not a refinery but an ethanol refinery. It will give you other byproducts. Those products you price it differently. So you put in your feedstock, which is your crude. You get out other products. You get refinery. You get PMS. You get diesel. You get bitumen. You get polycarbon, polyethylene. Those ones have their tap. They go to several
price of diesel too. Include the price of diesel in the price of petrol that you are
quoting. The price of diesel is separate. That one has been established. Nobody is quarreling about diesel. The price of diesel, he has been selling diesel.
No, hold on. Where I'm having issues is that diesel comes out of crude too, but you only associate the cost of crude to petrol, which means it's not fair. You are increasing the value of
the refinery process to get diesel is different from the refinery process to get PMS. It's a different. So the feedstock, which is the crude, goes in. The refinery process to get diesel is different from the refinery process to get other byproducts.
You are saying that the crude oil that they use to get petrol doesn't generate anything else during the process at all.
It generates, but the refinery process is different. It's not the same thing. What you are thinking is
if it generates other things, then you have to take the cost of those things. You have to take the cost of those things into account. You can't just
the refinery process. No, the refinery process is different. The pipe that you use, the steam you use, the pressure you use is different. You cost it differently.
I know that, but they generate different products. From what I know, you are quoting it differently that whenever crude oil is used to create petrol, no other byproduct like diesel comes out of it.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Different products that come out of in the chain.
Different products comes out based on the refinery process. So if your refinery, it depends on your refinery process itself and the refinery things the product you want to refine. Some refinery will only generate PMS only. It will only do that if you put in the things. But when you put in some other extractive processes and things, I'm not so knowledgeable on it, but I know the refinery process is quite different. It will separate. There's a separation process that will go in once you feed it in. There's always a separation process, and that the one that will go for gasoline will continue to refine the gasoline. The rest will refine the others. It's not even all the byproducts. There are several byproducts that crude oil can give to you.
Yeah, my issue with your numbers is that you are associating liter per liter from crude oil to petrol, and you are not taking into account other value-added products or.
Oh, they are definitely. So
crude oil.
I'm giving you the rough estimate, sir. Definitely, they are value added. Value added. There are value added in processes involved. Definitely. So those value added processes have their own costing too. But what I did, yes, you are right. What I did is liter in, liter out, averaging. Yeah. I did not take it into cognizance or into consideration those value added processes, value added materials that will go in. I didn't take into that, which comes with an extra cost.
The value-added products that also come out of the process of manufacturing petrol, because there are other things that come out through the chain of.
I will not take into those ones. I'm looking at, because those processes, other byproducts have their own refinery process.
Yeah, but they use the same crude oil that you are counting into the cost of petrol now.
So the crude oil itself has its cost. That cost, what I did not include any cargo, any transportation cost, but that cost I just only converted it to liter per liter.
But my point is that let's say you put 5 liters of crude oil in there, you converted it directly to petrol without taking into account that same 5 liters is part of the creation of maybe diesel or something else. That is what you are not doing, and it's not fair.
5 liter of crude, that 5 liter of crude, extra value in materials are added again.
Yes, but you
they
still have value
so,
added.
And I'm telling you now that there's a separation process that takes place. It is not the same pipe. If you want to generate probably 3 byproducts and not 4, you just fix that separation process, put in the different pipe, add the value added materials that you want, plus the other things, the labor power and the labor manpower and every other factors you want to include. And then the separation goes in, the refinery takes place, converts it to gasoline, the other converts it to diesel, the other will convert to polyethylene, the other will convert to polyester. So those separation processes, it will separate because of that. Then they are value added. And don't forget again, you saw what's his name? Dangote was showing you how clear. Okay, I know we're in the West, so we have almost the similar closeness in the PMS that he generates. It's the separation process that comes in.
My only issue with your numbers
that value added ingredient, either in material, that value added either in processing, comes with an extra cost. That cost I did not even factor in.
Okay, now let me give you the facts of this situation now that you didn't include. So when you are refining for petrol, it generates other things too, which includes diesel, jet fuel, liquefied petroleum gas, fuel oil, naphtha, asphalt and bitumen, petrochemical, feedstock and all the lubrication oil. Those are the things you remove from your calculation. And that is not fair.
You can't add those things. You cannot.
Have to. You can't omit them because they are part of the food that you are using.
Through Nigeria, they are byproducts. They are products. All of them, they are all products.
They are byproducts that are sold, that have value.
You are costing those byproducts based on the value added material and separation processes that you include to separate them out from the
No. I think you are mistaken.
You are not clear here. So look at it this way. You have a single feed pipe that takes in crude oil. Now that pipe takes in that crude oil. In the process, you have 5 different pipes. And within those 5 different pipes, you have added processes involved.
Yeah, but what does that have anything to do with the final price? Those things that you're adding are not as
Let me go.
expensive as the crude oil.
Good night.
Why are you going? What's happening? Where's everybody? This is General Thomas. The numbers that don't add up. I don't understand how you can just convert crude oil straight to petrol as if everything else is gets thrown away. That is the one that baffles me. Crude oil cannot just change to this petrol without other byproducts coming out of it. Those byproducts have value. We know diesel has value. We know this lubrication this in oil has value. We know let me check jet fuel, kerosene, which is kerosene. It does have value. Fuel oil. So I don't understand it. So I don't. Okay, let me guess what is going on here because there are only 2 people on the panel right now, myself and this in Thomas. So what is happening? Why is everybody gone? Or is there something going on another channel or something? Let me see. Something is not right. Let me see. Adama, what's going on? My God, yeah, he's not doing his maths very well. I tried to correct him on that. The numbers is the kind of number he's doing is not accurate. You can't just tell people that the price for crude oil the petrol should be $600 when in reality there is also diesel coming from that same this is kerosene coming out from it. How about the price of those diesel? If you take the price of diesel, and if I'm not mistaken, diesel is it not more expensive than petrol? I'm not so sure. It should be even more expensive than petrol. Except the price has come down. So if you are looking at it, then you have to split that 600 into this half. Then you split it again for kerosene, a little bit for kerosene. By the time you remove all those things, you find out that the actual price of the petrol is somewhere around 100 and something this in naira or so. So I don't, for the life of me, I don't understand what is going on here. I don't understand it. Depending on how the whole thing breaks down anyway, but definitely I know that number is not correct. Emeka, 1 barrel of crude you costed contains all the byproducts as well. And that's exactly what I try to let him understand. I don't understand why he thinks it's just this is just the this is petrol that comes out of crude oil. What kind of, and then nobody asks question it. You know, I don't understand why people don't question it. It's common sense. We're taught this in secondary school that when there is the distillation process is going on for this in manufacturing crude, then you always get this thing that goes on. Different products come out, and the final one I think is the petrol that comes out at the top or something like that. So you can't discount the other products in the overall summation of the value of the output. You know, so Emeka has cleared the whole panel. I don't think Emeka did. Something is going on. I think somebody kidnapped everybody. This is a bit odd, actually. It's a bit odd. Even Thomas is not saying anything. One man is nowhere. One man is somewhere around, but he's nowhere to be seen. And there is also the matter of what was that? Everybody else leaving. Ajale Koko not being here at this time is a bit odd, except somebody's pulling a fast one. Make her the hot time. I think it's so funny. Mathematics don't be your mate. Oh my god, man. That one caught me unawares. I don't get that. For me, it just doesn't add up that the refined petrol is $600 $. No, the reason why petrol is expensive in the West is mostly tax. Is the tax that's where the price, even if the manpower is more expensive, but majority of the cost of petrol in the West is tax. You know, if I try to find out how much tax goes on in the UK petrol price, let me see how much tax is in UK petrol price. So you'll be surprised how much tax. Okay. That's 54 cents per liter. So, and the fuel drivers pay this into, I think they pay VAT out of it. This in, and so it's just quite expensive. They say 52, maybe 53 on average anyway. 53 pence comes out of 53 pence. So that's the actual price of petrol in the UK range from 140 pence to 172 pence. So, and the price, the liter, each of those liters, 53 pence goes for this tax out of that, and that's the one we know of. And from what I gather, there's quite a lot of other tax involved in that. So it's very, very misleading to just say and that those pence, if you can convert those pence, I wonder what the price will be, because if it's 170 pence per liter, let me see how much it will be in naira. If you convert the price of petrol now in the UK, that could be scary. Pence to naira. Let's see what it says. That would be interesting. UK pence. Pence to naira. That would be interesting to see. UK pence. 9 UK pence to naira. Oh, come on. UK pence. So that's UK 0.17 pounds. Okay, 0.17 pounds to naira. So that's just that's just somewhere around 357 naira. That's UK price. That's UK price for petrol. And UK stuff is expensive in the UK. You know, that is quite shocking. The price for petrol this in the UK. Let me see. It's quite cheap. Right now, if that is accurate, that is scaring me now. Actually, that can be real. If that is true, why is petrol more expensive in the UK? More expensive in Nigeria than UK. That can't be right. No, I need to check again. This can't be right. It just can't be right. I refuse to believe that. Per liter. I need to put the price, UK petrol price per liter. That makes sense now. Because that number doesn't seem right. UK is stupid expensive. The number remains the same. That can't be right. Seriously, are we serious? No, is this serious? That UK's petrol price is higher, is cheaper than that of Nigeria? That is crazy. That is just crazy. No. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. I actually am really shocked by that, because my assumption is that these things are generally more expensive in the UK. No, there has to be an error somewhere. There has to be an error somewhere. There has to be an error in these numbers that I'm seeing. It doesn't add up. No. Let me see something. No, that's not right. That can't be right. It's impossible. UK has. It's been a while since I geez. No, man, that is impossible. No way. Gas is cheaper in Nigeria. Yeah, but still, though. No, seriously, are we seriously saying that petrol is more expensive in Nigeria than in the UK? The whole world has come to an end, though, if that is true. That is madness. No, it doesn't make sense. No. I have to do this, find out again. Let me find out. What is the price of petrol in the UK per liter? This can't be right. I have to correct this. I when sometimes when you see certain numbers, you have to question it, that it's wrong. It can't be right. And I think I'm correct. You see that now? I think I'm beginning to flush the number out now. You see, that is how you do critical thinking. Something is not right in that number that I saw earlier on, and I didn't believe it. And I think what I found out now is that the price is somewhere around this is £1 40 pence. Now that is more in line with what I should expect to see. I don't know what Google is giving me out there. Google is evil. You have to be careful when you listen to Google. All these people that think that I just listen to Google, I'm not stupid. I don't just take Google number. If Google number doesn't marry to reality that I've experienced, I question it. That's how it's supposed to be done. Let's see. This thing wanted to mislead me, man. I refuse to be misled. What number are they using here? That can't be real. The price. I literally put per liter and they still give me that fake number. UK price is 1.4 this thing. I think maybe I was the one that made the mistake actually, because maybe I was supposed to convert I think it's 100 pence that makes £1. Maybe this is one man need to come and correct us on this one. 1 pence, does it make £1? AY, what are you doing here? This oh, what happened to your mic? Something that's gone with your mic. What is going on? Why is everybody off the channel? This is highly unusual. Let me see. What's the time? This is the middle now. People don't normally go off the channel by this time. It's highly irregular. I wonder what is going on. That is a bit, or sometimes it was less than $2 in USA. Yeah, that makes more sense. I think that makes more sense to me, because for the life of me, I don't know why how that Google image, this thing was giving me that wrong value. So AY, your audio, something is off with it. Your audio is not working very well. So if you want to be able to come in, you have to stabilize your audio. And and this has given me time now to talk about this talk about constitution. I don't understand this obsession with constitutional this thing change. And they're not even change. They want a whole overhaul. Let's have a conversation about constitution. Let's have a conversation, because constitution is going to solve all our problems. Since when has the constitution solved all the problems of the country? We have enough of a constitution. What we don't have enough of is nationalists that are actually going to put the nation's national security first and the nation's sovereignty first. We don't have enough of them. And it's really a tragic affair, because you always get all these patriots come and talk about how you need to write the constitution. America wrote the constitution. If you go and ask Republicans today, more Republicans believe that they should break up the country. It shows you that constitution doesn't necessarily solve your problem, but people are willing to forgive you and carry on living in that country as long as the country provides for them, provides security, provides prosperity, provide this in a level of accountability and a level of fairness. That's all they need. You think America is just? America is not just. America has a lot of problems, left and right. Yesterday, was it not 3 young people or 4 people that were shot at a school in the US, and 2 children and 2 teachers by another? I don't even know who shot them. Whether it's another student that went and shot them. So America has serious problems. There was a video of this lady that was shot in her own house. She called the police and the police shot her in her face. So did the constitution fix all that? The constitution doesn't fix all those things. So that should tell you that our problem is something else. Even when I told the guests that Africa has on average 192 constitutions. That's Black Africa, not Africa, because that would be like cheating. Black Africa has about 192 on average. We've written that. So how is it that we are all still having serious problems in terms of prosperity? The only thing we don't generate enough of is nationalists. As a matter of fact, some other countries have managed to do a bit more of that, which is, you can argue that South Africans and Ugandans to an extent during the time of India Amin and Zimbabweans have produced an element of serious, strong nationalism. But nothing at the level that is needed to liberate a whole people for a significant period of time. So we really never. I don't understand this. They just keep going on about this debate, like as if that's going to solve the problem of a country. How can you, if that was true, you would be showing us so many countries that constitution saved them. The whole their countries that when somebody wanted to invade them, the constitution healed their country.
To
When
Nigeria, are
was
you
the
removing me
country?
or what?
No, I wasn't
Are you
removing
the
you.
one?
Your
I
mic
know,
was
I'm
coming
just
off.
kidding. Yeah, I have to restart my system. I don't know what was going on. How
Yeah.
far now? Now, what for you? Why you dey behave like Obasanjo now?
What do you mean? I was away now. I was away, and so I
Enjoy
got to rest.
yourself at the border village in Nigeria.
It's someone that I had to just go and see the land.
Where is one man now? I'm coming here for one man. Today is the first day visiting one man, and he's not here.
No, I don't know
Hello,
what
Mr.
happened
Ho,
today.
Mr. Thomas.
Something
Greetings,
strange
sir.
happened today. Everybody just disappeared. I don't know. It's like they all come from one house and they just kidnapped all of them now. And we just thought they were all from different places because they just disappeared.
Wow.
They basically just disappeared. This is very odd. I've never seen that before. So,
I
and
heard the guest talking earlier.
yeah, he is part of the Patriots groups, and I have heard the Patriots group speak before. I think something Autumn or something like that. There was this guy, I've forgotten his name. I'm sorry, I can't remember his name. He made some speech that I agree with some of the stuff he said in the speech, but when listening to the guest today, I wasn't so impressed because it's clear from what I observed is that what I gathered was that Patriots are associated with a kind of dealing with the constitutional issues of the country by and large. That's their biggest focus. While nationalists are more focused on national security and sovereignty of the nation. And I think our problem is that we have too many patriots, kind-minded people that are obsessed with the constitution, while we lack people that are obsessed with national.
I heard that question you asked him. That was a very, very good question.
Yeah, because
I love that line.
Yeah, we have how many 100 something constitutions in Africa, and none of us are doing that well. And you still think that is when you add one more to that 193, it's going to change everything. The only thing we never really did is have a strong nationalist movement that really rescued our country. That's what rescues all the other countries to enable them to prosper. So it's a bit of a shame, really, and this is going to require an explanation what happened today because everybody just disappeared all at once, and I don't know whether I don't know if for want of a better word, Agbado called them for a brief meeting, a serious emergency meeting, and they all.
That's why you ran them off.
I didn't round anybody
your
up.
Your people are on the comment section.
I think because I talk about security so much, people just think that I'm just out here doing everything in security. I talk security, it doesn't mean I'm in the security industry myself. But I did meet some security officials in Nigeria though. And you have to meet different people and talk to different people and see just to observe what is going on the ground. Nigeria, there was something I observed in Nigeria this time when I went. You know, I was in Nigeria 2020 and
when you go, do you move around a lot?
I do move around now. I do move around. No, I didn't travel too far and wide. I was too busy where I was, so I didn't go too far and wide.
I'm planning to enter that country soon.
It's a lot better than I thought actually because normally I often went towards the Christmas period, you know, when it's hot and dry because of malaria and mosquito. But the rainy season is not so bad actually. It's very livable, especially for people that come from the west. It's not as bad as people think. And what I see, I think we really there's a lot of misunderstandings some people have about Nigeria, at least from what I have seen when I went in there again. And one thing I observed was when I went in 2020, I had to be going to cash machine all the time, ATM, trying to withdraw money, and you stand in the queue and all that. This time
that happens to me.
Now this time it has disappeared. You won't see that again. And I ask myself though, who is responsible for doing this in Nigeria? And the only person that can give credit for this is Emefiele himself. Whether it was wittingly or wittingly, he did it. This guy forced Nigerians to go cashless. Eh? He forced Nigerians to go cashless. Nigeria, market women now in Nigeria,
That could be a factor.
they
Yeah, I
have
agree
cash,
with
they
you.
have card machine. Market women, almost all of them have card machine.
Evil bandits get cash machine. We tell the
It's
market
ridiculous
women.
now. It's ridiculous everywhere. And if you don't have cash machine, you know your account number. The account number is like a phone number now to everybody. If you want to pay them money, if you take a taxi, you can pay direct to the account number. Straight.
Honestly, that's the best thing. That's what we needed. Because even when you go to the banking halls, the crowd, like I know last time around 2000 I was in Nigeria, like I will go to the bank to withdraw money. I will give my pin to somebody at the front, then you now give him something. Just imagine the risk, right? Yeah, it was really, really bad at a point. I have to stop people going to the banking hall. Like it is very frustrating. But I mean, the cashless system is definitely gonna help because of our population. Even the banking, the bank staff, they were overworked as a result of that.
For me, that was the biggest change I saw in Nigeria, and I think it's the
That's
only
good.
single improvement that I saw in Nigeria when I went. That's the only single thing I can observe. I cannot say security has improved because there was security the last time. I didn't have any security issue when I went to Nigeria before. I cannot say transportation has improved because there was transportation. The only thing that I saw that improved was the fact that I didn't need cash machine anymore. Even broadband speed hasn't improved.
It's not
4
gonna
years
improve
hasn't improved.
except you have Elon Musk internet.
Exactly. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do have this in Starlink now.
Starlink, but that's expensive for the common
Very
man
expensive.
also,
You
right?
need 1 million to
So
start with now. You have to have
just
1 million.
imagine how many people have the money. So
Not
I'm
at all.
thinking if I'm even traveling, I would just get Starlink. I would just take it along, the movable one.
Yeah.
So if I can work remotely, if possible.
Yeah. Are you
I
allowed
think
to
I
move
would
it to
do that.
different countries?
Yes, I think so. I'm not 100% sure, but it's supposed it's satellite communication.
Satellite
It's
system,
supposed,
yeah.
it's supposed to work.
When
So I know they have a model, the one you have to just install is static. That would be
on
the
the roof.
best. Like you can install it in on a height, so it's gonna have better communication.
I would try if I wanted to use it in Nigeria. I will go and check somebody that uses it first because Nigeria has taught me that almost everything you get everywhere else, if you get it in Nigeria, I will be shocked that Starlink works at a different speed in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So
our monthly fee at least like I don't know, maybe 30K, 40K in Nigeria.
40K in
I can
Nigeria,
buy
that should be affordable now.
I
Given
can
that,
leave it for my niece and nephew. They can be using it if I want to drop it.
yeah, that's really good, because if you like, let's say you are even going to the countryside, wow, Starlink is everywhere there.
Yeah, if people that know what to do with it, the internet is very helpful. So
yes, it's very helpful.
We used to use free internet in Nigeria, man. Like
you used to? When did you get free internet? Okay, you mean Wi-Fi?
There is this hotel Wi-Fi. There is this hotel close to my uncle's house in Benin then where we were in school. So we have to go there like weekend. The Wi-Fi was open. So I was doing a lot of research.
Those days when Wi-Fi used to be open, man.
Exactly.
I remember those days when Wi-Fi used to be open.
Yes, now instead of especially at night, everybody is relaxed. Me and
my God.
cousin, we gonna bright all night, especially weekend when we are not going to school. You will write things down. You want to research. We use and just imagine if you want to go pay for those hours at the Cyber Cafe. It was very helpful.
I don't know what are these Gen Zs they know when Wi-Fi used to be open. Where that all you have to do is walk around and find one that is insecure. I'm sure you just start surfing the internet, and suddenly they started putting the password requirement for all of them.
Internet is life. Internet gave me information that even when I was in Nigeria, when I was serving, literally like I would go to Cyber Cafe, man, like get information out. Like if I see people with it and they don't know what to do with it, I'm like, you busy.
Yeah, some of these, I don't know, man. For me right now, I don't, for the life of me, anybody that does anything that improves the country a little bit, it seems like they get punished. Why? How is it that in the last government, the man responsible for the only change I saw in Nigeria is the one that is in jail, while the rest are working free?
He also committed a lot of atrocities,
I
right?
know now, but why is it that he is the one?
To be honest, his single offense is because he was against Tinubu during the election. That was a big mistake on his part.
But he's not the only one, though. He's not the only one that was against Tinubu now.
But people were using him, so he's the one the government are going to capture, right? So even the looting that happened, people use him. The Kaba in Aso Rock were using him. That was why he was bold enough to go when he came out and said he wanted to contest for the office of the
That
president.
was mumu move, man. That
Yes,
was
now
just
so it
that
was
was
when
the
they
most stupid thing for him to do.
stupid, exactly.
Arrogance.
That's what I'm saying. Arrogance. He was so arrogant and disrespecting Nigerians.
Yeah.
When at that time the economy was struggling, instead of you to face your job. And what gave him that temerity is he has amassed a lot of wealth himself. He got the money. Those northern oligarchy, the cabal that were in power, they were telling him, "Go, we support you. We're gonna support you," because he thought it was gonna be easy. Then when he lose out on that, they never wanted Tinubu, to be honest. The cabal never wanted Tinubu. So he was the one that was used. You know what? This guy, his money bag, we gotta touch this currency. Then he confiscated people money. That's why you see a lot of Nigeria don't have it on him. He confiscated Nigeria money.
I think they should, the government shouldn't have just reversed that thing, because right now the Nigerian currency, man, is so it's like, man, it's so dirty. It's so dirty.
Yeah.
They like the old currency, they are past their due date to be in circulation. They are so dirty. You dare not count that money. You dare not count the money, because you don't want to touch the money and touch your this thing, your spit or anything, because the money is so dirty.
Yeah,
I don't
government is
understand.
continuous, right? So that was what the new CBN governor, whether not Cardoso, that's what he's
Cardoso,
supposed to do. So, but again, this government you have now is party government. Cardoso is Tinubu boy, so they do what they like. That's just my issue with them right now. Cardoso is really Tinubu boy. Most of them, the finance minister is Tinubu boy. The strategic positions, Tinubu just like, hey, be there, watch everybody for me. So it's I don't think they really have the competence to do what they are doing. So that's why they just messing everything up. The one that really pissed me again was the issue of this Dangote refinery of 18. Thank God the issue has been resolved. I was really pissed. Even on this platform, I heard people that were against Dangote. Look, me, it's not about Dangote. Even if Dangote committed any financial crime, go after him, not the refinery. That refinery has to work. If the government needs to take over it, I don't care, but it has to work. It has to create jobs for the people. Africa said they are looking for development. You see development, you want to kill it. Who does that? I don't even know what people were thinking. There is no any reason to be against that refinery of that capacity. I was really like, I was, even if Dangote had taken that money and come to America, I want to build a refinery, they will honor him. They will protect him. Do you know what it takes to get $20 billion in a country for investment?
Yeah, that's a lot of money now. That's a lot of investment.
Yeah. So
And they try to
you
treat him
gotta
like
protect
trash.
them. Yeah, they try to treat, and the signal that give out, right? People that have like $1 million that want to invest in Nigeria now, they will be scared, like, oh, that was it that can walk into the Aso Rock. I want to see the president. You treated him this way. The person will think like, with my $1 million, like, who am I? Let me just forget about it.
My worry now is that they spent all this while trying to corral Dangote into their control. And from what I gather, at least for petrol, Dangote has to sell to them directly, the NNPC.
That's what they are discussing now.
And if that is the case, I think it appears from the way what I gather, it looks like that's already settled. That he has to sell to them. He can't sell petrol to any other people anymore, directly to Nigerians. So what that means is that they would set the price. They would do whatever they like with it. So in other words, we may not still be out of the woods because these guys could still do exactly what they are doing with the ones that are coming from overseas. Because basically now they've just turned Dangote to a company like the way they were importing from overseas before. They just used Dangote to replace one of the big importers. And now, they are, for what I gather, they are also issuing a lot of licenses so that other people can be bringing in crude. So all they have to do is frustrate Dangote and make life difficult for him, at the same time keeping Nigerians a kind of in a bad state in terms of the cost, because they immediately increased the cost, didn't they? They just increased the cost of
NNPC, they are full of BS. That is why even when they were having the argument, they would tell you that water refinery is 40% ready, it's not ready, blah blah blah. They did everything. Of course, Dangote must have gone into some kind of negotiation and agreement for them to give him that freedom he wants. Not necessarily freedom, or definitely the NNP still want to have control at the cabal. They are still on it because the way to get out of this mess, give people more license to build more refineries if possible. Approve more modular refineries. There is one coming up in Akwa Ibom that belongs to Boa. Let there be competition. Open up the system.
Yeah.
Completely.
Why not give Dangote the oil, allow him to refine it, and just tell him that you are not allowed to sell it at certain price, especially based on what you've received, just like they did in the black market for currency. You are not allowed to make certain amount of profit.
To Nigeria, NNPC is the more you look, the less you see. One of the things they are fighting, they don't want people to know, the government to even know exactly the liter of
exactly all those things
fuel that is consumed
that's
in
the
Nigeria.
problem.
They want that to be a gray area, because even right now with Dangote refinery, let me tell you this: even if government want to subsidize anything, you can work with Dangote directly and subsidize whatever you want to subsidize. So the NNPC, if Tinubu, I don't know, I think he does not have the energy to run after these people. It's just to dismantle NNPC.
What do you mean he doesn't want to?
He doesn't want to, of course.
Was it not somebody that they said is related to him that just acquired IP?
Wale Tinubu.
Why would they care?
That is why it's difficult for Dangote. That's why Dangote never even wanted Tinubu in the first place, because he knows. Because Tinubu also has interest in the family also have interest in the oil industry.
Do you have evidence for that?
Because people around him, the person that acquired this thing, Ajib, are they not linked? Or which one is Oando too? I think I often hear that name repeatedly being used. That
Oando is
what's that? Which one is Oando?
No, Oando. I think Oando is held by Wale Tinubu, right?
That Wale Tinubu, is it related to the Tinubu that we know?
Some people say it's a distant cousin to Tinubu, but some people say they are not.
It's all in the realm of speculation. If you're speculating, don't speak like you're sure, because it complicates everything.
Which one is
but the surname is Tinubu? How many Tinubus that are out there that use that surname?
Come on, what are you saying to Nigeria?
I'm just asking.
Tinubu, we don't know, but of course, it's not.
They said it's his cousin. It was really confirmed. Even I remember Fanyewu was doing that investigation. She confirmed Wale Tinubu is Tinubu cousin.
Okay, so that's all right. At least you have some things to back up your statement, not just mere they said.
Oh, of course. He's a Lagos boy too now. Wale Tinubu is a Lagos boy. How can you have such resources in Lagos? You are not on that Tinubu watch.
Exactly, and is it by coincidence? Is it
The
by
owner of
coincidence?
Lagos.
You look at it,
Yeah.
this cannot be a coincidence that is
That's
when
begging
Tinubu
the
came into
question.
office. No, let me add to it now. The coincidence that when Tinubu came into office is when this same person acquired Ajib, and then we know what happened with the Calabar Lagos Calabar road to where the other one that is linked to Tinubu, I think Sheyi or something, went and acquired a company that is linked to it. So the patterns are seems to be consistent with the people that are associated with Tinubu acquiring a lot of powerful position in terms of wealth.
Yep.
While he's in office at the moment. So God help us. These people, it's one thing for them to acquire money, it's another thing to actually use it to enrich the nation. What I worry about these people is that they are just doing it to sabotage the nation. Because that's
That's
why
exactly what
they
is
really
going
want
on.
to grab Dangote on the neck and make sure that whatever he's producing from there, they control the price of that thing and make sure they,
Okay, let's speak to that point right now.
yeah.
I don't know any of you that can answer this question. I don't understand why initially we're importing gas, right?
Yeah.
And
No,
how
no, we're not
many
importing gas, petrol.
gas, yeah, petrol, gasoline.
Yeah, you know,
Uh,
America, they call it
American
gas.
gas.
sorry, petrol, yeah, fuel, petrol.
Mm.
Okay.
So we're importing like how many million liters are we importing
Mm-hmm.
before now, right? A lot
Mm-hmm.
that
Yeah.
people say is way more than what we consume, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the
Yeah.
government is subsidizing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So can someone articulate why the government would decide to increase fuel price when Dangote is coming on stream? And when Dangote claimed, he said it that he can actually, uh, can actually, how did he say it?
Produce what we
Like,
can consume.
yeah, not just produce, like he can, track, the movement of the
The trucks.
trucks
Yeah.
so that
Yes.
we'll know the actual thing we're consuming, right?
Abdul.
So if he claims that, I don't understand why the government, even let's say Dangote, cannot produce at the current price. Why
Abdul.
is it that the government will not
Abdul.
subsidize
Abdul,
that?
that is what we are just discussing, right? That oil, that industry is the more you look, the less you see. To Nigeria, you remember when we were discussing when they removed the subsidy, I was telling you subsidy is not is there, that everything is just they are not telling people the truth. That is why they are holding Dangote in the neck. They know Dangote refinery, if you give him that freedom, flexibility, is going to expose a lot of things. Now, that is why they were fighting. It's part of the reason they were fighting him. I think somehow Dangote was able to sit on the table and have some negotiation with these people. The truth is the common man, is the Nigerian people that are suffering. They are wicked. These people are wicked. That is why you see nothing is working. Even the government refineries. If the NNPC MD, like he has been promising 6 times, oh, we're gonna start tomorrow. This thing they are just sabotage. So you really need that person that is able to dismantle all this about those criminality.
Yeah, but
That's when Nigeria will move forward.
why the question is, why won't they subsidize what Dangote is gonna produce for Nigeria to consume? Why won't the government subsidize that?
It's
Because I've not seen
all
anybody
the
asking that question. Nobody
it's
has
the
asked
scam. It's
I
the
think
asked
people
scam.
have
them.
asked that question. They are saying the
People
reason
are
why
asking.
they can't subsidize it is because one, the money that they use to subsidize it is not properly spent because it's giving everybody money. At the same time, I think it goes outside the country to
No,
subsidize the fuel of the next door
but
neighbor.
currently they are subsidizing, right? Currently they are subsidizing. They call it under recovery or whatever they call it, right?
Yeah.
So
The,
now why won't they sustain the same thing on Dangote's fuel?
They are
The
interested in their pocket. That's
Yeah,
just
the
what it
argument
is.
they make is that that they are trying to gradually win Nigerians off the petrol. That's the cost
Okay, to
is
Niger, if you land, I
gradually
have a
increasing.
question.
So, but for personally, what I see is a form of sabotage. Again, remember the patterns repeat themselves. I keep saying it. You just watch the patterns. Whenever something good wants to happen to Nigeria, boom, they'll come with something else. Look at the day before Dangote released the statement that he is going to soon start selling PMS. The day before that, day, almost the same day, the NNPC released the fact that they owe about 8 billion
Exactly.
dollars. They released that.
Exactly.
Then the moment Dangote announced, then they hiked the price of petrol. The same. It's like they don't give the country any space.
Prince Daddy, do you mind if I ask one more question before you?
Yeah, go ahead, Abdul. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Prince, to Niger, why are Nigerians not demonstrating for stuff like this? Because
Honestly, that is exactly what we need.
I think
this calls for demo. This is a very good thing to demonstrate
Avenue.
on.
Yeah.
yes.
I agree
This
with
kind of
you,
stuff you
Abdul.
demonstrate on. You demonstrate to hold the government accountable in terms of the refineries. Why are they not on stream? Because
Exactly.
we paid for these things. How can you pay for something
Yeah.
and you don't get it working? And these people are walking around free. What kind of people are these?
Yeah.
That NNPC, the kind of people that are in NNPC, they are some of the worst traitors in Nigeria because these people have ended up doing something that is remarkable. That something one man can do, a whole nation cannot do it for 28 years. That is
Yeah.
crazy. And they
It,
really,
it was
and the
deliberate.
ones in the power sector, you see the type of actors in the power sector for electricity generation, and you see them in NNPC. These people have crippled the nation, and they are Nigerians are some of the. See, I was on a panel. Somebody said recently, I think the guy used to come here. He said that a German guy was telling him, somebody, I think he was in Germany. Somebody was telling Oyibo man, was telling me that in Africa, I said, what is wrong with when Africans that if Nigeria gets its act together, things will start working. But that when he like what he observed about Nigerians is that if you give them like 100,000 naira, that they are willing to do anything for that person. They're willing to do anything, and that is a problem. That's why you see our institutions don't work. They are easy to bribe, and they will sabotage it. They will act as if they have a legitimate reason for doing what they are doing. Like one of the NNPC officers that came on TV today, they asked him, "Why is it that the petrol price was hiked?" He said, the only unusual thing is for it to stay steady, but it's being hiked now." It's like, why are you hiking it now? You should allow the benefits of Dangote, this is what Dangote is doing, to come to fruition so that the nation can have a breather and maybe the naira strengthen. But instead, you are hiking the price of petrol to trigger further inflation. And guess what
Okay. To
happens when you
Niger,
trigger further inflation? Spend more money trying to
Prince Daddy have a question.
Yeah. Prince Daddy, please go ahead if you have a question.
Yeah, thanks, Abdul. Yeah, to Niger, you succeeded in driving the Mecca crazy.
I did Chris. He's the one that came up with funky maths.
But now I was listening to what you were saying. I see your point, but okay. And I was trying to figure it out. I didn't do any googling or whatever. But so I think it said the price of a liter of PMS um at the refinery. The refinery cost, right, is like $0.01 to $0.05, right? And you
Yes.
were asking, what about the byproducts, the derivatives, or
Yes.
the residuals
Yes.
or residuals from the barrel of crude oil? Then what
Yeah.
about those costs? I can factor those costs in it to determine the cost of PMS, which I think you're driving to that is going to drive down the cost
The
of
price.
PMS
Yeah. Yes.
overall, right?
Yeah.
Right. So what about, okay, for that, if it's international price that they've come up with, well, at that range that they gave, well, of course, the distillation or the fractioning process of maybe crude oil or kerosene and some other things, polyethylene that is said, they take maybe a little bit longer. Some shorter processing time, okay, and maybe some ingredients necessary to process those things. So what about they factor those things already? They have a different costing for their production from the barrel of crude oil. So they factored that already. And what that does is that instead of how much a barrel of crude oil, $89. They're not using. I don't think they're using the $89 divided by the 156 or 59 barrel liter of crude oil they can get from a barrel. I think they have to reduce the price to accommodate the total number of PMS that they can get from a barrel of crude oil. You follow what I'm saying? So instead of $89 divided by 169, it has to be $89 minus whatever the other costs are. So the numerator is going to be lower if it's right. The numerator is going to be lower, and they divided by the total PMS that they get from a barrel of crude oil. And I think something tells me they already do that because they can't. I mean, just like you said, those are the byproducts. I mean, they have value, right? They have value out in the marketplace. It's not like they do it and throw it away. They have value. They sell those things. The kerosene for the planes and the jets, and of course diesel for the trucks. So they have real value. So they have. So they must have factored those other byproducts in the costing of producing at least 1 liter of PMS.
Yeah, they factored it in. So that's what I was trying to let him understand, that you can't just translate the volume of crude to the volume of this in petrol, because there are other items, this in byproducts that come from it too, that are actually real value added this in byproducts. So, and I guess that should be straightforward. I don't know where sometimes people just come and say stuff. I don't know why he did that, because you have to know. Because if you go to school in Nigeria, they always teach you in secondary school how all these things work. That there are processes. While this stuff is going up the chain, you will have different byproducts coming out. Then the last one, I think, is petrol that comes out at the top. So, but he just went and said the whole volume goes to petrol. I was like, what? That's
No.
not.
How will the whole volume go to petrol? Who said that?
And that was what the maker was arguing here. I don't know. He did that. He seemed to have gotten away with it. And when he repeated it to me, I was like, that doesn't add up. Sometimes when you hear some things, you should know it doesn't add up. Even I caught myself when I wanted to make a mistake just now. You should know.
To be honest, sorry, let me quickly say this. Even the PMS itself is of different grade. Like so they are graded according to the octane rating. So that's why if you go to developed country, you see they have like 3 meter, like 80, I think 87, 89, and 90 something, which is the highest. For high efficiency, for like luxury cars, they will advise you to use the highest, the premium, right? Yeah, because it's cleaner. It's a cleaner gas. So what we usually get in Nigeria is actually the lowest of the lowest. So it is even beneficial to Nigeria to allow Dangote to produce PMS for Nigeria to consume.
Why do they call it PMS even? I don't understand. What does it stand for?
I think
Petroleum Motor Spirit. Oh yeah, Premium Motor Spirit or Petroleum.
As a premium,
Is he only Nigeria that time?
When Dangote was alluding during the interview, Dangote was alluding to that the total value of its own PMS in the market. He was talking about the longevity of your appliances, your automobiles. They're going to last longer. So in other words, it's in the long term you're going to be saving money on repairs and cost of owning your appliances and your vehicles, which is a very good point. Which is very good. So maybe that will run.
So he's made some powerful enemies. I said Dangote has made some powerful enemies.
Of course, we know that. We know that.
Play for that guy because he's made some powerful enemies.
of course, I mean, that's why it was how. I mean, you can't there and to Nigeria. I mean, and it's natural. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing. There's no big deal about it. You come into a space displacing the people that control that market. That's place for such a long
Yeah.
time. They have a strong hold on it. Why do you think they should give Dangote such an easy landing? So what is going on to me is just part of the game. It's part of the business. Yeah, you create enemies.
For me, it's one thing
No,
to one
Prince
thing to,
Daddy.
so sorry, 15 seconds. It's one thing to take over, a business space. It's one thing to come out and start, exposing their secrets, saying that they have been knocking our cars and all that stuff. It hurts.
But that's the truth now. That's the
But
truth.
people don't normally. I just feel like we have to
Because
really watch his back. We have to watch
he
his
needs
back.
to watch his back. Yeah.
I just want Prince Daddy to know that number one, these people in this industry have not done Nigeria any favor. So displacing them is a huge favor to Nigerians. Then what Dangote is doing is not new. I think in business, they call it creative disruption or something like that. And it happens when the people in the business and the game refuse to update themselves. They just want to continue with the old system that is not working for the country, that is not doing any good for the country.
Yeah.
Someone will definitely
What
one
do
day
you call
come
it?
around. Creative disruption.
Uh-huh.
So someone will definitely come one day and do the right thing and put you guys out of business.
Yeah, and I like the term creative destruction, and that is how businesses progress, even in the West. You can't just sit there
Exactly.
and just
And
think.
so to that point, and the other day we're having a debate about why manufacturing is dying in the West, especially in America. And the only thing that people attribute that is
Your audio is going in and out, Prince Daddy.
Yeah. I mean, let me just add this, right? So it's good. This is a good starting point, no matter how you're going to look at the refinery. But the thing is, let there be competition. I know people have licenses to build a refinery. Give more licenses for qualified people to build refineries. Saturate the market. Complete the regulation. Let there be competition. It's just similar to what we have in the telecom industry, where you have. I remember when we started buying SIM card. A SIM card was sold at some point, I think close to 20,000 naira. When MTA were operating, then Glow came on. Glow were able to destabilize the market, drop the price. Everybody was having phone. They changed the tariff from per minute to per second. So these are the kind of competition you need, healthy competition for a country to develop. So no matter how you're going to look at it, Dangote is a starting point. For me, government, what they are supposed to do now is to step back and really regulate.
Yeah,
I
but
remember Dangote wanted to buy Port Harcourt refinery. They said no, it was because of all this issue. They didn't want him in the space. There is no.
My concern is that sometimes when you do analysis, like it's like somebody that says I know why this house doesn't look good is because they are not paying money for the rent, and the man that is owning it has lost his job. But then later on, that same person goes inside the house and says, why is this place dirty? And all the rest. But you already know the reason why. So my point is that when I look at, or at least my suspicion is that when you look at the state of Nigeria for the last, 40, 50 years, it's like our leaders, their only charge is to keep Nigeria, just functioning enough not to collapse, and then definitely weak enough not to develop. And to feel that every single time I've started monitoring them more closely. Look at what they did with last year's fuel subsidy removal. Then they went on to flow the currency. It's like you save money from removing fuel subsidies. Then you went and sabotage it with currency, this is floating, that has no benefit to us really. It didn't add anything to us other than just displaced Nigeria and spiked inflation to crazy. And now again, they are beginning to find ways again to sabotage. Dangote was supposed to come in clean, but guess what? The day before he announced that he was supposed to this thing, they released $6.8 billion debt that they are owing. Then the next thing that they hike the price of petrol. It's like they are just there making sure the system doesn't function.
Honestly, that's exactly what it is. They don't care, but it's the common man.
That's why I'm paranoid now. Just mark my words. What I always say is that Nigeria should be growing, but this government will find a way to sabotage it.
Yeah,
they will find a way.
Yeah,
they always do.
Yeah, it's the greed, right? They don't have the future of the country at heart. That's just the honest truth. If they do, they will be involved in policies that will benefit the children unborn, because the way the population is growing is getting larger, and you don't care about what will happen tomorrow. You don't care what will happen to children that are 2 years old today. These are just
if they've done it for such a long time, and the people are finding a way to survive, why would they change their ways? They're not going to change their ways. I mean, and not to mention that Nigeria thrives on inefficiency. I mean, there has to be inefficient system processes that allows them to make money. I mean, that's the whole game. So you're not going to blame them. You can't blame them. I mean, they're human beings at the end of the day. Until you have the right.
You have to. I think there's a distinction. I understand the human need to make money. My problem with what I see is not to make money. It's more of sabotage, because you can make money when the country is growing. That's why Dangote invested in the refinery. That is how it works. Elon Musk didn't create this Tesla because he wants to be generous and give people. No, he wants to make himself rich, but you have to offer value. But these people don't seem to follow that this thing. How do I call it? Philosophy. Their philosophy is, let me make money while damaging my country. That is their philosophy, and you have to ask
quickly. So why do they want to spend their time, their resources, the energy to create a manufacturing plant or production when those things have a higher risk than going to the central bank and just carrying the money in the bullion van and going home? I mean, come on.
Exactly.
No, I think
there's no brainer behind that. There's brain. It's a non-brainer.
The way I look at it is that what Dangote is doing is almost similar to. The really difficulty that Dangote is having is because he's now offering value and defining a lot of people that have a lot of power. That's why he's having difficulty. When you have money, you don't have to do the work yourself. People will do all the work for you, and you might as well just go to the bank and take the money yourself. So many of these people claim that like you said, they will just go and take the money from this thing. You're already rich. So the problem is not
tonight, I think we said before, you undermine the greediness of another man. Forget it. You may not do it, but don't say they're already rich. What does that even mean? It means nothing.
No, it don't. No, I understand what you are saying, but the greed you are referring to, what I see is not greedy enough. That is my problem. Because if they are so greedy, they want to be richer than Elon Musk. They will want to be richer than Bill Gates. They will want to be richer than the richest people in the world.
No. That's a lofty idea. I don't believe that. No. They don't want to be richer. I mean, why do they want to be richer? If you can steal $2, $3, $5 billion and don't do nothing for it, why do you want to stress yourself? It's not easy being Elon Musk and those guys, because those guys, they work, they think every day, they wake up every day, it's not easy. So not everybody wants to be that. It takes a lot.
Your argument is inconsistent. If you say they are greedy, that's why they want to steal money easy, then they should also want to find ways to even make more money. And after they steal, they will still want more, don't they? Because they are greedy.
To Nigeria, you don't
rather it's your logic that's failing. I mean, greedy, because you're equating being greedy as being industrious. What do you mean by that? That's not true.
Exactly.
Okay, you can argue that it's a fair argument to say whether because somebody is greedy, they cannot be industrial. Okay, if you have access to getting easy money, why would you want to be industrious? But that is my point. The very essence of being greedy means it's limitless. If you are really greedy, you have stolen as much as you can steal and get away with it, then you still want more anyway. So why does it stop there? They don't build.
But
These
Now,
don't
no,
build.
you're making a lot of assumption that people have the right skills, experience, the drive, the desire. You're making that assumption. Not at all. No, to
Then
Nigeria,
if they
no.
don't have that desire, then
you
their greed
know, since
is
that the
limited then.
simple question you asked to Nigeria is, do you think it's only Dangote that has $20 billion to build refinery in Nigeria? There are people that has more than that money, but they would never want to put it in a refinery because they don't want to go through the hustle of
Yeah,
building, managing, doing all. Why would they want to do that? They rather just put their money in the
right.
bank, earn
Come
interest,
on,
and spend the interest. Why would they
free
want to go
money.
through that? Free money.
Yeah, I don't want to stress yourself. I mean, that's why at the end of the day, I know Dangote, if we can say his hands are not clean, fine. But at the end of the day, he is the one with the refinery. He is the one with this conglomerate, and for that reason
Adding
itself, I
value.
think it should be protected. I mean, come on, everybody's. I mean,
Okay.
nobody's
Let,
clean.
let,
Nobody
let,
has
let's
clean hands.
let's go deeper into this then. If you are saying that if they can get the money easy, why should they worry? They don't do anything else with it. So then, why are they worrying about Dangote then? Why are they worrying about anybody else that wants to succeed? They shouldn't be getting anybody's way. They should be allowing the ones that want to succeed, that want to work for that money. No, but instead they get in their way
What are you
because
saying to Nigeria? You're not making any coherent statement right now. You're
okay,
saying
To Nigeria, yeah, because
people
Dangote
earning
is
free money?
displacing them. Dangote is
Exactly.
displacing them.
no.
That's
See,
why.
my point is that what you are saying. In other words, if they already have easy access to the money, why is Dangote displacing them matter? They will still go for the money. So that's my point. You are
How
assuming
would they
that
go
they
for the
can just
money?
open the chest of drawer and take all the money out. So if they
What do
have
you
to
mean they
work,
can still go for the money when
they can
Dangote
still
is
go for the
displacing
money.
them?
No,
How?
see, because they can create another avenue since they already own the system, isn't it? Like you are assuming now, they can just create avenues and take the money
So
easy.
do you think they want to stress their brain to create another avenue when they have the one that is already working? Or you think it's
If they don't
easy
have
to
a
just
choice, they
create
have
another
to.
avenue?
Tonight just making some
No,
lofty assumptions.
no. I
I
think
know,
no,
right?
no, because what you are doing is you make it look like these people cannot be bothered to even think of a new way to make money, and yet they are infinitely greedy at the same time. If
If
they are
it's
so
not broken,
infinitely
why
greedy,
would you
they
want
will
to
never
fix it
stop to want to make
to
more money.
Niger?
No, my
To
point is that
Niger,
if
if it's not broken, why would you want to fix it?
because they are infinitely greedy, and you know the one that made that argument that because of their greed, they will want this thing more money. They want it easy, so they will still want other avenues of making money. They are
Yeah,
addicted to making money.
but currently they already have an avenue of making easy money.
Yeah, but they want okay easy money, but they can make more easy money since they control the system, don't they?
What do you mean? Do you think there's no risk to making easy money?
No, my point is that your argument is that they control the system. They want easy money. So anybody that tries to come and do something to make money and block their easy money, then they will have problem with that person. My
Of
take is
course.
that they can easily create another way, like saying, "Oh, we want to do Ajekuta steel. We want to do this one. We want to build like the airline that they tried to do and didn't come out." They have so many ways to make easy money. Why do
No,
they
it's
insist on
not
blocking?
so
They put so
it's
much
not that
effort.
easy.
No, but if no, my point is that you have to be consistent here. If they are so they don't want to work harder, or why do they put so much effort to block others? What?
Because it's the current way of making money is not broken. Why would they want to stop it? I don't even get your argument. Are you
It's
saying
broken
No.
that
because some other
are
person
you
is coming
saying
in.
are you saying that
To Niger. To Niger.
Yes.
Teenager. Let me
Yes.
just make a comment. I just come to make a comment because I'm not going to stay. You asked question why people left. I was there earlier. People left because of Emeka Ladma. That guy is too toxic, okay? That's where a lot of people left. So I'm not even the one that made their comment. You can see one man comment. So that's why people left. But having said that, I just want to give you context about what happened in Georgia, about the school shooting. Yeah, it was a 14 years old, old boy, who killed about two teachers and two boys. But the problem is because of the way America and their gun control. I mean, I own a gun, okay, but different state and different state. I'm not, but I'm will be partisan, okay. I will be very rare. Republican are the one, propagating all this killing in this country because of their out of control gun control. So having said that, this guy was in a different school called I think Justin School. The 14 years old boy, So he has made a threat, online threat initially, that he was going to go to school and shoot people. So the police came and interviewed him. That was last school semester, but maybe about less than a year ago. So the FBI went and interviewed him and everything, but they didn't have the valid evidence. Even the father said, um, that's not true because the son can't do that. Okay, if the son do that, he's gonna punish the son. But what happened? They left that school where that high school and went to a different school called Appalachian and enrolled. But what happened in that particular state? There's nothing we call a red flag. That means if you have done something previously, you'll be tracked. But that particular state doesn't have that red flag. But he went to a different school. He just started that new school called Appalachian High School about 2 weeks ago. But let me tell you what happened after the FBI has interviewed the boy, which was about 6 months ago. You know what he did? The father went and buy AI-15. I'm not talking about handgun. AI-15. Everybody know what it is. Went and bought it for him as a gift. Can you believe that? It was the same gun that he went and used and massacre people. But how can you already know your son is unstable, and you go to buy AI 15 for the boy?
Is that what this person that just shot people, is that the one you are referring to? That
Yeah, I'm referring to. And the
wow.
father today, he has been arrested for
So, Prestige,
yeah.
are you saying the father is Republican, or why are you blaming the Republican? I just want to
Just
understand that
let
part.
me give Tuna the context of the question, okay? So don't let me finish. So this evening, the father has been arrested and he has been charged about 4 different counts. Because how can go and purchase a gun, not just any gun, and give your son 14 years for a gift? And the son is kind of mentally derailed already. He's under ABI list already. But
Okay,
there's no
But what this is
tonight.
got to do with the
I hear you. I hear you. But can you stop blaming it on the Republican? Republican and Democrat are the same. They don't want
No, they are not
gun
the same.
control.
We have what we
that
call
is
Come
we
on.
have what we call
It,
reasonable
come
gun
on.
control.
There are
no.
many
Yeah.
of us.
Why
There
don't you
The,
give up your own
the
gun?
Republican
Why don't you give
doesn't
up
want
your
to
own
allow. They
gun?
want like
So
they want like we are in a cowboy state.
so
That's
in
what
the
the
See,
cowboy
past,
want. Free for all.
hold on. Let me ask one more question. In the past, man of Prestige, when Democrat control the House, control the Senate, what happened? Why were they not able to put a stop to this nonsense?
You
Stop
can't pass it. You
discrediting
have to
these
have
people, man.
a two-third, and there's no branch of the government has two-third of that. Democrat has been asking for rational gun control. Nobody want
Rubbish.
hold on. Nobody want to
okay,
take your
this
gun.
Rubbish.
child
They
person
want
is gonna
hold
run. Is
on. They
gonna
want a
run his mouth.
background check.
Hold on.
Hold
Hold on.
on.
Let
He,
Let's
me
he
let other
finish,
didn't
people
talk
respond
about.
KKY.
to you,
Don't
man.
come
Let's
here
He
and
didn't
start
respond.
talk
busy. Let
about
me finish.
the
Let
liberal
me
gun that
finish.
went to Tennessee and
Let
hold
me
on.
finish before you
Hold
start your
No, no.
on.
narrative here.
You
Let me
hold on. We
finish.
heard you. You didn't talk about the previous shootings that involved liberals or Democrats. You didn't talk about that. All you want to talk
I'm
about is
not even
come
talking
here
about
and
that.
talk
I'm
about.
talking about the out of control Republican. They
It's
don't want
not
to
a,
take what is called a common sense. We are
let
not
me
asking
come.
about nobody should have a gun. I have
Let
a
me
gun. That's
let
all
me
Why
it
don't
come
you give
was.
now.
up your gun? Why don't you go turn in your gun? It's out of go. I mean, why don't you go turn in your gun?
I'm
Why do
talking
you have
about
one?
common sense background check. You don't even want the common sense. AY. They don't want. They want somebody who is sick can go out and buy a gun. They don't want you to have a
Hold
background check.
on.
This is what I'm talking about.
Let me make a response to that. But You see, Prince Daddy, that's this is true. hold on. This is not a Republican or that. You can't just say it's
Yes, it's a
Republican
Republican
and
failure.
blame.
So
Hold on. Let me explain why. If you check a lot of these Democratic cities, we all live in America here.
is an illegal gun proliferation, especially a lot of among these minority groups, and the gun crime there is 100 times higher. You don't see Democrats talking about all these illegal guns that are flowing in all these minority communities. What they're going to do about it?
Okay,
They want to target the most
how does the
responsible
illegal
ones.
gun penetrate other states that have a strict gun control? Because there's no restriction for you to cross the, people who go and buy a place like
That's
Indiana
not
that
it.
has a free gun for all. They can
That's
do
not
it in
it.
It
Chicago.
doesn't
What
have
are you talking
That's
about?
not it.
a standing argument. It just is
That's
very
not it.
bitter and partisan. It doesn't approach the
The
matter that
place
it
that
truly
high
cares.
the place that has the highest illegal gun, not only gun concentration but illegal gun concentration, are Democrat cities.
We had
That
the
is true.
everything. Why you? Who are you to make that comment? You don't.
I'm an American
It's
citizen.
just very biased.
No, it's true.
Everybody's talking about San Francisco. San Francisco has one of the lowest violence. Go and look at the present stats right now. Forget about what happened to the.
Chicago? What about
Forget about what
Chicago?
happened to the San
Talk
What
Francisco.
about
about New
Chicago
York?
then. No,
What
let him
about
answer
LA?
Chicago.
Okay. Let's talk about
Chicago.
recently. The one that happened in
What
Texas.
about LA?
Is it not a
You
red
only
state?
talk about San Francisco.
Hold on, let him talk
Is it
about
not
Chicago.
close to be
convenient.
a red state? What are you talking about?
Don't talk about Chicago now. All those illegal guns there. Come on.
Okay. Chicago has a strict gun control, but look at the surrounding state.
So
They don't
you're
have
saying,
free.
hold on.
Actually,
So
Prestige, no. Chicago has a really strict gun control laws. They do
and
in
it does
Chicago.
not work. It does not
But
work
how is it going to work when your
because
neighbor has free for all? No gun control. You can
so
easily go there and buy it and bring
you
it to
said you just
Chicago.
said Chicago has one of the strictest gun controls, while Chicago
Yeah,
has the
but if
ones
you
most
but what I'm
illegal
saying,
guns
you are
in the country.
misunderstanding me. You may have as much as strict if it is not federal. You have to make it
No.
federal.
What
But when
Prestige
your
is trying
neighbor
to
has,
do
It
is
still
take
wants
away,
war.
Prestige wants to take away our guns and only keep guns from himself and his family.
this is
It
the
doesn't think.
narrative.
It
Hold
don't
on,
It's the
work.
you don't
narrative
think that we
mega
deserve to
people
own our
are
own
lying in
guns?
this country. That's
You
why
guys,
that's why they are more mega
Sensible
people are
gun
more money
control
than who
for
are
him
lying.
alone.
you guys want to ban
Sensible
the
gun
legal
control for him
guns.
alone.
Hold
He
on.
doesn't think that the rest of the people are sensible enough.
Hold on. You guys want to ban the legal carrying gun
No,
people,
that's a
and
false
then all
narrative.
the illegal gun activities that happen and all the shooting that's happening in places like all this Chicago, all this stuff. You guys can never, ever talk on that. Is the most responsible people holding
Exactly,
guns?
they
That's who you
don't.
want to target.
They
How
never
that
talk
fix
about
it?
that. And by the way, Professor, why don't you give an example where a legal gun owner that's a Republican just got up and go shoot people around town or in schools or at the mall? Tell me, how often does that
Give me
happen?
the example. The last recent one of them was in Texas. You don't know about the school shooting that happened in Texas.
How
That's
many
a red
shootings?
state. This Georgia right now is close to a red state. Florida is a red state. What
Hold
are you all
on,
talking about?
hold on. How many shootings happen in all these Democrat cities? All these illegal shootings that we hear on the news every day. You're not hearing about that
It
every single
happened
day.
everywhere, but I'm talking about
So
Listen,
what's happening
in
right
one
now.
weekend,
So
you
it's
can
not a
have almost
Democrat
150
stuff.
people shot in Chicago, about 50 people dead. That's not a damn weekend. It doesn't bother Prestige. It doesn't bother him. He only
Do
wants
you
to
know
talk
how many
about.
people has died in Miami,
you
Florida, Dade
go
County?
on. You guys should go and
Dade
sit down.
County.
You guys want to attack the gun, but not attack
Dade
the main
County in
cause.
Miami is full of black people. It's a black
But
populated area.
Florida is a red state. It's not
Forget
a
about
purple.
that. Dade
It's not a
County in
purple state.
Miami is
Florida
black
is a red
populated.
state.
Chicago's got a lot of black population. So
Democrats.
does Houston, Texas.
Hey, guy, you see, the Maole reason I'm questioning man of Prestige.
Why are you going to question me? You don't even live in this country. You don't have you don't even have the pattern of what's happening here. So don't bring your biasness. You're not
where do
even
you
making
think I
sense.
live? Hold on. The way the Democrat and their supporters want to pretend that Republican are the bad guys, it baffles me. So Democrat, they are as evil as Republican. I mean, is it Republican that selling weapon in Russia and Ukraine, or they are the ones selling weapon in Israel and Gaza to kill themselves? Come on, you guys should stop pretending.
So what you say? The Republican doesn't blame us. They don't blame us.
Because
we are the only one
they
blaming
deceive
them.
people for many years. They need to stop.
It's
They are not innocent.
On this gun.
I think some of you Nigerians are kind of hard slave When you're in a different
No,
country, you don't know what's
Oh
happening in a
no.
different. You don't know what's happening in this country. You
You
just come there
guys,
and make noise.
so why do you think that
what are you
Biden?
talking about?
Hold on, he doesn't even know.
Do you know where? Do you know who? Do you know where I live? Do you know? I beg, keep quiet, Joe.
How don't you know all these guns? You think that if you ban gun, you're gonna ban knife, you're gonna ban all these weapons. What about
Yeah.
a knife? You're gonna ban all these people stabbing people. Are you going to ban
Nobody. Why you're lying? I'm gonna call it how it is. You all are lying. Nobody wants to take people away. Nobody
but he
wants
wants
to take
security for
people
himself and
gun
his
away.
family.
Why you're lying?
Just like the rest of the Democrats.
You guys
He
are
wants to defund the police, but he wants security for himself, his family, and the Democrat. They want security. They want policing, but they want defund police for the rest of the country, especially the poor people. That's
You guys don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not even a supporter of Republican, but must everything be partisan? There is a problem. You got to call it out. Forget about them.
Then why you support? Why is your whole narrative?
I'm not
your whole
supporting.
narrative
I'm telling
is
you
support
the
of
truth.
your whole narrative is support of Republican. You make it sound like the Republican are sent. Then Democrats are evil.
You've heard.
That's what you say.
Discuss American politics. I'm not a fan of Republican. But Democrats should stop pretending they are sent.
How about Republicans should stop
guys.
pretending? It just shows how hypocritical you can be. You are blaming state Democrats to stop. Why can't Republicans stop? Doesn't it take two to tango?
You are here instead of looking at the solution, looking for solution. You are calling.
You're blaming Republican. What does Republican have to do with illegal gun?
How about Prince Daddy? All the whole nonsense. Prince Daddy and the other guy is talking. You never
Nonsense.
you never say they're not making sense. What's the matter with you?
You make it partisan.
Because it is. I'm just talking about what happened in Georgia.
This is not a partisan issue.
Is they're negligent for not implementing the red line law.
How are you going to stop illegal gun then? Illegal
red
fire.
line law. If they have put a red line law in place in Georgia,
give me one place that has that.
They would have been tracking the boy, but because of a Republican
hold on. Let me ask you a question now.
Which is a common sense law.
Hold on. How are you going to stop all this gun crime in Chicago? That's already illegal law. All these illegal guns in Chicago. How are you going to stop them?
What did I just say earlier? Do you know why there's legal gun in Chicago? Can I tell
illegal.
Yeah, illegal. Can I tell you why?
Tell us why.
Because
you have
state.
Hold on now. Let me learn. You have the state around them. Even I thought there's a strict law in Illinois. Which
Prestige doesn't take responsibility. See, he never takes responsibility for his own actions. So you want to blame all the states around Chicago, around Illinois, for the guns, for the illegal guns in Chicago.
That's
rubbish. You want to blame the leaders there and the people responsible for it.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't do that.
That's irresponsible, Prestige. And you should be ashamed of yourself for saying that.
It don't work. Then you're gonna start banning knife, start banning baseball bats, start banning which other thing? Car, maybe ban car too.
So what I'm saying doesn't make sense to you.
It don't make any. That's not the solution. You attack the
what
issue.
I'm saying.
This is a mental issue.
Hold on. There's a strict gun law in Illinois. The reason why it's
and it does not work
because
now.
of the states surrounding them. People can go there and purchase those guns where the gun is free for all. Anybody can come. There's no background check in most of the states surrounding them, which is a Republican state, and this is what they are known for.
Hold on. First of all, most gun crimes are in Democrat cities, not even Republican. Will you admit to that?
No, I will admit to that because
that is
correct.
Oh my God, man!
You don't have any data to back your fact.
I do have
and
data.
I just gave you an example of when it comes to the state of Illinois, how does how they gun penetrate into that state so much, because
just because you make it illegal. Hold on, just because you make it illegal does not mean it's going to eliminate crime, as you can see.
I didn't say what, but at least it's going to minimize it.
No, Chicago is one of the highest. It does not work.
I'm not disputing that fact. That's fact.
So it doesn't work now. Stop attacking the gun. Attack the people, the issues. The issue. Don't just say ban gun. Because people, these smart people will start using something else.
Man of
Can I
your
comment?
argument does not really make sense.
It doesn't make sense because you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let's talk about. Hold on.
there is a general problem.
Why are you so much
Hold
pertaining to?
on,
Why are you
hold
so
on.
much pertaining to the
America, hold
Democrat?
on.
You don't
Let's
say
put
anything
the fact.
against
Let's
Republican.
put the facts out there.
What area are you talking about?
America, they have 120 guns per 100 persons. You need to know this is not issue of Democrat
Don't ask
Republican.
me what I know. I know what
That is
I
where
know.
the
I know more
problem.
than you.
Come
So
on, man. You are just
don't come here
Calm
and
down now,
dehumanize me.
Calm down. Hold on.
You are
No,
just
Don't come here and
you
dehumanize
know
me.
the wrong things,
AY.
Chester. You know the wrong things. You have experience in the wrong things. You don't know more than you're saying.
You don't know.
In fact, you're saying the wrong things most of the time, especially when it comes to this
Can I
issue.
comment?
Yes, please.
I don't know what you guys are discussing, but I heard gun and Georgia and things like that. When it comes to gun in the United States, it is not a Democrat or Republican thing. Because if you want to look at it in the eyes of the politics, that's actually wrong. Because there have been a time the Democrats hold the Senate and the House. They didn't change anything. And there have been a time the Republicans, they own both sides. They didn't change anything. So when it comes to guns in the United States, it's actually their constitution.
It's more than constitution. It is
Let me finish.
It's a fundamental part of America being American. Is that gun culture?
That's the Second Amendment now.
Hold on. It is their constitutional amendment. It's their constitution. So it will be difficult because even this one that I'm talking about in Illinois, when you shoot in Illinois, they still do not, your penalties are not much of that you shoot somebody with a gun. Your penalties will be that you shoot somebody. Ridiculously, I've been in a courtroom in Illinois. I don't know if you people heard about her. She's my friend. She's Ayana. Ayana was shot. Okay, she's a police officer. She was off duty. That was last year. So when you see things like that, you begin to wonder: is it not this state that has the strictest gun laws? Why are they not talking about how did you get the law gun? How dare you use gun and this that? It is not a party something. And honestly, sincerely speaking, when I discuss things that has to do with human life, destruction of human life and property, I really don't want to politicize it.
Yep.
And I really feel really bad when people politicize it. This issue of gun in the United States has absolutely nothing to do with both parties because both parties have held the Congress before, single-handedly. There was a time Democrats was almost I think 59. In the Congress, there were almost 200 and something. They have the power to do whatever they want to do. So why didn't they stop it? The same thing with Republicans. It's something that is they call it their right. And when a country gives somebody such a right, it is difficult for you to take it away from the person.
Yep.
It's going to go round and round and round and round and round. And let me say this in a lighter mood. The advantage, I remember when this war in Ukraine started, and I was talking with family members, and I was like, hey, you guys that are in the military, I look forward to day. Can a country actually invade the United States? I was talking to military guys, and they were like, they laughed. I said, why not? But whether they can live a life is what they cannot guarantee me. Because if you think the thing that happened in Ukraine, a country coming in with their soldiers, and they will tell you that some Americans have their own bombers, personal bombers. You won't believe it. All these ones people are talking about gone. Those are the minor issues. If you dip into it, you will know that some of them have personal arsenals. It's their right. So for we to come into a global platform like this and start saying, hey, it's Republicans, hey, it's Democrats, it's not really, it's as if we are trying to downplay the enormosity of the issue that they have in the United States. It's a very big issue.
Thank you, Joe.
Can I come in? Let's make it a conversation. Thank you,
You
thank you,
said
thank
it
you,
all.
Madam Zita. Hold on now. Let's one person talk at a time. It's my turn. But if you want to go first, I'll let you go. Madam Zita, everything you said, I completely agree. My argument here I'm making is not about it's a Second Amendment. It's a constitutional right for everybody to bear arms here. That's just part of American Constitution. So everybody has the right. I own gun, for myself. But the point we're talking about common sense, certain kind of restriction you can put, like for example, background check for anybody not to be able to possess gun. That's the area where nobody's talking about taking people gun or you don't have to own a gun. Like I said, it's a constitutional right.
But
America, everybody, is embodied to do that. But
Can
there
I
has to
can I
be.
come in?
Let me finish now. Then you come in. I'll be rounding up in 2 minutes. Okay. It's a common sense, kind of this background check. Some states they refuse to have a background check, so you can have a crazy person that's mentally derailed, that don't have any sense. They can go over there and purchase a gun without you, having taken a gun, or somebody a felon who has committed a crime before. Maybe it's a gun crime. He just came out of prison. Somebody that is derailed, you're gonna allow him to. But that's the part I'm talking about. Common sense, legislators that we curtail some of people who are not supposed to, own gun. That's the part I'm talking about. I'm not saying Republican or Democrat. They're
you're
all the
not.
But you
same. They are,
did. You did. People are here. You did.
just
You are
hey,
still
why?
Republican.
Look, don't take my word out of context. What I said. I said, yeah. I blame the Republican state for not able to institute a common
Oh my
sense
God.
legislator. I'm not saying it's free for all. Everybody have to, everybody has to own gun. But I'm talking about the common sense, that's what I'm talking about.
Can but
Background check,
can
red line,
that
promoting a red line whereby if you commit crime with a gun, or if you have committed a crime before, they can put what they call a red line. They can be able to track you to know what you're doing. If you're somebody, or they know
that
you're very
how is
safe.
that going to work when you have all these illegal guns all over the place? It doesn't. How is that going to
So
work anything?
okay, let me ask all these Republicans. So you don't believe in background check?
It's not going to work. You got to do more than that.
Background check doesn't not gonna work.
They're already doing that, and it's not
Can
working.
I come
Okay,
in?
Okay, okay.
it's
I'm
not. They're
done.
already
Can
I'm
I
doing it.
come
Wait,
in?
what do they have background check everywhere?
okay. Next person can go on. I just listen, Madam Zita or whatever.
There are two things. Let's not mix them up. There are illegal possession of gun and then illegal use of gun. They are two different things. You are not supposed to buy the gun. You bought the gun. Some states say things like that. Did he go for a background check? Why did he buy who allowed him to buy the gun? States like Illinois. What about illegal use of the gun? Your father legally qualified to own a gun, and he owns a gun. He was allowed to own one. And then you are the child. Probably you are not allowed or qualified to own a gun, but you use your father's gun. So you see why the problem is enormous. It's not something somebody should downplay. When you have, like my family, I used to laugh over it. I tell them that the country where I come from, we hand over estates. Most times is our what do they call it? Our inheritance. But these people, they can hand you over that. But what is most important to them? They keep a room. And if you walk into that room, you will see up to 18 guns of different sizes and shape. They will tell you, this was my grandfather's home. This was my great-grandfather's home. This was my dad's home. This was my great-grandfather's hunting gun. I was like, are you people okay? You mean you lined up this thing? One day I asked my husband, which one is loaded? He burst into laughter. This is a fundamental issue in the country. It's overwhelming. And they can't handle it. Because this is a country who holds so dear to their constitution, quite unlike other nations. Other nations hold dear their culture and tradition. When you leave a country bruised on tradition and culture, they are easier to manage. But when a country is breeding on their constitution, it's a very hard nut to crack.
Okay,
So
see, Madam
America
Zita, what you
is one
said.
of the
I
countries.
own a gun, but I have a lock place that I lock it. Only me and my wife has the combination to open it. I have a teenage son. I can't
Yes,
just carelessly
I
own a gun
agree.
and leave it there on my bed or whatever.
I
Because
agree with you, but
that's what I
listen,
do. That's
let
the
me tell
common
you
sense.
something. Let me tell you something. Yes, you are taking the right steps in protecting your gun and protecting the people around you. But let me tell you something about somebody who wants to commit crime. People actually think that crime is something somebody wake up and commit. It's a planned thing, just like somebody doesn't wake up to go and steal. You have to plan it. So when somebody say, I lock my gun, I lock it up, it's only me and my wife, you have to still be careful and pray that nobody around you want to use that gun. Because if there is anybody around you who wants to use that gun, all it needs to do is to monitor. When you lock it, how you lock it, where you keep the key, how you arrange the key, how you keep it one day. I know a family downtown, south side in Chicago. The father used to hide the key to the wardrobe where his guns are inside
But
his
Madam
Bible.
Zita, I don't have a key. I have a combination. I told you only me and my wife know the combination to open it. I'm talking about the process that I follow. I don't know about that key. That key is kind of too loose. But go
I
ahead.
agree with you now. I agree with you. I'm just giving an example. The day the daughter wanted to use the gun, it took her 6 months to monitor the father when they were interviewed. And then they opened it and they took the gun and they committed a crime with it. So the gun issue in the United States is a very, very big problem and it's overwhelming. But let me say this in conclusion. When we talk about guns that is killing people, let's not forget that it's not only guns they used to kill. Yes, gun might take 2, 3 at the same time. But let's not forget that I know some places they do stabbing. They stab 1, 2, 3 at the same time. It's not gun, it was a knife. Why don't we do more in controlling the foundation that uses the gun instead of the weapon? Gun does not stand to go and shoot itself. Somebody uses it. So why don't we do more in working in our society to understand that human life is important, not concentrating on the weapon they use to destroy human life? I rest my case.
Right. Another yeah, that's absolutely correct. He's talking about the prestige. You're talking about everybody should be punished because of some crazy people every now and then going about. Is that fair? And will it work? No, it's not going to work. And all this banning stuff again. You have not answered how are you going to stop all these illegal guns. Even if you ban all, are you going to ban all
Excuse,
the guns in America?
just a
Okay,
minute,
okay. Can I
just
can
a
I make a
second.
comment on that,
There is one
Madazita?
girl I want to pay last respect to. The marathon lady from Uganda.
From Uganda, right?
If
Yeah, I
it
heard
is
about
in
it.
the United States, the boyfriend would have shot her. And everybody will be shouting, gun, 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 gun. But what did he do? He set her ablaze.
Born her, right?
So let me
But okay,
repeat myself. We should do more concentrating on what uses those weapons, not on the weapon. Because
but
if you ban gun,
Finish.
there are a lot
let me
of
make a
things that can
comment.
be used.
Finish.
Let me make a
Somebody
comment,
can
Madazita.
gas a whole school and set everybody ablaze. Yes, it doesn't
Madam Zita.
necessarily need to use gun.
Madam Zita, I think what I'm talking about, I'm not talking about you have a right to restrict to take away people's gun. How am I going to say that? Am I not hypocrite when I own one? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a common sense gun law. Okay, look at what happened. You all know what happened in Las Vegas about 2 or 3 years ago. Because this guy has a magazine that contains about 50 or 60 rounds. What are you doing with AK-4 or rifle of that nature that has a big old magazine? Maybe if you have, hold on, maybe if you have killed 1 or 2 persons, instead of killing about 100 or about 50 people, because you're allowed to own military
Nonsense.
style. Hold on now, you're allowed to own military style of weapon, a magazine that contains about 100 rounds.
So,
What is that?
hold
Is that a
on.
defense?
Hold
If I
on.
have a guy handgun, I can defend myself at my home. But what am I doing with a military style rifle? This
Mhm.
is the kind of law I'm talking about. Common sense. Ban all
Listen,
those
listen.
AI rifle.
See, if that guy you're talking about now, if he, let's say he got that gun legally,
You
if
know
he
the one I'm
wanted,
talking about, the Las Vegas, right?
it's yeah, with everybody, we have heard about that.
Okay.
Listen, if that guy wanted to get that gun illegally, he would have gotten it illegally, and you will not be able to stop him.
But he didn't. But he got this one legally. It's not
If he
illegal.
wanted to get it illegally, he would have gotten it illegally. So
Okay,
just blocking it,
brother. Why not close that? Why not at least close that loophole
it
there?
won't
At least
work.
minimize the
Oh
number.
my God.
You don't think that's going to minimize?
So all these also what's gonna happen to all these people using this Glock, all these small hand firearms in all these inner cities? What you gonna do about that?
Okay, can I tell you something?
Let me hear.
Google it and find out. About 75 of the crime committed in about 75 of the crime committed with gun in this country, are committed by legal owners, legal gun owners. So when you emphasizing about illegal, Google and find out what I said is by legal people who legally purchase them, but
Okay.
because some of them don't have a background check, and some of them buy AI rifle that is not necessary to defend yourself
Oh,
with 50 rand. So find out, because you're emphasizing about illegal means that's not the only way. That's
I,
just part of the
I'm
loophole.
about.
That's
I
just
don't
about
even believe
25
that
or
stat.
about 20% or
I'm
25%.
about to look it up because that stat is not even.
Okay.
That stat is not. I'm about to look it up now.
But
Let me
let me
tell you,
come
let
let
me
me
say
come in
something.
here real quick.
Saying that
Madam,
man of prestige, you're
Yeah.
talking about assault weapon.
Yes.
Yeah, you are very right. Somebody should not own assault weapon. For what? Is it going for war?
That is
But that's true.
incorrect.
That's
I
true.
disagree. Americans disagree with that. We
But
disagree with that.
let me say this. I always like to, sometimes I like to tell people that the world is too complex. So when I want to explain something, I try as much as possible to make it look like as if it's not making any meaning, to less the complexity. Now, in Nigeria, I don't know if anybody on this platform today has witnessed a riot in the north or an attack on a particular community in the north. I want to make reference to when we were younger. Today, they've armed them, but in those days, they were not armed. What they use is sword. And I tell you something, man of prestige, those their sword came more than assault weapon. I saw it with my 2 naked eyes. As people were rushing, 3 men were just hidden by the side and that they were slicing them off. Assault weapon, probably. The moment people hear the sound, they will run back. But that one didn't have a sound. So
Is it
what
the
am
one
I
they call?
saying?
Is it the one they call silencer or whatever they call it? Something like that.
No, I mean sword.
Oh, okay.
Sword. This is the northern sword. Extremely sharp. It cuts through a bone. It can slice a human into 2. That's what they use in the north. They don't use assault weapon. And they can kill as many as they can. Because it doesn't have a sound. The moment you hear assault weapon, everybody, or even if you put a silencer, something hit one person, hit the other, everybody will take off. What about a sword? That's why I'm saying that when Americans stand up to shout about their gun, I laugh. I said they are directing the attention to the wrong side. Work on your society.
But Madam Zita,
Tell that
America
to
carries their
Democrats.
right.
It's getting worse
America
by the
carries
day.
their
One
right.
of prestige. Let me tell you why it's getting worse by the day. I was discussing with my mother-in-law, and he told me something that gave me jitters. And I gave him, because me, you trust me, I will say anything when I want to say it. He was talking about the old days. I was telling her that I remember my uncle in those days. He used to come and tell us that you can never see a madman or a beggar in the streets of United States. What happened now? She told me a very pathetic story. How they used to put them in all those people you see in some kind of places now in the United States. They call themselves homeless, but most of them are selling drugs. Most of them are well armed to the teeth. I don't know if any of you have encountered them, but they look like homeless. They look ragged. They stink, actually. But they're in big business. I can assure you. So I was asking, how come about this? He said before, they used to keep them somewhere. They see you like that, they get you and keep you somewhere. That it was a mistake the nation make, both on the side of the Congress and on the side of the families of those people. Some family members were claiming that they were not being well cared for. And then like that, they chop money here. Congress decided to remove the budget. And the thing is being littered in their street. Then I repeat myself again. I said, they should do more. Now you are talking about somebody who has mental problem. Why should the person have a gun? In the first place, somebody who has a mental problem should be in asylum, mental asylum. What is he doing in the street of United States? Hello? Am I making sense?
No. You are making sense. So
If
what?
you're
Like
a
I was saying,
madman,
what I
that's
was
why I
talking about.
said, can we concentrate on the people using the weapons, not on the weapon?
No. I agree with you. There are some mental health issue. Those phones
They should be in the mental
encompassed in
asylum.
what we are talking about. It's not just the gun. I agree
Let
with you.
me read a stat I'm reading right now. There were 39,707 deaths from firearms in the United States in 2019. 60% of deaths from firearms in the United States are suicide. 60%. So we can see this mental health issue. Most of the people who die from gun in this country are suicide. Can you believe that? 60%.
Yeah, that could be true, but that's not even what we are talking about. I mean, suicide is suicide. I mean,
do you know what is 60% of firearm people dying
that
by
may be
gun?
true. I don't have the data.
Even
I'm
if it's
not
suicide,
disputing what he said. I mean,
that
you just
doesn't mean that
Google it, right?
firearm is not legal, isn't it? And there is also the aspect that the availability of the guns makes it easier to commit suicide too.
That's the part. Okay.
Right, but people are not talking. They're only talking about them all these mass shootings, and that's it. As if that's the only thing to talk about. What about this?
30% that is 37% or so that is homicide, isn't it? So that one is actually killing people. That's in excess of almost 20,000 people.
You said it's 30%.
Yeah, that 30 something percent.
Right.
It's almost this thing. It's almost 15 to 20,000 people.
Right,
Because
but even reading that stat now, because I'm looking up some other information, most of the gun crime in the United States is not even by all these AR-15 and all this stuff. It's by handguns. So
But the point I
so
was
there's
talking about the AI. AI kill more people when they're actually
not in the
used.
United States. The number one firearm killing people in the United States are handguns, not all these assault rifles.
No, nobody's putting the stat you just said, but I'm just saying why
Okay.
you want the AI 15. I mean, because instead of killing one or two people, you can kill about 100 people at a time. What is the purpose? That's supposed to be for the military.
Hold on. So the issue is not the issue should not be that this one is killing can kill more. The issue is that people are dying more from this one. If this
Okay,
one is
hold on,
killing
hold on, hold
50
on. Do
and this one is
why not
killing
if
10,
we can
I'm gonna
minimize
focus
the
on one killing.
situation? If we can minimize the situation by banning that AI
It
something,
won't
won't
work.
that help? If
No, it will
100
not
people is
help.
dying, maybe
Well,
about 90 or 80 people is going to die. Doesn't it help the society?
no, it will not work. It won't work.
Okay, okay.
I
So
think he
minimizing
does
the
have a
number of deaths
point.
is not a good thing.
Man of Prestige,
That's not how you do it.
if you go after the people that are being the 3% that are being killed, then you are missing the about 30% and the 60% that are also losing their life, which is actually
I'm not saying every one of them should be looked into.
Focus on
Whatever
that
you want to
one
do, but
now.
I'm talking about at least, you can't control it, contain a little bit. That's
It
my point.
it's still those numbers are small. It still won't work,
But
and
every
people
small number help. I mean, I don't. Okay.
I don't know why you say it
what
can't work.
affects all the mental health issue.
Hold on, man of let me take it from the because I think man of have been trying. I don't know why you say it can't work because Canada is right next door. A lot of people have weapons, but just because of regulation, people are not just really killing each other all over the place.
That's exactly
So
what I'm talking
No,
about.
that's not. No, that's not
People
it.
people are misconstruing my word. Like I said, ban. How am I going to say ban when I own one? I'm talking about certain kind of
No.
regulation to minimize.
Look,
You know, that's the only part I'm
okay.
preaching for.
Okay. First of all, America and Canada are on two completely different levels. Okay, that America is one of the highest militarily, economic stuff in the world.
That's not an
What
excuse.
is Canada doing in terms
That's
of
not an excuse.
America is an
manufacturing?
anomaly in the world. It's an anomaly even in Western culture.
We
America
make a
is
lot of money from it now.
see,
So
I
you are
think there is
justifying
another
that because
underlying
you make a lot of
reason
money.
why Americans do this. It's not only because that part of it where they are having all the money, the guns in the country. It's not only that. I think there is an oppressive aspect to it where because they don't want the minorities to gain power. The people that control most of these guns are the dominant culture, the Europeans.
That's not true. That's not true.
Are you telling me that the Europeans are not the one that possess the vast majority of the firearms?
That's false. I would say the minority, especially blacks, is very very close, if not
Okay,
more.
let me confirm that. Then let me get the numbers there. They will find out which one.
You're not going to see a big difference. It's going to be
Okay,
very
okay,
similar
okay.
numbers.
If you're gonna be making that commentary, why why mostly Republican they endorse this people that say gun? What do you call it? What do you call that organization? Why do they
Do
always endorse Republican?
do you know do you know what the well no, this is what I'll answer. Do you know
No,
what
go ahead.
do you know why the Republicans are always so mad at the Democrats once they start talking about this restricting guns? Do you know why they're so mad and so angry when this topic is brought up?
Yeah, say it. What? Why?
The reason why, because they look at all these Democrat cities, they see all the guns there, and it's most of them are illegal. So they say you guys want to take the guns from the people who are most responsible with it, and then all these people who are irresponsible with their guns in the cities you guys control, you guys have no laws, no program, no nothing. And then the illegal people will have guns, and the responsible people will not have guns. What do you think? There is a fear that comes up from that.
But do you
It's
know
not working now.
you keep on
It don't
talking
make
about the
sense.
illegality part of it? How is things going to work when there's no national uniformity on any kind of gun restriction or common sense law? I mean,
Because
you have your neighbor state. I can
right,
go to my neighbor state, like from here, and buy a gun. Like if I'm in Florida,
right.
I can go to Georgia and buy a gun. Or if I'm in California, I can go to my neighboring state, Arizona or whatever. If they have a free for all gun, I can buy a gun because they don't have the same law.
Wait,
So it
hold
has
on.
to be a uniform.
No, no, no. Because even I think like some countries, because I'm about to look up how many countries you can own a assault a AR in. I think Russia is one of them. Russia, I think people have AR.
Australia. Have
Okay,
you look Australia?
I'm going
What
to look it up now.
why they have a very, very low, mass shooting. You hardly can see any kind of mass shooting in Australia. Very
Yeah, but
low.
I think Russia has it as well. That you can
Uh,
own AR,
let
but
me
you
give
don't
you
see
the
the crime.
numbers. Let me give you the number of that in percentages. The people that admitted that they owned guns in their families in terms of the American demographics. The white, 49% of them admit to owning a gun in their families, and in the black population is 32%, and in the Hispanic population 31%, and that is also hiding another number: the number of guns owned in each of these families. In the
Mm,
European population, they own more guns in their
No,
family.
no, no,
They have
no.
more militias in their population.
No, no, no.
Okay,
Don't you know you have to look at the illegal numbers too, and then you use those numbers together.
But how can you
You
get
don't know
illegal?
that?
number that I
How
just
can
gave
you
you
quote illegal number?
even now.
Anything that's illegal, you
They,
can
It's
account
they
for it.
no, they
see
still
what
track
it
it.
is assuming that black people are the ones that are illegal. It's funny, isn't it? So
Yeah,
the point is that the data that I just shared with you now shows that the white people own more. But I will go deeper.
it's
Keep
not
going.
true. It's
Yes,
not
they
Well,
do
true.
you
because they
guys,
can
sorry,
afford it more than the
It's
black
I have
not
people.
a question.
true.
Please,
White people can
sorry,
afford
excuse me.
God more than white. They have
Man of
money.
Prestige, man of Prestige,
Yeah.
sorry, I have a question for you guys. What was the reason for allowing people to own guns in America?
Let me say why. Because
Okay.
this country is not America was not created like this. America had to fight for their independence. So that creates a completely different mentality in the mind of American compared to all these Europeans who didn't go through that process. So from there, that's when we started really taking that industry serious. I think they even tried to even ban it or ban some stuff before. It doesn't work. That's why the Constitution
Why,
was
why, why,
created.
why, why it work if they ban it? Because you cannot tell me that even with the multitude of people that have guns in America, their security is still not still the best. A lot of people get killed in America more than most of the country. Even in a country like Nigeria, more people die from guns in America than even in Nigeria, where we have militia, we have Boko Haram, we have banditry.
Well, I don't know about
So
that,
what
but
Is
is
that Baba? Baba, is that you?
Where did you
That's
get that one
accurate.
from?
43,000 die from gun violence in America each year, and there's no way bandits can kill up to 43,000 in Nigeria.
No, is that Baba that coming? Baba is right. More
well,
people die here
I'm
than in
Simba,
Nigeria.
Simba, it's Simba, it's
Simba,
Simba.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you are right.
it,
Even at
it,
all with the Boko Haram and the terrorists, more people die from gun violence in this country. On
well,
average compared to Nigeria. If you want
well,
to base
That's
it on
not
population
true.
or power.
well. That's not the only way to kill somebody for somebody to be killed by gun violence.
No,
America
no,
has
don't
a
let
higher.
us be defended. The question I ask is this: we are not doing comparison, but
Hmm?
you have countries. To
Okay.
me, security is not about gun. It's not all about gun,
Hmm.
gun. There are
Hmm.
countries where people don't even have access to gun, and they have better security. So why is it that the only thing they take in America that everybody should hold gun and defend yourself? That means the government failed to protect the people, so you are the one protecting yourself.
Well,
But
well.
Simba, but the guy
Simba,
that just
can
spoke
I?
That's
earlier,
what it
he
means.
has given you the genesis of, and we had the constitution, the Second Amendment came to be. That was how that started. And it was embedded in the constitution that you have a right to own gun. That's how everything
Yeah,
starts. So,
it's like a gun is a culture now to them, Simba. It's
yes,
not
it
Let
is.
just
me finish. Stop
about
it. Why can't they ban it?
security.
Because it's part
It's
of
a
being an
culture.
American. It's a part of being
And
an
and
American.
and and also they've already built a business around it. So that
Cyril,
complicates
you know
things
one thing
again.
I don't like, especially about we migrants, that normally once you hear something about America, we find it very difficult to find any fault in whatever America is doing. How can you say
Thank you
a
No,
very
that's
much.
lot
not
of
it.
people are
It's
being
not this
killed, and
Nigeria
then
when they
so
come
the
here.
people are
When
being
they
killed
come here,
part of America.
they lost their senses.
No, that's not it. I think we see in Nigeria, we just think, oh, you just hit hammer with everything. That's how just use force, do it. Use force, do this. Use force, do that. That's not how things work in developed
It's
countries.
a common sense. It's a common sense. But everything is not a common sense for some of you Republicans.
Oh my goodness. Again, you still haven't answered why Democrats have the highest number of gun crime in their cities in the country.
He
I
answered
mean,
it. What do you mean he has not answered? He answered it.
He didn't. He just said that they get guns from illegal other states where it's easier to get or
I
something like that.
said some Democrat city has a stricter gun control in their, in their state, but
Uh-huh.
that's not going to happen because it's not universal. It's just like somebody from Lagos
Oh
State.
my
Lagos
God.
State, promote there will be no gun. So you telling me because you can go to Ogu, Simba. So what I'm trying to say, let's use Nigeria for example. Let's assume Lagos State has a stricter gun control, right? And you have Ogu, which is very close to there, and you can easily Ogu State is anybody can have a gun. It doesn't matter. Are you telling me I'm not going to go to Ogu and buy a gun and bring it and use it in Lagos State? So
What
that's the point I'm trying to make.
wait, what do you mean use it? Because again, you see, whether it's illegal or illegal, if people want to access it, they can access it and they can still use it.
No, you have to make it
No, say,
difficult for people
um,
who are mentally deranged not to be able to purchase a gun. But in
and
some
in
of the red
addition to
states,
that, yeah,
red
go
states
on.
like Texas, you know, anybody, it doesn't matter. There's no background check. You know,
They,
sometimes a teenager, underage person can go buy a gun. All they have
but
to do present a fake ID. Or sometimes, you don't even have to present ID. Remember, there's a city in Texas that was, canvassing for you don't have to have an ID to buy a gun.
oh
If
Lord.
I'm telling a story, even in Florida, they say that you don't have to have an ID to buy a gun. Go
Uh-huh.
find out. I'm not making things up.
Again, you focus on this specific AR. All these handguns that's more legal and more or less restriction. You can't stop that one either. And that's the main one people are using to kill
But
people. Forget all this new stuff.
nobody asking about stopping users of gun totality. We're asking of minimize what could have been the effect. You know, and what I just said is an example. What just happened in Georgia
What
yesterday is a typical example
why
of
are
what
you
we are
guys
talking
not
about.
forget Georgia because it's more worse things that happen
Okay, you want to go
every
back?
day.
What happened in Texas? You know what happened in
Forget all
Texas?
these
Like,
once in a week or once in a month stories.
no, it's
Focus.
not. Do
Hold
you know how many
on.
mass shooting do you know how many mass shooting in the USA this year? I'm talking about, you know what mass shooting is? More than one person, two or more is considered mass shooting.
I'm not sure. Okay, what
Google
about?
it.
Oh, hold on. What about all these Democrat cities where they have all these drive-by and all these
No,
shootings? What
let's forget about Democrat, okay?
we should?
But
Is,
let's
is,
talk about
is that
like
not the mass
let's
shooting
talk
to
about
you?
American epidemics. That's what we're let's
The-
talk about the American epidemic when it comes to gun.
And it's a
Okay, that's what we
mental
are talking
health
about.
issue. Again, I told you about the suicide thing about 60%. It's
Okay,
about
that's part of it,
no.
but
That's the main reason. It's not. It's part of
no,
it.
it's
That
not
is
the
the
main
main.
reason.
Oh Lord.
Okay, wait, man, Presley, let's get something straight. I wanna
Okay.
ask this guy, this Oga Cyrus,
Oh, that's
somebody
what. Yeah, go
question.
ahead.
Okay, Cyrus,
Okay,
okay.
now, do you agree that if there is a background check and ban on assault rifles,
Well,
automatic weapons, do
okay.
you agree that there will be a significant reduction in gun violence?
Okay. First of all, hold on. First of all, that is not going to happen. Okay.
But it's just
This.
giving you a
Hold
hypothetical. Let's
on.
assume.
Hold on. This is America. I live here. I know. Without freedom, without firearms, that is. I'm telling you, that's not going to happen. If I want to go on, if any of us want to go and buy an AR and we have a clean record, we can do it. That's just part of the freedom that comes with this country.
What do you
Now,
need AI rifle for? Tell me why. Tell
for
the
for
audience here.
for none of your business. You don't have
Freedom,
to.
No, that's not the
freedom,
None of
that's
your
not the
business.
freedom.
Is
I'm.
You
I,
it?
can
I
see, you
am.
can see.
I have
that's
an
Is
not
A.
it?
What
the
does mean by
If
freedom? So freedom is for you to get AR and be killing
yeah,
people. It's part of
no
the
people.
freedom.
No
Wow.
people who own that gun legally. Most of them, very few of them, is very one or two of them,
This
and
freedom
maybe
is
in
routine that
hundred
people
thousand.
even talk about. You are overrating and overextending this issue of freedom, freedom,
And
freedom,
no,
freedom, freedom. And
Yeah.
that's why the whole
That,
society
that,
is chaotic.
Oga
no.
Cyrus,
This
Cyrus,
is
shouldn't there be
you
a
did
limit
not
to
This
your
is why we're
freedom?
the strongest country on earth. This is why we're number.
hold
This is
on.
what comes with being number one.
You
You
see,
know,
this is the problem
none of these
we have
countries
here.
can mess with us.
Just because you
So
are the
this,
strongest country on earth, you go around killing your fellow people.
So
no,
What sense
so
does that make?
no, it didn't just.
if
You have to maintain that mentality. You can't just
Wow.
disarm your people. and
Are
make
you
make
from
your country
Nigeria,
become.
Cyrus? Are you from Nigeria?
So
I'm an
for the
American, no. I'm
Cyrus,
American, no. Today
No,
I'm
Cyrus,
are
an
you originally
see,
from Nigeria or what?
Cyrus,
Yes, I'm from
Cyrus,
Nigeria.
So
Cyrus.
what?
Sorry, guys.
The
Can I
simple
can I
answer, the
can I came
simple
in a
answer
little?
to the
It
question
won't work. The question is,
is
no,
will
no,
it
no.
work?
Please
It
let us
won't
have
work.
order. Let us have order. Somebody
let
is
me just add.
talking
Yeah.
before
Can I?
Remy.
Simba,
Rubbish
hold
won't
on
work.
now. Simba, hold on. Let me just let Oga Serious know that 3%, just 3% of Americans own 133 million firearms. 3% of the population.
You Niger?
So what?
Do you think
So
that
what?
population belongs to any of the minority groups?
You said?
Do you think that population belongs to any of the minority group? 3% of
Uh huh.
Americans own 133 million firearms out of 340 something firearms, 340 something million firearms.
Okay.
Only 3% of them own it. So that
It
tells you
doesn't.
that
It doesn't matter. It just matters on whether you're using it illegally or illegally. That's all.
the point I'm making is that the people that hold those firearms are not the black people and they are not the Hispanics.
It's all of the above. Don't you know?
No, they can't own that many weapons. We are talking about 133 million. If any black community owns anything remotely close to like 3 million firearms, there will be problems.
You don't. Do you live?
Can I?
Hold on. Let me
Yeah.
ask Tunaja this. Tunaja,
Black
don't you live?
black is
Don't
only
you live in
about
the UK?
30% of the population now,
Hold,
or less.
hold on. Tunaja, don't you live in the UK?
Yes.
You have you been to America yet?
No, I have not.
You see, so you're talking because you're in a place where there's no freedom, no democracy. They cut all you guys stuff. But
What
over
are you
here,
talking about?
hold on.
I'm using the
Over
data that
here,
is
you
available.
if you live here, you know that all this stuff you're talking is just stats. If you live here, you know things are different. Who tell you black
Okay.
people don't own guns?
I think you're
We
over
own
Cyrus.
guns,
You're
but not at
overusing
that
this your
rate.
freedom.
Not at that rate.
Okay.
Not at the
Let's
rate.
come in a little.
Yes, no, it is. It is. You
First of
don't you
all,
don't live here now.
hold on
Eh,
now. First of all, in terms of
You
how
all let
many
other
people
people
own this
talk
gun.
now. Simbad, please. People from
Yeah,
here.
Let
in
us
terms of
talk.
how
Let me come in.
can we just stop silence? I've not been talking, I've been quiet for a very, very long time. I just needed to address this point about the people that actually own most of the guns. And sooner or later, I'm going to actually get to the numbers because it looks like they're hiding it. They don't want to tell us that the white people own almost all the guns in America. So they
that's
just
not you said that stat was 49%,
I think you
and
have
then
said it.
you
no,
said
it's
the
already
black one
49%. It's already 49%, which is higher than the
right,
black
right.
ownership.
So
But
who
I'm
do you
sure
think
it's more tilted.
who do you think owns more illegal firearms, the white people or the black people?
Both. Do you know how many militias they have
Both.
in America?
Both. Are you
Yeah.
serious? You think
In
you
terms
think
of
of
the numbers, hold on. In terms of the numbers, white people actually own this more illegal firearms.
oh my gosh. You think a family man is going go in the underground of society and get an illegal firearm?
So if they ask you now, the number of criminals in America is do they have more white criminals in America than black criminals? What would you say?
Well, I'll say more white criminals, but it doesn't mean.
Exactly.
Hold on, but it doesn't mean they're using guns to commit most crimes. I don't think most
Oh my
crimes are
God.
committed with firearms.
That is okay. I'm believing
Most
what
crimes are probably not even
I
committed
will
by
have to get to the
firearms.
actual number, the people that actually own these guns, so that then you will believe. I think maybe that's what.
Do you guys have? Wait, let me ask you. Do you guys have gun range in the UK?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Most
Let
Western
me.
economy countries, you can get guns. It's not like guns don't exist. They just
Okay.
control access to it.
They
Sorry, go
over
ahead.
control everything. That's what it sounds like.
Let me come in here. I know that you guys live in America and you are talking about freedom for everything.
Yes.
But the question I want to ask you guys that live in America, do you truly live? Do you think you truly live in a free society when no, let me finish. Calm down, just building up something. Do you think you live in a free society when most times you cannot even sleep with your close close two of your eyes? And I will say the reason because there's a lot of people with gun, and you have been talking about a lot of people with mental disorder. So are you more afraid when you go to your city center or when you go to some certain community that anything can happen to you because there are so many people that have gun?
No.
But in a society like here in Europe, I can guarantee that most of the country you can go freely, peacefully, without nobody harming you with a gun or not. So my question is simple. Do you feel heightened or scared sometimes that, oh, who knows? If this person beside me have an automatic rifle or have a dangerous weapon with him and he can shoot me or whatever at any time. Do you feel scared for your life sometimes?
Okay,
Hold on.
can I answer first? Can
I
I
want
answer
an
first?
Every
honest
America
answer.
is scared.
I want an
Let me
honest answer.
let me answer first, Simbad. Okay, and I will give a context to that. Yes, I do, and I'm gonna give an example something pertaining to me. My wife, she has this habit of people, driving road rage because that what we call road rage. People driving, cutting you up or something like that. Every time people does that, she will horn at them. I say, baby, please don't do that. So I've been cautioning her, and she been taking attention to what I said. But one day she did it. You know what happened? She just horned at somebody that just cut it off. The person slow down, and guess what? They pull a gun on us. If we have responded, they would have shot. They would have shot her because she's on the driver's side. They put a gun on her because she blew her horn. The person just cut us up, and she was. I mean, the person slowed down and put a gun on us. So that's just a typical example that pertains to me. If I go to any place, even a grocery, I'll be conscious about what I do because you have a lot of crazy people, you know, that has gun. Everybody owns gun, whether you're insane or rational. So that's the situation we find ourselves. So yeah, that's a good question.
Man
I
of
want to.
prestige. So what we can conclude from what you just said, that that freedom that Ogasai is talking about is an illusion,
No, no,
because
no,
you
no.
are
I mean,
not free
he's
in the
overblowing the
real sense
freedom,
of
but the
it.
freedom is. Go ahead,
That, well,
go ahead,
I
Cyrus.
want to ask Remy this. You said that like all this stuff that someone should not feel safe in the U.S. and that, but in Europe you feel safe. Should someone in Nigeria
What
feel?
I'm trying to tell you is very simple. You guys already make it your analysis that a lot of
Mm,
people have mental disorder and a lot of people with guns. And I'm
mm,
talking, I contrast with Europe. Where I live, they control gun, and most of the people are responsible citizens. You can never see them, even when they fight with you. You can never even. I've never seen a street fight here.
okay,
Everybody go peacefully in
okay,
their normal way.
okay,
So, and I've been to other European countries.
okay,
Recently, I just came back from Amsterdam. I
okay,
see the people there also go about their normal. People behave responsibly, no gun,
okay,
nothing.
okay.
But you guys, you talk about your where you are living with a lot of people with not even an handgun. You are talking about people having all different kind of AK-47, double barrel, whatever they can like to
Mm,
collect. So
mm.
you are not in a state of war. So why are you collecting guns? What is it?
I want to ask you two things.
So that is the reason why I asked you
Uh,
that question. Do you feel threatened? Are you scared of your life?
hold on. Let me ask you two questions. One, uh, have you been to? You visited Germany before?
I've not, but I have a stopover there before, but I've not
Right.
visited.
So at that stop over at the airport, have you seen a police officer wielding a firearm before?
No, I did not even notice that one, to be frank.
Well, when I went to Germany, I saw the police officers there. They're wielding AK-47 on their back.
In
Not
Germany?
one, more than one. This is what I saw at the airport there.
But what has that got to do with? Is that not
Oh,
for
oh, oh,
protection?
That
Is
is
that
not
not
what
for
we're
security?
talking about in the
okay, so
street.
what are they
That
holding?
is
AK? Hold on. What are they? You will never see somebody holding an AK-47, whether it's police or whatever, in public. Yet in Europe, I mean, I saw it at the airport there, which was crazy to me. I never
Just
saw
Well,
that.
Ogasai, don't just make story
What?
up. Don't make, you
I'm
cannot
not.
see
yeah.
somebody carrying
Don't be
AK-47
story
in
up.
the
The
airport.
police. I saw the
Why are you
police
saying
carrying
this now?
AK-40. Hold on. I saw
In
police carrying.
the airport,
Yes, inside the airport, they're doing patrol, and just two of them.
is there?
They had it on their
It's not
back.
true. You are not the only one. Most of us we have been in
Man,
Europe.
I'm
I've
not.
had a stopover
Bro,
in Germany before. I've never seen that.
If
You are the only one. Don't make up story.
hold on, if you look it
to
up
be
right now, you see what
honest,
I'm talking about.
there is no need anybody defending this issue, right? There is a gun problem in America, period. All over the world. In America, there is a gun problem. I don't know why. You go to the mall, you see police with gun everywhere. Canada here, just cross the border. You're not going to see all those nonsense, to be honest. You move around 2 a.m. in Canada, you are not scared of anybody is going to shoot. So is in America there is a gun problem. It is a big problem. Let's call it what it is.
It's not perfect, but I don't know. I'm not
It's
gonna say
not
it's
just. It's
perfect,
not
But
even.
Cyrus, you call it freedom.
but
I mean,
no. I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You see, no, I'm talking about overall the freedom in America, not just gun.
I don't call
Overall,
that freedom. Or that doesn't. That
it's
is
part of it.
But,
But I
but
wanted to
it's
ask. I want to
madness.
ask Remy. Do you feel how do you feel in Nigeria though? Do you feel safe? You don't feel
yeah,
safe?
Where are
I feel
you going?
Hold
let
on.
me answer his question. I feel safe in Nigeria because I know that I will tell you why I feel safe. Maybe because I'm living in the southwest, I don't know. But I can guarantee you that if I walk past 20 people in Ibadan or Lagos, I can guarantee nobody's going to pull a gun on me.
But okay, first when
Even
see,
if we go for street fighting,
sorry,
nobody's going to pull a gun on you or
forget.
whatever.
Oh my God.
You know what? We
but
are not
Cyrus,
saying
I think you are quoting the wrong thing.
You
I
see,
mean,
hold on.
all
Let
these
me. You
terrorists
know
or
what?
non government, maybe in the
You
southeast
see,
or in the north.
hold on.
I mean, it's different from what we are talking about.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's
Hold on.
different. I agree with
No,
Wale.
Hold
he's
on.
just
When you
looking for he's looking for an
no,
escape
hold
route.
on
Oga
now.
Prestige, that's what
Let me
Cyrus is
talk. Let
doing.
me talk. You see, when I'm in Africa, when I'm in Nigeria, my feeling is that no matter where I'm at, whether I'm in the city, the rural area, village, wherever, there's always a chance that it could be some bad boys, some ruffians will start shooting their gun all over the place.
in
And the police,
Nigeria,
That's not
yes,
true.
no,
hold
no,
on.
When
No,
was the last
Yes,
time you
no,
went to Nigeria?
hold on.
Why
You
are you
haven't
making
heard,
a
that's not
statement?
true.
hold on. You haven't heard about all these armed robbers, all these kidnappers going about to people's houses, people's homes, and just robbing
Prestige,
the
this
whole
guy, I
streets.
don't know whether maybe he has
Oga
not been to
Cyrus, I
Nigeria in
have a
100
Hold
question
years.
for you.
on.
Oga Cyrus,
Hold
I
on.
have
Let
a
me.
question for you. You've
I'm
been
not there.
making no. Listen, I have a question for you. First, I just want to caution us. We need to have some empathy when we're talking about school shooting.
Oh,
If you're a parent, you need to watch your tone. People are listening. And what happened yesterday in Georgia is not something to play about.
yep.
Whatever you believe in, we need to tone it down, please. People are listening to us. And
I
my
don't. I
question to
don't.
you, August Saris, my question to you is this. Are you
Mhm.
in Nigeria or have you been to Nigeria?
I live
Because
in
where
Vegas.
did you get this information of people coming out shooting in the sky or shooting or whatever? This illusion you have, you're
Illusion,
coming up
chat.
with. Like where did you come?
You
Are
can,
you from Nigeria? That's the
okay.
question.
Let me answer your first point. In terms of mass shootings, all this stuff, we have a bigger issue. I don't know. Maybe you live around a lot of white people, or you don't live in the inner city. You have not lived in the inner city before. If you actually live in America, if you live in the inner city, you know that gun crime, illegal gun crime, is overboard and overboard. Every day you turn on the news, you hear somebody getting shot by a gun, and those guns are strictly illegal. It's not even the legal ones. This is the main issue, not these mass shootings that you guys be watching every month. We have real issues that if you live in the inner city or you've lived there, you turn on
But
the news
this
at
is what
night,
I'm
you'll see
trying
it.
to no, this is what I'm trying to say. I'm
You
trying to
guys are
say to
crying
you.
about mass shooting,
No,
all
no, no,
this
no, no,
inner
no,
city
no, no,
stuff. You
no,
guys are
no.
silent
August
on it.
Series, you need to listen. This is what I'm trying to say to you.
Mhm.
We're talking about kids here who died, who went to
Oh
school.
Lord God.
So please, yes, in as much as you don't want to hear what I want to say, we need to learn to have empathy.
It
So
is.
watch
I
the
must.
no, 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 no. Listen to what I'm saying, please. As a parent, and you are probably a parent too. You don't have to like what is going on. Yes, I understand what you're saying, but this is something,
You
this
don't
is just
understand.
recent. Yes, yeah, I do understand. The Appalachian High School is a school I've been before for graduation. I visited there in
Lord
Georgia. Yes, I
God,
know what
man.
I'm saying.
Oh my
So
God.
I know what I'm talking about.
Oh my
So
God.
Sharon,
please, all I'm
do you ever
saying to
have a
you
Oh my
sympathy?
is
God.
Do you
you
have a
just
sympathy? What kind
yeah,
of person
no,
are
no,
you?
no,
hold.
you just want to talk. Oh, God, Cyrus, wait. When you talk, I don't interrupt you. Please, all I'm saying to you is when you want to say something, have a little empathy. Given the recent incident that just happened yesterday, we still have people in the hospital regarding to those shootings. So please, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, first, I don't think why you think I want to have any empathy for what you're talking about. But my issue is there are people, there are worse issues that exist worse issues. Those kids that were killed, everybody has empathy for them. But there are situations and communities where it's far worse. Do you know how many drive-by shootings have gone on in these inner cities, and the person they want to target don't get killed, but little children get killed? It's far more than all these numbers you see on national TV. We see it all the time here on our news. And you guys are once every month, you guys are turning on the TV and focusing on that. But all the stuff that's happening every day, no one, all these people are not talking about it. It's more, and the Democrats are not talking about it. And he said that we should be concerned with the smaller numbers, but forget the bigger ones that happen all the time.
So,
I don't see why I would do that.
Okay, so can you answer my second question? Have you been
About
to
Nigeria?
Nigeria? Yes.
That's what. So
About the
that's.
shooting you said you had, like whenever you go to Nigeria, you
I
have
don't think
this.
so.
Let me
Yes.
answer her question now. She
I
just
don't
came
think
on.
he has ever been to Nigeria.
Hold on, let me answer. So
Cyrus,
let me answer her second question. She just came on.
you can put it
So
together. Cyrus, you can
so
put it together. You can put all the three questions, answer them together. What I would do, the scenario you just printed now,
mhm.
you even had more to it, that there's so many incidents of gun violence every day in America. Does that mean it's justified or continue to justify that Americans should have guns? Do you think they should just take it off the shelf totally?
Okay, you see, you don't see. That's why I'll be asking. Have you lived here? If you
No,
live,
it's not a matter of
hold on. There's a
you
reason
live in a
because
global village. You
hold
live in a
on,
global
hold
village. You say
on.
you went to Germany. You saw them carry AK-47. You
Mhm.
cannot. It's just not a matter of living somewhere. This, we live in global village. Anything that happens, most big thing that happen in Africa, a lot of Americans knows about it. Anything that happen in Asia, people know about it. So don't
Right,
let us give the impression that we ever lived there or not. That is not
right,
it.
right, right.
That is immaterial. Please, you know that one. You are more than that.
No, no, no. The reason I asked you that question was because I will because of the Nigerian thing. The Nigeria, how do you feel safe in Nigeria? That's why I asked you. But in
I
America,
have lived in three continents already. So
okay. So what I'm saying is, you cannot just ban something. This you talking about banning a culture. So I don't in Nigeria. Let me explain.
calling your generation, that your future generation are being fired every day.
Let me explain the mentality of Americans now. You as a Nigerian, in your nation, in your tribe, you have a specific cultures that you guys don't joke with, and you guys say, hey, you guys cannot play with it, and you guys are not willing to give it up.
We do have a culture of firing ourselves. Okay, that's
Whatever the culture may be, you guys deem it as good. It doesn't matter what people think is wrong or is bad. As far as you guys love it, you guys take it seriously. You don't joke with it. I'm telling you, in America, gun culture is a part of being American. If you call three things that are part of being American, after you call the freedom, all this stuff, pursuit of happiness, you must call this firearms. It's a fundamental part of how this country was founded. So you can't just say you use African style. Say, oh, use force, ban it. You don't attack issues like that over here. How this issue?
The question I asked you initially: are you afraid of your life whenever you step outside every now and then? That's
No.
Are you sure? So
listen,
why are you collecting guns? Why?
Hold on.
Hey, I have a quick question. I have a quick question for Gassaros.
It's four questions, Bobby. 4 questions now.
Yeah, quick question. So why were you comparing Nigeria to America? Like, have you ever been to Nigeria?
Let me ask.
Hold on. The reason I'm asking you this question, you said earlier that you are from Nigeria. You've been to
Good morning, everyone.
your similar situation.
I said I've been to Nigeria.
Welcome, Kando.
Good morning, Kando.
Why were you
morning, Kando.
doing that? You trying to pet Nigeria and
everyone. I think.
Am I trying to pay? Hold on. Yes, am I trying to?
Yeah, but
hold on. This is not going to be 5 questions now. Hold on. But say, you want to ask me the 5th question?
Hold on, Kando. You can come in after he finishes speaking. Can you just go ahead and respond to the question, please?
I wanted to ask. I want. Okay. So to answer, I don't see how Remy you would say that you feel safe in Nigeria. Forget. It's not. Are you kidding me? Nigeria.
Oh my God. Okay.
Let me explain now.
Mr. Remy, can we let him just answer?
Let me
keep us up here for a while. Let him just answer.
Let me answer. So I don't see how any human being that has got any human being that has gone to Nigeria will say that they feel safe. That you're gone if you go on the
Are you
street.
treating yourself? All of this.
Oh man, let me answer a question. Hold on. If you go to Nigeria on the street, you're gonna see, as an American, you're gonna see something you never seen before, which is you're gonna see police officers lining up on the streets, lining up on the streets, not inside their car doing patrol, and all of them are going to be carrying AK-47. All of them. This is something as an American
First and foremost,
I've
Cyrus,
never,
you are incorrect.
we have
There
never
are
seen before.
police like
You
that.
see, since you are in love with
Oh,
AK-47, you
oh,
usually said Germany, but now you said Nigeria. That's not
Can we
correct.
allow him
That means
answer,
you don't
please?
have
oh,
Can
it.
we allow him answer, please, so
hold
that we can
on,
move to other people,
hold
please?
on. In America here, you will never see a military guy on duty, like a military guy carrying any gun. All the military we see, the right time you see military guy is either that they're out because we have barracks here though, but is either they just came back from tour from duty, or they just came out from the barracks from where they stay. But you're not you don't you're more fearful of a police officer than a military guy. But our military is the strongest one on earth. In Nigeria, there's military with AK everywhere intimidating people. Then the road, then you go, then you get stopped by a police officer. The harassment, they will even boast you, they can kill you there, nothing will happen. You're driving on the roads there, no road, pothole, you make a left turn, you fall into a river. No hospital, no nothing. You hear all these stories around the country that about it's not safe, it's not safe, it's not safe. The people outside are saying, countries outside are saying, do not go to Nigeria. If you go to Nigeria, don't visit these places. And even this time, we're saying don't even go at all. The place is not safe. And when you go inside there, you see all of this. Because I don't want to expose too much because we hear the army doing instead of attacking the Boko Haram, they're attacking other things. I don't want to go into that story again. And that place is not no hospital, no nothing. It's not safe. So it's shocking that you would say that Nigeria, America is not safe. One of the best country on the earth is not safe, but Nigeria is. That shows that you're not calculating, you're not balancing this correctly.
For the something thousand
Oh,
deaths
okay. Tunaja,
safe.
can we let Adama take over the platform? And just give somebody, just give everybody time to
It
speak,
goes
please.
round.
Nigeria is not safe. I don't know what you're talking about, please.
Okay,
Hold on.
can I come in real brief?
Yes,
Have we agreed to let Adama take over as the moderator,
See,
please? It make it more better.
Man of prestige. First, you came here, you changed the topic. Now you're telling us what
No,
to do.
I want everybody to contribute. Let
You
somebody.
really changed the
I'm not saying I
topic.
want to moderate.
You can't change moderator now. Come on, that's not good.
Who is the
Nigeria is here.
moderator? There's no moderator here.
Nigeria is here. Just let
Nigeria
it
is
No,
free flow.
Tunaja is not.
no, he's a de facto moderator.
I'm not a moderator.
But I'm just
I'm going
saying,
to put you backstage.
and she's capable of doing the job.
Prestige, we're moderating ourselves now. Don't spoil flow.
Nigeria is more than
Mr.
capable
Can
of
you allow Mr. Kandu to talk? He just came in, please. Please, let's allow Mr. Kandu to talk. Mr. Kandu,
Good
go ahead.
morning,
Thank
good
you.
evening, good everything
You
everywhere.
skip Mr. AY now. That's not fair.
Okay.
No, AY has been here for a while. Mr. Kandu just
Okay.
came in.
Okay.
Well, to buttress what has been said by so many people, constitutionally, it is part of the American Constitution that allows Americans to carry a weapon, even though there is a little of the dichotomy that people try to forget about. The way it is written constitutionally is a well-armed militia. But we don't have militias in America. We have state police that have been granted the powers by the state to carry guns. So whether people are happy or not, to buttress Mr. Oga's utterances here is irrelevant because you're not going to be able to take the guns away from the people. It's just, you will need some sort of constitutional amendment. If you want to pursue that and go the next 20 years or 30 years getting there, go right ahead. I have done a few Google searches since I heard him talk about German police carrying whatever weapon, and everything I've been able to come across tells me that whatever time that he visited Germany or was passing through Germany, that he saw that there could have been some terrorist incident going on or expectation, but that is not the norm for German police. So you don't make an exception become a rule. In America, hold on. In America, like he rightly said, if you go to certain inner cities, a lot of people in America, for the most part, they know where those are: Philadelphia, Chicago, Oakland, California, certain part of New York. Yes, the number of people that are killed by handguns, for the most part, way outweighs the number of people that are killed by all these school shootings. That does not negate having sympathy or empathy when those things do occur and being mindful how you talk about them. But at the same time, he's not wrong when he says the number of people. I mean, do you know that for the last how many years can I think of in Chicago? On an average weekend, there are over 40 shootings in Chicago. Even before Obama was president. And this has been going on for how many years? More than 10 years? This is just the numb. So it depends on where you are in America. I've never lived in any place where people shoot guns. I don't hear gunshots. And I've been in this country for a minute. So it depends on where you are. Just like you could be in Mushin or you could be in Maitama in Abuja. Location, location, location does matter. So nobody's going to take up whether Americans are happy with people having guns or not is totally immaterial because constitutionally they are allowed to do so. Americans will revolt before they allow you to take their guns. But at the same time, just like Tunaja rightly said, the number of Americans that actually own guns, they're not that many compared to the population. But also just by the numbers, yeah, there are a lot of illegal guns in America, and what is meant by illegal is that you have not gone to have them conduct a background check on you. There are a lot of gun shows where you can just go there and buy a gun. In some states, it's not illegal to do that. In other states, you have to literally come in, they take your ID, send your name and your driver's license number through a police check, and it's done right there in less than 30 minutes. They will know if you are allowed constitutionally. You've never been arrested for domestic violence, things like that. You've never, banished a machete to anybody's head before. So stuff like that. I mean, personally, I don't own a gun. I don't have a need to own one. Uh, I've been confronted by people with a gun in this country, and because of the places that I went to. Um, does having a gun keep you safe? I guess it can be discussed. The number of incidents in this America where children actually shoot other people using their father or their mother's gun is alarming. So there are no easy solutions. I don't even know. I've been listening for a minute even before I came into the studio. I was not really sure exactly where this conversation was trying to go about these guns or lack of guns. I tend not to argue about things that I cannot change and things that will not change. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I just want to ask every panelist, if you're not speaking, could you please have your mic mute if you're not speaking? So, Sunayja, I think you're next. So you wanted to say something. Then after that, I'll go to Uncle Remy, Mr. Simber, Man of Prestige, and I'll go to AY and Oga Cyrus Nest. Thank you. Niger, are you there? I guess he went mute. Uncle Remy, you're next, sir. Thank you.
First and foremost, don't call me Uncle Remy, just call me Remy.
Yes, sir.
That is funny. Take it easy. What I'm trying to say is very simple. Even if it's the American culture, but this culture is not going well for the country, why you continue that your future generation are being pie every day, or so many ill things is happening? Now, and he has a good question. Am I safe in Nigeria? Of course, I'm safe in Nigeria. I can walk around easily. I can even go to any restaurant or supermarket to buy something. I will not be afraid. The question I ask is because when you live in a country where a majority of people have a gun, and any trigger can, anything that trigger them they can do whatever they want. Although I will agree with you, it's a land of freedom, but at the same time, are you living there with? Are you living there? Are you living there with I mean, are you so scared every day that you can go outside there, and if anything happens, you are not sure you are going to go back home? So you can ponder that one in your mind. You know the truth by yourself, unless you don't want to tell the truth, honestly. So at the end of the day, I think a country where the control gun or there is no gun in the street and people go about their normal business, and that's why I use Europe as an example. And I know that some people here are also living in Europe. I've never seen a policeman here carrying AK-47. Even if I see some of their police, we don't normally see police like walking in the street here. No. Most time they're always in their van. It's when they step out, they have a shotgun and you cannot see the gun. It's already like in a holster or something that hold it. It's not that something visible. And I've never seen police walking around just like maybe in Nigeria or any other country. No, they don't work. They always go around with their van. They can run your plate number. And if there's an emergency, all of them rush to that place. So here, I've never even had a gunshot. I'm telling you, here, I've never seen any gunshot or hear something like that. You can be rest assured that you can go out here and come out with your whole piece. But over there, I think you guys are scared unless you are not telling us the truth. Because the way you printed it today clearly shows that there's a lot of demented people over there that they can do harm to, especially to small kids, which is not good. And the story you are talking about, Adam, I was surprised that there's another shooting yesterday. I don't know about it. I'm sorry for those kids that lost their life.
Yeah, this wasn't Georgia. It wasn't Georgia. Yes.
Oh, that's terrible.
It was a high school. Yeah.
The worst thing to happen to a parent.
And it was a 14 years old that did the shooting.
How many people, please?
30-something people were shot, 9 are injured, 4 dead.
Oh my God.
2 teachers and 2 students.
Oh God. I hope their parents can bear that. That is too many in that country. Every now and then. To me, I think there's no, if this culture, you said it's American culture, I think they need to do something about it. They really need to do something about it. It is very important. How can you not sure that your 7 or 8-year-old kid will go to the primary school and you're not sure whether some demented teenager or whatever will just pull something on them? This is not something to write home about at all. This is a terrible news. Every now and then I'm behind this kind. Why are they fixated on killing small children? Why they kill somebody that have a collection of guns like Cyrus? Why don't you just go after this kind of people? These are small innocent.
After who? Am I a criminal? What are you talking about? Am I a criminal? Somebody using the thing for safety and stuff.
I'm just kidding. I mean, these are small children. As parents, the worst thing for any mother in this world is to lose their kid. That is the worst thing that can happen to them. I've seen a lot of mothers that they never recover, never in their life recover for losing a child. Talk less of Uyibo people that they can care for their children like anything else. Well, I hope you guys, how the country can. I don't know what to say because no matter what I say, you have a good defense. It's your right, it's your culture, it's da 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 da. Da. For people like us who are outside, whenever we step in America one day, we should be very careful too. I hope everything will be fine. That's for now. And somebody can take it over because I don't know what to
Thank
say.
you so much, sir. Mr. Simber, you're next. Could you please unmute, sir?
Okay, thank you, Adama. What I want to say is that when you talk, when you people talk, you say is our constitution is this, is that. I think law is made for man and not man for law. If you have something that is actually affecting your people, a lot of people, you have something in your constitution that is killing a lot of people. A lot of children are being by every day. You have thousands of people being killed every year, and you are the only thing you can say that okay because it's part of your constitution, then you have not you can't change it. I think it's sometimes when we talk about America, I think it comes with a lot of arrogance, which we outside America don't even find funny at all. You think that okay, you are in America, then you are living the best of life. Go elsewhere, you discover that you have peace. Where I live, I don't have any doubt that I can go out and anybody will even slap me, talk less of even pointing gun at me. I've never seen any even two men or two fighting on the street. I've never seen, and even if there is any accident between two people, the only thing is that they will wait and the police will come and settle it. I've never seen people even talking at each other. You understand? So it's to me, and then you have a society, and from what I mentioned earlier, gun having gun is not the only way you can secure your society. There are so many. The genesis of insecurity is if you don't take care of your people. That is a major cause of insecurity. Hunger, lack of care, that is what will make people to take into violence. And so if you can ensure that, so in America, where we always say is the best country in the world, is number one country, we have a lot of people that have mental health issues, dementia, people that, what are we talking about? You see a lot of homeless people all over there, and we still be having this arrogance. To me, is we have to just look at it, because if even where they have war, people they don't kill this number of people every year. Then for Cyrus to come here and be, I know you are not in Nigeria, and that's why you can be talking about Nigeria the way you are talking about Nigeria. We are Nigerians. We all this thing that you are saying about our country, it doesn't happen. You can't go anywhere. All those useless things that you people used to say on social media or used to hear on social media. You can't be in Nigeria and you see somebody just pointing guns at you, or you are in a function that you see people shooting randomly. It never happens. So I don't know where you are getting all this your story that you are saying about Nigeria and Nigeria. You are not in Nigeria. If you're in Nigeria, I'm talking that way about Nigeria. Wherever you come from, I don't care. But don't bring your inferiority complex and be coming and be attacking our country. Our country is not as bad as the way you are painting it. So to me, this gun issue is a big problem in America. Go elsewhere, go to Asia country, go to Europe. People still live peacefully. My children cannot go to school and have this fear that somebody will have shoot them before they come back home. I don't entertain that fear. So I don't know where you people are coming from, and with this arrogance that is your constitution. If something that is affecting you is killing a lot of people, review your constitution and ban it. So that's what I want to say, Adama, for now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Man of prestige, you're next.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me re-emphasize what I was saying. When I came here, I wasn't talking about banning or taking people's gun away. So that is some political narrative that's been permeated in this country. That's not so. Nobody wants to take anybody's gun away. I'm a rifle gun owner. So why would I be that hypocrite, and come here and say, some particular party or political narrative want to take your gun away. So that's a false narrative. So let's be straight on what we're talking about. When we come here and say that owning a gun is part of culture, that is totally miscellaneous way of misinformation. There's a difference between culture and rule of law and something constitution. Something a constitution you can amend it and change it, but you can't change anything culture. People heritage it. It's embedded in their life. But gun is not embedded in America in people's life here. Say you are born with a gun. You are born as a culture. So there's a difference between freedom and a culture. So that narrative that is part of American culture, that is totally false. Okay, it's a constitutional right. Second Amendment, allow you to own a gun. That's true. But my main emphasis is not about owning a gun. Nobody's talking about that, whether illegal or illegal. It's about way of minimizing. If you know, a way to minimize. If you want to, let's assume you kill 100 people today, right? If you can make it, 80 people, is that not a better news than that 100 or more than 100? That's my point. I mean, all these assault weapon we're owning, what is the purpose? Is it for defense mechanism? No, it's not. I mean, remember when you have this assault weapon, you can load about, you have what we call a magazine. You can load about 100 in there. And when you start shooting, instead of if you have a handgun or something lower than, all this assault weapon, you can kill 1 or 2 people. But in that case, you can kill about 50 people or more. An example of what happened in Las Vegas about 2 years ago, that guy in one of the hotels started shooting. And it was legally purchased. That's what I'm talking about. The world minimizing it. And we just have an example that just happened, 2 days ago about this 14 years old boy that perpetrated this insidious crime. How did it happen? As everybody can understand, he was in a different school called Jackson before. I don't live in Georgia, but I read everything. And during that time, you know, he has perpetrated this about killing people or something like that. So he was supposed to be on FBI watch list. But what happened? Different state, what we call a red, line law, whereby if you have, if you have
Miss
committed anything.
Manifest, excuse me, whatever you want to say regarding that case, please use the word allegedly, please.
Okay, allegedly. Okay, he was alleged to have, perpetrated something on the website about, going somewhere to acquire some other school people, you know. And the FBI was aware of it, and the dad was aware of it. Then they moved from that and went to Appalachia, and he has only been in this school for 2 weeks, and after that happened, the dad knew about it, and you bought an assault weapon for a 14 years old boy as a gift. Imagine that. I mean, somebody who have a history, maybe mentally deranged or something like that, the father, because it's a freedom, it's a culture. I don't know where culture come inside this to be. And you bought this, we need to be very, sympathetic of what just happened. I mean, anybody, that have their, their children quiet or otherwise, you will understand where I'm coming from. I mean, I have 4 kids, I have teenager, and I have a gun. I do lock it, like I said. You have to maintain some, some humanity. It's not right. I mean, the freedom we have here is been overused. Okay, let's just call it. Some of them are politically motivated. So I'm not gonna be coming here and making a Democrat or but I know what I believe in different countries. So it's wrong. The gun epidemic.
Man of Prestige, a quick question. Sorry.
No interruptions.
Okay. You can ask me.
It's not fair.
Just 1 second. I'm sorry. Sorry. Man of Prestige.
Go ahead.
Is there any opportunity that you have to put your legally acquired gun and point it at someone? Have you ever found yourself in such a situation before?
Whether you have a right to appoint it to somebody?
No. Have you ever found yourself in a situation, the gun you acquire legally, you have to use it to defend yourself or use it just for threatening somebody? Have you ever tried something like that before?
Oh, have I been in position to use it? No, I
Yes.
have not personally, but I know people who have.
Do you wish you use it one day?
Well, if my life is I don't wish to use it, but if my life is as danger, to the other person, I rather, I rather take care of the perpetrator than me dying.
The sole purpose of you buying it is it because everybody is buying it, or you bought it just to defend yourself?
No, I bought it to defend myself.
Okay.
I bought it to defend myself. my wife is the one that she go out with the gun, put it in a glove compartment because we are licensed to carry gun. Okay, let me ask you. Let me buttress what you said. In a state like Texas, people carry gun. AK-45 open. They have what we call open gun. So everybody in there is like a cowboy state. People carry gun walking around. I've been in Texas several times, because I have relatives there. People carry gun. If you go to to the downtown of Houston or Dallas, you see people with gun, open gun. I'm not talking about hiding it in their glove compartment or in the car. You know, but I don't carry my gun when I leave. I just put it in my glove compartment in the car. I've never carry out my gun when I'm going to store or somewhere. No, I don't do that. But in Texas, even some Florida, it's an open. No, Florida is not an open gun, but Texas definitely. People who live in Texas can correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, you can carry gun openly in Texas anywhere. Right? Because the last time I was in Texas, we went on vacation. There was a shooting at the airport. One deranged, lady was shooting at the airport. Fortunately, nobody died, but she has a right to carry gun. This is somebody who has a history, of doing the same thing. It was a black lady. I don't know if you know about that story, but she had a gun shooting at the airport, but she was subdued. So we have a problem in this country. I'm not saying you can't control it. At least you know, minimize the casualty. That's where I'm coming from. But anyway, I'm done, Adama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. AY, you're next. Could you please unmute?
Eh, yeah. Unfortunately, here we are. I know this was not the initial topic why I'm here. Unfortunately, I found myself discussing this. But let me quickly say this, right? So, um, I've lived in Canada, I've lived in US, so I know what is going on in these countries. Apart from that, I've visited a lot of countries. The only country where you have this problem is America. It's only America. Even when you go to the mall, you see police are everywhere with guns. They have to protect the people, right? In most of the states, public places, religious centers, the same thing. It's very shameful. So even in Canada, even a couple of years back, they have to ban assault weapons, and there was a mandatory buyback. So the problem in America here, they are not ready to solve the problem. That's just what it is. Don't blame Democrat, don't blame Republican. Both of them are culpable. You need to stop this nonsense because where I'm somebody that follow news a lot. The when Trump was the president, there was this school shooting. Was it in Florida that killed a lot of people? That day when I was watching that news, I was just scared. What is this? I was so sad. And I listened to the president. The only thing he could say was, "Oh, you know what?" He was thinking of how to give guns, more guns to teachers. If some teachers have guns, this will not happen. Like, are you kidding me? So the bottom line is both the Democrat and Republican, they are the same. They are not ready. I don't want us to kind of politicize it. I feel they are not ready. They have to do more when they are ready to solve the problem. This problem. The problem can be solved, like how do you allow people some of the weapon these people I mean the statistic is the number of gun is more than the number of people. Who does that? They use gun as toys. That's what is going on in America. One person will have they buy gun like how they buy toys to play with kids, toys to play with. They have to stop, to be honest. Anybody that is telling you, any American, anybody that live in America that is telling you, oh, if I go out, I don't wash my back, he or she is purely is lying. That's just the truth. You can't compare what is going on here with anywhere. Yeah, in places like Nigeria, yeah, you could have some security threat, which is true, like criminal, but you can't compare it to what is going on in America. Nobody is shooting on the street for free, like the mass shooting in America. I remember first time I gave that statistic to forefather because he live in UK. He was shocked. when he checked it online, I remember we were on a session like this. He was shocked because the number is unimaginable. If you really follow up what is happening in every state, the statistic, you are gonna freak out. So they have to sit down and look for solution once and for all. Even the issue of legal or illegal, most of these crime they are committed by evil legal weapons. So they have to do more and stop all this nonsense, all this automatic crap of people killing people for free. It has to stop for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AY. Oga Cyrus, you're next.
All right. Yeah, this turn by turn thing is just made me so sleepy and stuff. I can't even continue. That time
No,
we are
because you
doing
like interjecting on people.
that
No.
time we were doing everybody was on fire. I was awake, I was alert, but now I'm about to go to bed. So let me just say a few things and I guess that'll be all for today. In terms of the gun violence and everything, no area is no country is perfect. America is number one overall, but it is doesn't mean it's number one in everything. So, and this gun issue is one of them. I mean, just issues like what's the name, the homeless issue, um, just a general political divide amongst the people issue. Different. I mean, it's the poverty, poverty level stuff like that. Uh, Giving some breaks, tax breaks and stuff to the rich, all that protecting from the rich. If you're rich, you can get away with almost anything. These are some of the general issues that America has, but overall, in general, America is number one in terms of these shootings and stuff. Again, the issue is not banning the weapon because I think some of you are. I think the man of prestige is still saying, "Oh, if you ban the AR, that is going to reduce the crime by it may save 80 people." Okay, what are you banning or not? Okay, let's just agree to that. The Again, if people still want to commit that crime, they're still going to be killing people. So are you gonna you so just you if you ban one, which is not going to happen, but if you ban it, you're forgetting that majority of people are still dying by other types of weapons. You cannot ban that. You cannot then you have to ban those weapons too. But you say you don't want to do that, meaning that it's not a solution. It's not banning all
Okay,
this stuff.
Cyrus, I have a question for you.
Oh,
Do you
come
know
on, you're
what
the
an
moderator. You're
AR?
interrupting
No, I
somebody.
know,
Come
I
on.
know. I'm just asking you. You
Oh,
said something that you're talking on. Do you know what an AR 15? Have you been to the military? Do you know about that? Do you know about the weapon we're talking about, like the gun we're talking about?
yeah. So what?
No, no, I'm asking you. Do you know?
I know what I know about AR, and I've seen Americans use some cannons, shoot cannons. Well, go ahead.
Okay. And Neston, were you born here in America? Because you don't sound like an American.
You see. This how you do your moderator. You interrupt, and then you use bias and all this stuff. Is this how to moderate?
Did
Ask
I have
question.
to harass you? So answer the question.
Ask your question, Biko. Ask your question, please.
No, I no. Are you from Nigeria or one of these francophone countries? Where are you from?
You see, doesn't matter. What I said about Nigeria.
It matters because the way you're dabbing at Nigeria, we can tell you're jealous of us. There's something about our culture you want
You
to
want
have that, so we
you
can
you
know what we can
you see.
negotiate and give to you.
You want me to deviate from this gunpoint and go to why Nigeria is why South Africa and Kenya is better than Nigeria.
Oh, Saros is from South Africa. No wonder. From Soweto. No
Hold,
wonder.
well,
Ah, no.
No,
you
he's
see,
from
He is.
Francophone. Man of Prestige is definitely Francophone. He's
even
not from
even Kenya
No, he's
is
from
South
South
Africa.
Africa.
Don't
I
speak
remember
like
him
this.
right now.
even
Yeah.
Kenya is better, but South Africa. I mean, you think we want to? You see, I don't want to deviate. Let me make my
No,
point. Then we
South
can deviate to
Africa,
that.
since we
Let me
No, we
make my
want to
point.
know. We want to know because the way
Hold
you
on,
talk at night.
hold on,
No,
hold
Simba
on.
asked you a question.
No,
You said
no,
you're
that's not
taking a
fair.
jab at us,
That's
but
not
you're going
fair.
to come back to the gun question. But
That's
we
not
want
fair.
to
That's
know
not
so that
fair.
we know what we owe you,
Hold
so that
on.
we can give it to you.
Hold on. Let me defend
maybe
America
we should look
first.
for a wife for him
Hold
for
on.
Nigeria.
Let me talk about America first. Then we talk about that issue. That'll be my second part. So, like I'm saying, America is the number one country in the world. A lot of you who have not been to America, you all don't know why this country is number one. if you go outside America to all these other first world countries, you see that America is number one for a reason. It's number one, but it's not perfect in everything. There are issues where we're not doing good, and I gave you some of them: homeless, student debt. Even though some of our students, a lot of us still pay for university. I mean, some of us can go for free depending on your state and stuff. But the federal is not forgiving student loans. But some of these countries, some of these European countries, is free. Some other Asian countries, I think they have it for free, university level. So we're not number one in everything. But it's no country on this earth that you're gonna find. And then in terms of the gun issue,
You are not number
again,
one in everything.
stop interrupting. Hold on.
Your
So
infrastructure is hold, man.
hold on. So to go on speak on this gun issue, all you guys who are outside the country, you guys are living in different countries. You guys think this is an issue for us? Americans are not even concerned about this gun issue. It's not even a major problem for us. We're not talking about it. Yes, it's an issue, but it's the low on what America is talking about. Most Americans are concerned about the economy. We're concerned about the elections. A little bit about Ukraine, a little bit about Israel. This topic is not even a national topic. It's only when you see all these unfortunate mass shootings, then this thing gets rushed up. But as soon as we get done with it, we put it down because it is not the major issue, unfortunately. But that's just, again, America is not perfect in everything. The solution to this gun issue is to address the root cause, which is a combination of mental health and a lot of these white communities, a lot of it, the bullying, ostracization, just children feeling like they're alone or they're feeling angry at the world and nobody's talking to them. Then in this black and the minority communities, like the black communities and stuff like that, it's a combination of economics, racism, the kind of culture they put out, lack of breakdown of the family home. So many things go out to it. And that one's not even the children, it's the adults who are committed. So these mental health and the economic issues, the Democrats, the Republicans, all the political parties, the federal, states, municipal, they are not tackling mental health. And you guys are talking about banning a weapon, as if stabbing people are not stabbing people, as if people are not hitting people with baseball pads. Even somebody stealing a car, that is a problem. That's an issue. And why is somebody stealing a car? A breakdown of a mental and also economics, bad education. So these are the main issues. Drugs right now, so many drugs are illegal in America. You go on the TV now, you see this person doing all these hard drugs. So just because you make something illegal, that is not the solution. You have to talk about the people's mentality. So America, it's not an issue now, unfortunately, but maybe in the future. But if you guys think that this is a major issue for Americans, it's not. And again, I'm telling you, this is a part of these are white Americans. It's a fundamental part of their culture. Black Americans holding guns, even though it's illegal, is become like you have to have it. So, as some places in America that are safe, and some places that are not safe. You have the good, you have the bad, you have the very, very good, you have the very, very bad. Overall, we are still overall number one. So that's how you take it. Um, Hopefully we get this thing solved in the future. Now, in terms of me being a Nigerian or not, sometimes I'm a Nigerian, sometimes I'm a South African, sometimes I'm American. It depends. Sometimes I'm Jamaican. It depends. But today I'm not a Nigerian. No way. You all can have that one.
So what is your connection to Nigeria?
My connection. I'm not a black person talking to you.
It's just hate.
I'm a black person who's talking to you. I have the right. I have the right to jump from one. Hold on. I have the right to be an Ethiopian today or Somalian tomorrow. I have that right. I'm a black person. At least I have that freedom as a black person. But
Mr. Cyrus, could you tell me what makes America number one? Give me 3 things that makes America number one.
Good question.
I know you're not living in America asking me this kind of question.
Yes, I live in America.
There's nothing else.
Yes. No, I want to hear from you. You said, "Well, give me 3 things that make America number one."
First of all, let's just zone in on black people now. As a black person, there's no country on this outside of Africa that you can become the president of that country or the vice president. All these European countries with all their racism and their nonsense, that you can't you have children there. You have to start things that we already saw in the 20th century. You see all these European countries, they're still stuck in the 20th century, old school of racism. You can't aspire to any political height there.
Wow.
But over here in America, not only are black people can become the president or vice president, even if you're opening up business here, and Americans has set aside money specifically for you as a black person to help you in your business, amongst many other things.
Do you know
Scholarship,
how
yeah,
accessible that money is for black people?
I mean, it's very accessible. I mean,
No, it's
what?
not.
Hold on. What are these European countries? What are they doing for black people? Can you tell us?
No. You just made a
You
statement.
asked me why is
Let me answer that question for him. I'm a black
tell
person.
tell me why you can't
Yeah,
become
let me answer the
any
question. Let me respond to you. I'm living
okay,
here in Europe.
okay.
I have access to loan. I have easy access to credit card. I can get it.
No, you're
No,
not hearing me.
what are you saying?
No, I didn't say general access. I said specifically you as a black person. Over here in our country, they give us loans, they give us money, they give us a scholarship, they give us business
They
training.
are doing the same
Hold
thing.
on.
So,
They
look,
they give it
look,
on top
when
of
I
all
came
those
here,
things you're talking.
look, listen. When I came
Mhm.
here, I also came here to study. They gave me about 40% scholarship from
Why
outside.
why do they give you that
Not only
scholarship?
me, a lot of people. Calm down, my man. Calm down. Whatever you see in America, they are also doing in Europe.
That's a lie. That's not well, sorry to say lie, but that is incorrect.
Ask two Nigeria. Two Nigeria live in UK, and some of them that live in Germany, they are not here around. There's a girl that live in Spain. Everybody will tell you. Do you know that
What are
from
they doing for black people? You're not understanding. Sorry.
they are doing a lot of things for them. I'm just trying to tell you that as a black man here, you have access to loan. You have access
Mr. Rami, I think the
Oh, you're
question
not
he's trying to
understanding.
say is how many black people or how many foreigners are in the political space in Europe? That's the
Forget
question.
foreigners. We're talking about black
Okay,
people in
we're talking
general.
about black people in general.
First and foremost, the question you should ask yourself is this. Most European countries are not immigrant countries like America. That's number one.
Oh
If
my
the country
gosh.
belongs to them.
No, it doesn't.
No.
No, not that way. No.
Country belongs to them. And as we are talking today, even here, there's a Somali who became a rep member here. Yeah, they have been here for a long time. Some of them are part of their lawmakers too. But in terms of percentage, you must say it's very, very low compared to America. And you have to consider the population of most European countries.
It's not. Stop making the excuse for them. It's not
I'm not
population.
making an excuse. America is an immigrant country. These people are not immigrant country. They are different. This is their own land.
No, that's not an excuse.
Consideration too. You have to factor in consideration.
Well, that's
Nigeria be a leader in South Africa. Is it easy?
no. That's well. That's one of
give
the.
us other 2 points now. Move on from
That's
there.
that's one of the reasons why America is better than all those European states you're bigging up. Here we are. Here it doesn't matter.
Okay, so what's the number two things? What's the number two things?
So
You
I
said
said also I said as a black person, you can become the president or the vice president. In the UK, even if you call UK, where you have a lot of black people there, they can't even get into any position. And the person who was not even a white person who got into there is an Indian person. He got they 1, 2, 3. They prevented him from going in the first time. The second time, 1, 2, 3, they kicked him out. It's no right. You don't have rights for black people there. But over here, you can become president.
If you are not born in America, you can't be president. In UK, the former prime minister was not born in UK, but he was the prime minister, right?
What? Yeah, but yeah, he was born in I think Tanzania, but he's not a black person though. He's not a black person.
Let me ask Harry.
So there's racism in your political. Hold on. There's racism in your political structure. Over here, some of our politicians, they have their own political group called the Black. What they call it, the Black Caucus.
The Black Caucus, yeah.
This is where in openly black people can organize and talk about how the solutions.
Not everybody can get into the Black Caucus like that. I hope you need to put that disclaimer. The Black Caucus is not accessible for individuals who do not have the inside connection to. I know what I'm talking about. So when you talk about the Black Caucus,
Right,
Hold
but
on,
you can join the NAACP, which is a social cultural
hold on.
organization
So
that
those
is
are the
involved in
please.
No,
It's
politics.
all
but hold
about
on.
black, black, white
When
America.
somebody
America, the
says
best
the
country.
black caucus is not is easily accessible, most good things in life are not supposed to be easily accessible. I mean,
You see?
if you're black, you can join. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm trying to figure out in my head what easily is supposed to mean. I mean, you cannot
He's trying
easily.
to say, Mr. Kandu, where I'm coming from, he's trying to Cyrus is trying to portray what America has done for black people, but at the same time, I want him to be realistic with what he's putting out there so that people will know. Just like Mr. Remy said, this is a foreign, is an immigrant country, like wherever you come from. AY just corrected him now. In order to be a president in the United States, you have to be born here. You can't come from
Absolutely.
Nigeria and you get citizenship and you become a president. No, you have to be born here.
Yeah,
But you can
yeah,
become
and I mean,
governor. You can
there's
become
nothing
governor.
wrong. No, I guess my point is, it's just like when people talk about what did Obama do for black people. Obama was not supposed to be doing stuff for black people. He's the president of America, whether you're Chinese, you're black, or whatever you are. So, I mean, I guess personally, I just don't understand when people talk about, well, um, something is not as easy. I don't understand why people have an expectation that something is supposed to be easy. Easy things that are easy. It's not easy to be a neurosurgeon or neurosurgeon, I should say. If it's that easy, then it wouldn't have, it wouldn't command the type of income that it does.
But
It's easy to be on fries at McDonald's. Things that are common are not generally well compensated.
but do you know? Excuse me, please. Do you know that you even missing like the or you even your two last points? You even missing it because um the point you're making about Obama did all these politicians you see going for president, they all do something for black people. They have to do something for Mexican, all these Hispanic people. You have to do something for everybody in all of your terms. This is stuff that's discussed and
Yeah, they
negotiated with.
do. All I'm
You
just
you
saying is
have to, and then in terms
no,
of your
what I'm saying is when I hear people talk about Obama, they talk in terms of what he did specifically for black people. Like
leave
because
Obama, leave Obama.
hold on. Like because he was the black president, he's supposed to have done something special for them, and I just don't understand where that comes from.
That's another
Mr.
talk.
Kandu,
Not
I
That's
think
another
speaking
it
of
topic.
comes from
black
Mr.
people.
Kandu. I think it comes from, I think we as black people, we have this entitlement mentality.
Oh
Like because it's
Lord.
yes, it's true. You have to say the
Oh
way it
Lord,
is.
that is
It's
so
because
unfair.
yes, it is true. It is
It
true.
is
We're
very
going to
true.
another topic now.
It
It
is.
is very
It is.
true.
We're
No,
going to
You
Cyrus,
guys
another
that
are
is
so
very
topic now.
true.
entitled.
It is
Obama is
very, very
president for
true.
all. I mean, it can't be a targeted. Said
Yes,
it
but
has to
yeah,
be for
but
black
black
people.
people always make
It
this
doesn't work that
statement.
way.
What did he do for black people?
He did
Yeah,
not do
this is
enough now, don't you know?
What is enough
you
and what is
see
enough is not
He did
enough.
not do
exactly
enough.
what I'm talking about. Look at it
He did
happening
not
right
do
now.
enough.
No,
Once you
But Cyrus, let me ask you
Mr.
something
Dama
before
is
you leave.
listen,
is
stop making an
Cyrus,
excuse
pulling
now
for
that we are
pulling
talking
nothing.
your
about
leg.
black and white,
Mr.
let
Dama
me
is
ask you a
pulling your
question.
legs right
Hold
now on
on.
that one.
See,
Kando,
that was
let me ask Cyrus a question. I know your country of origin is South Africa. So how come you're respect white people than your fellow black people?
Man of
But
I
you can,
see, I can tell you for free. This guy is not from
What the
Africa.
first thing that
we're
no,
not.
pisses me off.
he's from
He is
Hold
not.
answer
on.
that.
He is not.
Hold
He
on.
deceive you.
First of all, I'm not going to the main topic is how America is better for black
No,
people
we're
than
talking
all
about
this
black
Europe.
white.
No, because they was talking about Europe as if Europe is doing anything. It's not a racist place. America is number one for black people. I don't whether you say Obama did nothing, or I say like me, I'm saying he did not do enough, or you say he's not supposed to do anything. What America has done for black people, can you compare it to Europe? Europe that colonization, doesn't mean that they should just get a pass. They don't all black people or all the people they colonize anything. What is Europe doing? Forget leave America. America is number one. We know that. What is these European countries doing for black people? That's what I
Cyrus,
want.
you can't even tell me three things that make America number one. All you mentioned was the Black Caucus and how
No,
you can
that's
be a president. Tell me things like capital things. Tell me like our infrastructure. Tell me things that I want to hear
No,
that blows me.
Mr. Dama, in terms of America, I mean, again, in terms of land of opportunity, America is still the best thing since sliced bread.
Best schools, best hospitals, best
Like he
schools.
said, this is the one country you can literally come to America, have some sort of legal paper that allows you to be here, walk into a courthouse, and establish a business tomorrow. Literally. I mean, you don't need anybody. You don't. I mean, there are so many things in this country. You can be an immigrant and become a governor. Of course, you
No,
got to
but
do the
Mr.
work.
Kandu, I understand where you're speaking from. Mr. Cyrus is making this statement that I want him to speak. Like this speak. I know when Prince Daddy talk, I know where he's coming from. My talk, I know people that Cyrus is not giving me anything to hold on to.
Cyrus
So
is
he's
not
just
going to give me. I'm no Cyrus, trust me.
Hold on.
Cyrus is asking what has Europe done for black people.
Hold on. Forget. Leave you're on a different case. Let me explain the obvious. Okay. America has the best education systems, best schools in the world, best hospitals,
That's not
best
true. That's
businesses.
not true. If we didn't have the best
Hold
educational
on.
system, that's not true.
Hold on. The best. If you want to enjoy
Adama,
yourself,
please move on from
the
Cyrus.
best. That's
confused to me.
Hold on. You want to enjoy yourself like on vacation. The number
How
one
did
place
you
you
go
come
to
to
school in
America.
America?
You want to
Cyrus, did you go to school in America?
hold on. You want to
Answer
enjoy
now.
sports. You want to enjoy the diversity of sports. You come to America. Everything you want cold weather, we have it. You want desert, we have it. You want snow, you have it. You want
It's
fall winter,
confused.
tropical, everything, anything,
Are
all the
you being
food,
are you being
all
serious?
the
Are you being serious
all
right
the
now?
food, all any food, any person wants to eat, everything is number one.
These
Now, if
guys
that
talking
if
Forget Cyrus, man. Cyrus is one
if
of
that
those
is not
Nigerians that
enough for
come
you,
from poverty.
if
They
that's
saw
not
good
enough
life
for
for the
you,
first time, and they
if
just
that
can't
is not
help it.
enough for you, then you can travel to another planet because this is the best thing on the earth. Okay, America is number one. If you think anything is better, you must not. We're talking about a different planet.
Thank you so
America
much,
is number one.
Cyrus. Thank you. I really get. Mike,
The
you're
best
next. Go ahead.
education. Did you not hear that? That's nothing. Best hospitals, best businesses.
Cyrus, so if it's best education, why are you not receiving best education? Why you sound so ignorant? I mean, if you're getting the best education.
Who told you that?
Yeah?
You want to
You
debate
now, you're the
America
one
with me?
telling
Let's
me
go.
what is your.
No.
You're
Tell
asking
me.
what is Euro doing
Hold
for
on.
black people? Is it what is Euro doing for black people? Are you kidding me? What kind of
Look,
question is that?
Mike, do you even
With your
like black
best
people?
American education, you're talking like this.
Mike, do you even like black people? How many
You're
times have I had
asking
this
me what
question
is
with you?
Euro doing for black people? What the heck?
Look, listen. You asked me. The question was why is
So
the
Euro
country
is not
number
giving black
one?
people welfare.
Hold on. You asked me why is the country number one? It's many reasons why country is number one. I'm a black person. This is black people on the panel. So I'm going to tout the country that's doing more for them than the one that's a racist and stuck in the 19th century like Europe is. What's wrong with that?
Is Europe a
I
black
don't even
country?
know are you a beggar? Why should you even be using
Exactly.
what people will do for you?
I was asking what is Europe doing for you?
Are you a beggar?
If somebody come and break into your house and steal their things and you ask for something back, what's wrong with that?
The guy's not like been living in one of those ghettos.
So you are collecting what they have stolen from you. You are collecting what they have stolen from you.
That's not. We're not talking about any sentiment. We're just talking in general. Who is doing more for black people? Where do you have more rights, more freedom, less racism? It's America. Facts. That is a fact.
Prince Daddy, welcome. I don't know if you have anything to say. Mike, I wanted to go to you. Or do you have anything to say to respond to what Cyrus said? I told him, give us 3 things that make America so great. You've all heard what he said. And we were talking about a gun and everything. So, Mike, if you have anything to say, if not, you'll go to Prince Daddy. So go ahead.
Yeah, go to Prince Daddy, man. Well, go to Prince Daddy because I didn't catch you guys early on. I just
But what do you have
started
to say in
listening.
regards to what
I didn't follow. Yeah,
Cyrus
I
said,
just
what
heard
is your
Cyrus
response
saying
to what he
Europe.
said
What has
about
Europe done for black
what
people?
has Europe done for black people? What do you
That
have
was
to
just
say about that?
ridiculous. That's why I had to call him.
No, those no.
How can you be asking what has Europe done for black?
Yeah.
Is it Europe's job to be doing for black people? Is Europe a black
Didn't
country?
Germany hold on? Didn't Germany do stuff for Israel and the
Europe is
Jewish
not.
people?
It's
Hold
not a
on.
black country.
Did Germany do stuff for Israel? Yes or no? Should they have done stuff for Israel? Yes or no? After World War
So,
II.
so
Yes or
okay. When
no
you say
now?
black people, I'm trying to understand. When you say black people,
Oh, you're not serious,
what
man.
do you mean by black
You're
people?
not
Which black people?
serious. I'm asking you a question.
Which
let
which
me tell
black people is
Cyrus.
he talking about? Hold on, hold on.
Don't
I'm trying to
answer my
understand. Define the black people you are talking about. Which black
Mike,
people?
look at this guy.
Mike,
Look
let
at
me
this
tell
guy.
you guys one thing. Here in Finland, even if you come for your bachelor degree or you go for vocational studies, once you finish and you want to further your education, it's all free to PhD level. If you bring any child
There's
here,
not free in America.
listen, yeah. If
That's
you
not
bring
true.
any child from your own country, any African country here, and
But Remy, what you are saying is not peculiar to blacks. Now they do it for everybody. I don't.
I
Do you
This
know,
have
I
black,
know,
black,
I
scholarship
know,
for
black
I
black
know.
thing,
people in
He's
your
he's
country?
black
saying
thing.
what
I
has
don't.
gone to
I don't even see any sense in it. Why should you be
Even
talking
in
no,
about?
America,
no,
they
no,
don't do
no.
anything for.
Because
They
they
don't
don't
do
give
it
What
you.
for
I'm
black.
trying
They do
to
it for
say
everybody. It's for everybody.
is
Everything that
That's
doing
they
not
for
do is
true,
for
Mike.
everybody.
everybody,
That is not true.
I
including
don't know
black.
what Cyrus
He
is
said,
talking
what
about.
has they done for black people? That is why I brought that up. They have
Yeah,
done
but that
for
you see, you
them.
guys in Europe, you guys are satisfied with zero, nothing. Over here, this land of the freedom, we fight for our rights and we
I think,
appreciate the
Mike, what you
rights.
said about this guy, maybe he's one ghetto guy that just find
Yeah,
himself
the
in
guy is
America
one of
Listen,
and
those
live
listen,
Nigerians that come to
listen,
America and
So
went
listen,
straight to the
listen,
ghetto.
so where's
And
the
inside
listen,
problem?
they just dump them down there.
listen, listen,
You talk like someone that lives in one of those ghettos where they
Prince
have
Daddy, whenever you want to
listen.
come in, you can come
See,
in.
see,
You're
see,
next.
person that came from Nigeria is talking. Mike,
you are very
you came from
you are
Nigeria
poorly
to America.
educated, man. The way you sound so dumb, man. Like
I understand
this is this
No,
guy
no,
come
no,
from, man.
I understand if you
no.
stated on Europe because if you are from South Africa, where
The
majority
guy's not from South Africa,
the
man. He's
wealthy people, the
I said
wealthy
I'm
people,
from.
from the creeks in
I'm,
Nigeria.
I'm a South African today. South African American today. That's what I choose today. You all can have Nigeria.
no. If you are
August
from
Cyrus, I
The
think your
guy
accent,
he came from
Cyrus,
a village
your
straight from the
accent
ghetto
is
in
not an
America.
American accent.
And
Your
that's
Cyrus,
better
tone,
than where you come from in Nigeria now.
Cyrus,
It's not like people like Pansa living from village straight to
yeah.
ghetto in America.
We have running water in these ghettos you're
Prince
talking
Daddy, are
about.
you there? Could you unmute your nest?
Virus, are you from Cameroon or South Africa?
Today I'm from South
The guy's
Africa.
from a village somewhere.
Sure,
Where
Mike.
exactly are you from? Are you not proud of your country?
No, today I'm from South Africa and America now. That's what I'm telling you.
So you are
Virus is lying. Virus is lying.
You
That's what
can
I'm
see that the
telling
guy
you.
is confused. He said he's from
I'm not
everywhere.
confused.
Today, tomorrow can be from Somalia.
So what? That's
okay.
fine.
I can deduce.
That's my
The
right.
guy's
You
a
people
village
love it
Naija
that.
boy, man. He's a village
I
Naija.
can categorically say you are not from South Africa. Even if you speak normal English, I can know. So I'm not sure you are from South Africa. I'm not sure.
The guy's
And
in
as
Nigeria.
Today I
we
am,
don't
bro.
even like, why are we
But
even
can I tell
questioning
you
his
where I think
identity? I
Cyrus
think
is
we
from? I think
just leave
Cyrus
the
is
guy
either
alone. Let him be
Cameroon.
catching fun.
He's from one of those Francophone countries. Yes, he doesn't sound South African at all.
No,
all.
Okay.
it's not South Africa.
The
Definitely
Okay.
guy has
not.
Nigerian accent now.
No, does not have Nigerian accent.
No, it's not Nigeria.
This
He
guy,
lied before
Not
he was from
Nigerian at all.
Nigeria. No,
Not
it's not.
Nigerian.
I'm from a. You see, it's not the
He's
exposed area of
100%
this
from.
guy
you
sounds like
guys
someone
know
from the
about.
south
That's where I'm
south
from.
area, you know.
Don't you know
I'm
we
thinking
have
you
different
are from
languages
Guinea
in South
or all
Africa?
these francophone countries, maybe
I think he's from
Guinea.
Cameroon. You know, Cameroon
No,
is
no, no, no.
Mike,
This
he
guy,
said he went to Nigeria and they were
Not
shooting
today.
up in the air and he was dodging
Not today.
bullets and everything.
Establish this country.
He said he was dodging bullet, AK-47 everywhere with police on the street.
Is
I
that
said, man,
that's
this
what you
guy has
heard me
never
say?
been to
Okay.
Nigeria.
Well,
Prince Daddy, are you there? Do you want to say anything? Could you
I
unmute,
think he's
please?
sleeping. Okay. If you
Oh,
talk
I
about
think he's
Trump, he
sleeping.
will wake
No,
up.
the only thing that can make
Let's talk
things
about
that they
Trump.
make contribution is we just talk
Okay,
negatively
let's
about
talk about the
Republicans
upcoming
now.
election, Trump
Eh,
2024.
You know, Donald Trump is not going to win that election. He's a useless guy. Prince Daddy, what are you going to say about that?
Stretching.
seems
See?
like I'm in the middle of
Yeah,
something, but you're trying to
guy
bring me
woke up,
up.
man. I told you.
Is it all
If
right?
you're
You
something, you're
wake up
trying to
Trump
bring
immediately.
woke
me
him
up.
up, man.
Yeah, you see.
So what do you have
You
to say about Trump, Prince Daddy?
you are now talking. If you want it to really
Prince
find
Daddy,
out,
what are you
let's
going
bring
to
up
say about your uncle, Uncle Trump? What are you going to say about your Uncle Trump?
I don't know why the guy is so upset with Trump, man. I'm like, is he not Trump? It's one thing that you like Trump, there's another thing I want to die for him.
Mike, let Man of Prestige come on board and Adewale. Then you see that fire in Prince Daddy. Those guys and Babati will join immediately. It's so easy. Just do it there.
I mean, I'm a fan of Trump, but I don't like him to that extent. I mean, like, what the hell? I don't like the guy to that extent. I mean, I'm a fan of the guy when he start giving it to those journalists, man.
Okay, but this is the thing I don't understand about people who vote for Trump. I don't care who you vote for, you can vote for Trump. Then when it comes to Nigeria politics and you see people who support Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and I'm like, why should you have a problem? If I supported you for voting for Trump, why should you have a problem with someone supporting APC? So can we have that conversation? Why are we so biased? And why do we take Nigerian policies so serious? But here in America, we have a lot of Nigerians voting for Trump.
So that is why we call ourselves human being. Today you can be to the left, tomorrow you can be to the right. So everybody have a right to support whoever they like. But that
The
clearly
only
tells
people
them,
in Nigeria that fight you for not voting for their candidate, I notice are the obedience. I don't know why. They are the
yes, I
only
think
people.
a lot of Nigeria have already moved on. They have already accepted him as their president.
Those guys were ridiculous, man. I didn't even say anything. I even during Abiola time. Remember in June 12th, like I don't know if everyone else would enough.
But this is the thing I don't understand, Mike. This is my thing. Trump has not done a lot of things for Black people. So the Nigerians supporting Trump, do they really know his background? Or are we so used to lawlessness that we'll just support anything all in the name of supporting? Like, I want it to make sense to me. Like, why, if you support Trump, I'm okay with you supporting whatever. But when it comes to the Nigeria political distance, allow people to support who they support. You don't have to like it.
You know, politics is not easy like that, Adama, because actually when some people support their candidate, it's like they support with their whole heart, with their life, they throw in everything, and they want to convince you every available opportunity that is the best, and the other person or the other candidate are terrible. So that is politics. And some people, they cannot just say, they cannot accept defeat, whether as a candidate or maybe they are supporting that candidate. They can never accept defeat. It's like, no, you are cheating. No, it's not going to happen. We are going to fight. Let's burn everything down. But if you see politics as just a game, win or lose. If you lose today, you can try again next time. And if you are a follower and your candidate lose, just move on and you can encourage him to try again.
Remy, sorry, I want to ask Adama, sorry, I want to ask you a question. Why do Black people, especially Africans, find it very easy to actually move on, abandon their country once they get the citizenship of another country? Why does it happen like that? They claim ownership of that country, they have passion for that country. But if you see the Asians, the Indians, even the Koreans, the Chinese, even if they have the citizen of that country, you see that they still own allegiance to their primary country. Why are we like that?
I think in order for you to answer that question, if you're someone that gave back to your kids outside Nigeria,
No,
and you
I'm not
see,
talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about Africans
no,
generally.
yeah,
Look
that's what
at
I'm saying. Yeah,
Cyrus. It's not even having. It's you are not. You are not. You are even the first generation. You are talking. I'm talking about even people that migrate. Do you understand what I'm saying? You get. Okay. You are born. Probably you are born in Nigeria, a Ghanaian, a Guinean, an Ivorian. You migrate to, let's say, America, Europe, and then you got the citizenship of that country. It's like there is a shift, totally a mental shift towards that country completely. You understand? You see them even defending I mean, adopted country, and not to even have anything doing with their primary country again. Why is it because we have this, as you said, this entitlement mentality, this lazy man mentality? I don't know. Even the Arabs don't
So
do
first of
that.
all, from back in Africa, you're already being told that your country is inferior to that white country. So you already saw your country as a country that's inferior. So by the time now they accept you, ah, your superior, the superior country now have adopted you. So now you, of course, you want to forget the inferior country. So it's a way you've been conditioned. But compared to those other ones, they were never told that their country is inferior. They were not conditioned to see their country or their culture or their anything about themselves as inferior. But we, from our own education system, from just the environment in Nigeria, they constantly tell you that the white man's world is white man's ice is colder. Their culture, even their language, they will tell you. Remember now in school, they tell us when you speak your own local language, they say you're speaking vernacular. We worship English, we worship European language. So you're already being conditioned from back home that you are inferior. So by the time you get there to Igbo country, even though reality started kicking, you begin to realize that it's not that what I expect to. I have to suffer here. But the fact that you've already been conditioned is so hard to now trying to change your mind to see reality that there's nothing special about these Oyinbo people, man. They're just human beings like us. In fact, we're probably even, you know, God probably even made us more.
To me, I think they have done wonderful work for themselves. They are organized and they are structured. And for all this benefit that people enjoy here, they have already collected it from your hand.
So our own now only wear belle face, abi. That is who we are,
So,
blacks.
yes, yes, you are right. And our
Yes,
people, we
yes,
don't normally tell
yes.
ourselves the truth. We are not
We
honest.
don't.
We are
We're
not
not. And we
honest.
want things like this. We want things so fast. We
And
lack
at the same
patience.
time, we want good things of life, but we do not want to pay the tax. And our followers and leaders always pray that get into position. The first thing that comes to their mind is, how am I going to enrich myself? When you look
No,
at the
don't let us even go to that. Don't let us go to that one. That mindset is what I'm just talking
yeah,
about.
the mindset is terrible. And some people they thought that once they step abroad, that means all the
Hey,
while.
don't you think that mindset is actually one of the reasons why we are not developed, because we don't even see any reason why we should make our own environment better.
Simba, when I begin to like Trump, the day he called Africa Shiro, I was like, man, it's high time let these
Wait,
Africans know.
Mr.
Let me
Mike,
tell you why I
Mr.
love
Mike,
him.
Mr. Mike, did you need Trump
That
or
thing woke.
anybody?
Do you know how many? Dude, I know a lot of Nigerians. I forgot that they were from Nigeria.
Do
That now
you
realize like,
no
wow,
wait? My question
he
is,
put shame to their face, man.
did you need Trump or the Pope or anybody else to tell you that Nigeria was a shithole country?
No. It's not even a matter of that. The thing is,
You said that was the
hold
day
on.
you
It's not.
started
It's not even a
liking him.
matter of whether. Hold on.
It's not this thing. Kadu,
It's
this thing
not a
is not
matter of
about
whether
Nigeria.
Nigeria
It's not
is.
about Nigeria. It's not
Hold
about
on.
Nigeria.
What I'm saying
Don't
is
let
that.
us change the topic.
No, I'm not changing
Oh,
it. I was just responding to what he
can do.
said the day he
The
started
point.
liking Trump.
Can do. You don't get my point. The thing is, the Africans, right? Those just like Simba said, they leave their country and now want to adopt new country, right? Now, Trump now told them, despite that you've adopted this new country, no, he told them to their face because they never seen a white man actually tell them to their face that they come from Shito. So
And
now they have to carry that.
that's
No, I
my
don't care how you
I
say
hear
you're no longer
you.
from there. Hold on,
I
I don't
hear
care.
you. I just don't understand why anybody needs anybody else to come and tell them that. But the issue is even this.
Well, we are not
Hold
discussing
on.
whether it's a shit or not a
No,
shit. But what I'm saying is,
forget about that for a second. The history of Nigeria that I know in the 80s, no, we're not Nigerians that left Nigeria to be complaining about Nigeria. These are not people that went to other countries. What I saw as a young man growing up was that a bottle of Coke that used to cost 5 kobo was beginning to cost something else. Food, I used to be able to go to
But
Yabi.
there's no inflation is worldwide now.
Hold on,
That's
no,
what
we're
bring
not talking
inflation
about
argument.
inflation. I'm talking about Nigerians. They leave Nigerians, go to other countries, and start to think that their country is something else. The point I'm trying to make
Even
is
at
a
that
lot of
particular
people.
period you're
Hold
talking
on, a
about,
lot of
road
people
attacks
during
were
those
not
times
in good
had
time.
they don't even know where Ikeja is. Not to talk less of travel out of Nigeria, but they were beginning to see what their country was becoming. Call it inflation, call it hyperinflation, call it maladministration, whatever you want to call it. People are not blind. People can see that their their life is not getting better. And they didn't need to go to America or go to Europe or go to Middle East to be able to see that. It's not that I'm not holding each person responsible for their own actions. You have to do that. Because if you don't if you see that you have 3 children, they have kwachoko, you can't feed them. I don't know how you go and have number 4, number 5, number 6. But the point I'm trying to make is not about Nigerians leaving Nigeria, going to other countries, even when they were not. A lot of people were able to see that there's something wrong here.
Anyway, the moment Trump told you call Africa, the Africans, man, they have to own it, man. Even the ones that are they abandoned the place, came to America, they have to own it.
What is sad
That's when
that
they
is
all
that
Simba,
what
that's
is
when they all realize that I can't
what
no
is
matter what, I can't deny where I come from.
what
Because
is sad is that they need somebody else to come and tell them that. That's what's sad.
no. They know the thing is that they don't expect the white man to tell them that. That's
Why
the thing.
not? Who
Because
the heck is a
they
white
hold on
man
now,
or
hold
an
on.
Asian man?
They
Who the
run to
heck?
the white man. They run to the white man's something the white man already built for himself. A country white man already built for himself. They run, they abandon their own, and they want to be part of it, thinking they are. Uh, just like Simba said, they forget where they come from. Now they no longer Nigerians. But now when Trump called their of Africa shithole, and then the other Americans start looking at them like, so you come from shithole? That's when they now realize, yo, I can't forget where I
Real?
come from, man. I can't forget where I come from.
Where do you people meet these Africans? Where do you meet them?
Which Africans?
Who are they? These people that now realize that some
That they are from Africa.
you think a black person is going to look at me and say, you come from a shithole country? A black man or an Asian man is going to look at me and say, oh, can you? Oh, you come from a shithole country. And I'm going to say, what to that idiot?
I think the problem is this is the thing is to answer the question Mr. Simba asked is the thing is we are so divided between us within ourselves that we can't get and I'm just it just breaks my heart that we can't get anything done, like we can't see
Exactly.
past our division. It has to be if if this person
Oh
is
my
there,
God.
or you have to represent the Igbos. If this person is here, you have to represent this the Yoruba. If Hausa is here,
And that
it's
man,
so
we
crazy.
start, let me tell you, our division will start from each country within ourselves. You understand? The tribal and ethnic this thing is not only peculiar to Nigeria. Then by extension, you now see Ghanaians fighting Nigerians, South Africa, Kenya. You start with doing all those things. You see, and I can't even fathom what is making us to have that kind of ideology.
Division, yes. Even the Black Americans are telling us go back to your own. Black Americans are seeing Africans now as a threat, and I'm like,
As a
Yes.
threat.
are you? I mean, are you kidding me? How
But
did
can
we
I?
It's
get here?
it's a poor mentality. That's why I say poor people will always fight, man. If you
Can
go to
I?
the poor
Can I?
neighborhood, what you see people doing is fight all day. If you go to the rich neighborhood, you see them get along all
Because
day.
I don't know why all these Black
Rich
Can
Americans.
countries,
I? Can I? Can I?
when people from rich country get together, they will not tell each other to get out. Like if you come from rich
I
country,
am.
go to hold on, I'm coming. Wait. If you are from a rich country, go to another rich country. They won't tell you to get out of here. If you're from a rich country, go to a poor country. They won't tell you to get out of here. If you're from poor country, you go to another poor country, they'll tell you to get out of here. If you're from poor country, you go to rich country, they say, no, the poor, no one respect the poor. So the poor, when you put them together, they don't get up, they will always fight. So it's not poor poor people, of course, we have poor mentality. So it's the problem is that it's poverty. Or I'll just say poverty of the mind. That's what it is.
Okay, you know,
poverty of the mind.
I have brought up. We have had this conversation with Madam Adama and Ms. Tokwe. That I don't know what they do in the east, and I don't know what they do in the north. But I know among Yoruba people in Nigeria, at least in the 70s, 80s, Yoruba people will be telling you, "Oh, you can't marry somebody from Ijebu because Ijebu people are this." My second sister, with the education, with everything, it almost got to a point that my parents didn't want her to be married to her husband that they've been married for 30 years because it's Ijebu. And they are Egba. This was a very common thing. Whoever.
So what's your point, Kandu? What's your point?
What I'm saying is this division is not just about Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa. I'm saying even in Yoruba land.
And that was what I was saying. I was trying to tell Adama that is when you come to micro level, that's when I'm saying that the thing started from within and we extend it beyond.
Yeah, you understand? And I'm just supporting them. I'm saying, I guess I'm just saying that is to me.
Hey, we are saying all of us we are saying the same thing, and it's division,
Okay,
division,
so can
division,
I ask
division.
you, Kandu and Mr. Simba, who do we blame for this division?
We blame ourselves.
Who do we hold
We blame
accountable?
ourselves. All of us are culprits in this problem.
Hold on,
All
there
of
are
us.
different categories
And
of
in
the
as much as
there are different
we
categories
do,
of the division. There are different categories of the division. There's so-called the one you just give example. That one is more of being territorial. Territorial is a form of a degree of division, but it's not really a division of hatred or a division of
it's a division of hatred though, because what Andrew is talking about, even we that are even from Oyo, Osun, that time, in fact, you cannot even by extension, they will say, don't marry Ijebu, don't marry Egba people that they are not good.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And I've heard, let me tell you, even among the Ghanaians that we are working together now, there is a tribe called Hewe in Ghana. They have been ostracized somehow. That they will say, those people are very fetish, they are bad, they are this, they are that.
because
You understand?
they are the only one that
When
practice
you listen to their social media, you see that even if you ask them, they say, I can't marry somebody from Tema. Tema is the western coast or a western region of Ghana. They also do all those things in most other countries, and that is why we are talking about there is something
But
wrong
you can't
fundamentally
compare
with
that
the
to this.
blacks.
You can't compare that to this one we see online. This online war that's going on between. I mean that's different. That's more of preference,
No, it's not
territorial.
preference. It's
Hold on.
serious.
It's
What I'm
the one
talking about
Adama
is
is talking
actual
about
hatred.
is hold on. The one Adama is talking about is division of people just hate people and the one coming for example when people hate people because of what happened during the Civil War kind of thing. That's a different level now. That's a different level.
I don't understand. If you kill my people, I cannot be happy with you. I mean, that's universal.
Who killed who?
Whoever could kill. If I perceive you, if I perceived, you don't even have to have done it. Perception can become my reality.
You have a good point. If someone kills your people, of course you have a right to be angry at that person. But if you're angry at someone that have nothing to do with your people, you're killing your people. What does that mean?
But this is the thing. This is the thing. The
Black
hatred
people.
has gone down.
Hold on. It's like black people today in America.
Mm-hmm.
I've said this a million times. If there's a girl called Caroline or Carol or whatever her name is, and there's a guy named Tom, that guy did not enslave my ancestors. So why am I going to take that out on him?
But if you grow up in a household where your
that
parents
argument
told you that, it doesn't even
No, Mr. Mike,
hold.
you just said
It's the
now.
mentality.
They killed your people.
Mm-hmm.
They killed your people. But this guy is not the one that killed your people. Go on.
Okay, and I'm
When you get
answering
to
you, and
heaven,
I'm
You
answering
can't
you, can do.
compare the
No,
song.
no, I'm answering you, can do. If I grew up,
Even can do. You are talking against yourself. You mentioned, you said that even if the action has not even been done, perception also matter. So
I said,
what
but
is your point now?
I'm not saying my perception. I said the perception of those people, not mine. And that's why I'm not against myself. I'm saying I cannot hate a white person of any kind. I don't hate anybody. I judge
yes,
you
because they
by
told you that
your.
they were your slave masters.
No,
Like
they're not my
the.
slave master. I
Thank
don't have
you.
any slave master. Never, Kuchishi. I judge
If you
you
allow
by
can
your
do to start
behavior,
this
your character.
is the argument. We will not leave here today.
You don't live
Can
here,
do is
they'll just
on
be
his word
shooting
of
it,
his
shooting
own.
it.
Is
They'll be
on his
shooting
No,
it
on the
from
word
left and
of
right.
his own.
I'm in the world of my own because I cannot say because I
So
cannot
he
say
doesn't
because
see
I
beyond himself. Adam Akandu doesn't
no
It's
see
I
always
beyond
cannot
me,
himself.
for me, for me.
no I
Uh-huh.
cannot say because
Uh,
white people enslave black
he
people
doesn't see
and
beyond
start
himself. So
hating
he cannot
and,
engage in
start
a conversation that can take care of every other people. He's only talking about himself,
no
his own
no
perception, his own this,
those
his own
other
that, his own this, his own that.
Simple, Michael. Leave me
those
alone.
other people
That's true, man. That's
no
what can do
those
does. They're
those
like,
other people
for me, I'm like,
go and
okay,
hate
who cares
people
what?
that hated you. Don't go and hate somebody that had nothing to do with it.
So
Carol is
how
not
does that have to
enslaved
do with
in Nigeria.
the original point you were making?
Say that again, sorry.
What does that have to do with your original point you were making?
And people are moving the goalposts. I mean, I don't know the point we're talking about is people. Or part of the question was why are you guys like this? Because I'm not like that. So why are you guys like this?
Now I
Oh,
see
I
what
make
you're
it about
talking
you
about.
again.
Now I see what.
Let me, Kanjo,
Yes, sir.
you are also like that. And I
No,
will
I'm
tell
not.
you, no, listen carefully.
Okay.
Although the environment or the society you live can change a lot of things about you when you live there for a long time, I accept that truthfully. But you will see yourself as an American more than a Nigerian because of virtue of so many reasons. Because you have lived in America for a long time. So that one is already imbibing you. And sometimes when you go home, sometimes maybe intentionally or unintentionally, you might also want to show it off. You might want
Huh?
to tell them this is the way it's done in America, it's better than Nigeria.
Oh no,
And,
no, sir.
and it will listen.
You have misidentified me.
Um,
Everything that I do today, I was doing when I was in Nigeria. Everything. I was against corruption. I was against other police officer beating up people that did not do something right.
so so you are
I
trying to
almost got,
you are
I almost
trying
got,
to tell us
I
that
almost,
Do you
you
still
are
walk
above
around without
board.
wearing shoes?
You are above board
Like,
in everything.
when
That
did
is
I ever,
correct.
when did I ever
No,
wear,
nobody is laughing.
wait, when did I ever not wear shoes? Níbo ló ti ń ṣe yẹn?
So when you're in
How?
Nigeria, you always wear shoes when you step out. Come on
Ọlọ́run.
now, we all walk around barefooted many times.
The you know
You can't tell me this.
I raised this question, and the reason why I asked that question, let me tell you this.
Yeah.
I've been to India, and I knew what the Indians the people that went the Indians that went into diaspora, US, Europe, what they did for their country. You understand? We Africa, we once we leave, we forget home. We start giving reason why so many things cannot be done for your country. You cannot do this, you cannot do that. But they are doing a lot of things for their country. And the only thing that we are good at is just to complain. Complain.
Another thing,
Complain.
Mr. Simba,
what
first of all,
sorry,
Mr.
I
Mike,
can do.
let me tell you
Another
something.
thing I say is
When I was 9 years old, the amount of cash money earned, not stolen from anybody, because my father had businesses, that was in my father's wardrobe was over ₦1 million, which was worth more than $1 million, just for your information. Needless
what I
to
want
say, let's forget.
what I
No,
want
he
to
was
say.
talking about shoes or don't wear shoe or whatever. The point
What I
is,
want to say is that
the issue is this.
We are talking. No, this is not for. We are not bragging. Nobody is bragging here. What we are talking generally here.
I was talking
I don't
to
want to
Mr.
tell us
Mike.
that he was rich.
No,
You
I was
cannot say
talking to
that we
Mr.
are
Mike
above the law.
about me not wearing shoes. That was what
Forget
I just
about the
wanted.
matter.
Even rich person go, we walk
Your
around
children don't wear shoes.
barefooted. You know,
Your children don't
sometimes.
wear shoes. Okay,
What
whatever.
I
The
just
point
want can
is,
do.
you
What I
see,
want to
in
tell you.
India, hold on, in India or any
Can
other
do.
place,
Don't change our conversation. We are talking
no,
generally now. We are changing our conversation. It's not about you. We are not discussing
I
you.
stated just 1 second to Mr. Mike and I moved on. The point I was trying to make is in India, when Mahatma Gandhi and his group got together, if the majority of the leaders were stealing and stealing them blindly, those people that went back would not be going back in spite of. They had a society, that hunkered down, that this is what we're going to do. We're going to make our society a better place. You cannot ask me to be starving and you are eating filet mignon in front
Are you
of me.
saying they're not starving in India?
Oh
Are
my
you kidding
God.
yourself?
You know,
Yeah,
Oh my God.
they have more poverty in India than the whole Africa.
No, he has
When
never been to
Mahatma,
India. He has never
I
been to
said
India. That's why he's
Mahatma,
talking the way
I
he's
said
talking.
Mahatma,
So they are all enjoying in India, right?
I said when
They,
Mahatma Gandhi,
let me tell you, if you go to India, you will
himself
see
was
wide range of
Mahatma,
poverty.
Mahatma, I'm not talking about today. I'm giving you a president. Mahatma Gandhi was the leader of India. He went around, not even drive. He could have had any car. He walked around most of the time.
The time they started going back
that
wasn't
one
during Gandhi time. We're talking
is
about
forget
recent.
that one.
You,
Let me tell you
you,
something.
you think people just come out of nowhere?
Let
You
me
have to
ask
have
you.
a foundation.
Kandu, let me ask you a question. Gandhi, you mentioned that went around not wear shoe. He is the prime minister of the country or the leader. Have you ever stepped into his bedroom? Have you ever stepped into his living room? Do you know what kind of food they are giving him? You don't know.
Have you ever seen Mahatma Gandhi's video? Does that look like somebody that is? Does that look like somebody that is eating filet mignon?
So to your president look like Gandhi before you know you have to go to Nigeria and go and start.
All that
It's not number one. It's
does
not
it
my
not
president. It's you people's president.
Does it not end
It's not my president. If he lives to be a billion
And if
years, he
Tinubu
will
start
never
dressing
be.
like Gandhi,
He will
before you
never
know
be
that.
my president. You're a human being. Call that one the president.
I've noticed one thing about all these Indians, Bangladesh, and the rest. Here, majority of them own the pizza house, most of the restaurant. They all work in harmony most time. They help one another. When you go to the black community, whether from Nigeria, from Ghana, it's not the same thing. It's like we are competing unnecessarily against ourselves.
Good night, everyone. Good night.
Good night. It's like we are competing against ourselves. It's like we don't normally even like ourselves. We don't want to help. And those ones that have been here before you, they will take it upon themselves that you must address them, respect them before they give you information or to help you out. Or sometimes they just want to like take advantage of you. So the black man, I'm sorry, I think I agree with Mike. Sometimes that something is wrong with the black race. We don't like to protect our name. We are not even everything we want to do is just to show off. We are not thinking about this is my name. I want new things.
If Black man doesn't believe it's his responsibility to build his environment,
so
he think it's somebody else's responsibility.
So that is why I don't like people. Look, when they talk about Tinubu, Dangote, and I just laugh. Tinubu have tried his best. He has turned Lagos around.
When have you ever seen a white man blaming his president for his environment?
Never. No.
The guy, whenever he asks for his environment, you go and solve it. They will figure you innovate something, invest something.
Do you know that
call group of white men, call group of guys together, and they will fix that problem. But we're the only one we sit around crying and we blaming one president or one. We always find someone to blame for all our problems.
Mikey, even somebody they will even come and be looking and be identify our own problems and try to solve it for us. Then by the time we see them coming, we come up with conspiracy theory against them again. Oh, why is
Exactly.
the gate
The only, the
venturing
only,
into Planned Parenthood
the,
in Africa? Why is he
the only,
supporting vaccination in Africa? Why is he going to agriculture? Why is he going
the
to
Even
only,
this?
when
Why
you
is he, every
yourself,
our own is questioning, questioning, questioning,
the only,
questioning.
the only, the
You
only,
have
I
you
mean,
problem.
notice,
the
You
only,
cannot
Limba,
solve
when
your
we even
problem.
present solution, they will give you excuse why that thing cannot
the
work. Why
only,
the solution cannot make it.
the only thing I know in life is about problems and you find solutions. I don't sit around with people complaining, never have. If I
But,
complain, I will try and
but you
I will
were
try and
just
figure
complaining
out the
about
solution.
president now.
That
I
is
don't
all
have look, this is it. I tell you, not until I started coming a couple of years ago, not until I started coming to places like this. I didn't even know June 12 existed. I didn't know what they were doing in that place.
your own case is isolated case, and
No,
you are
I'm
So
just
you don't
telling
complain
you, I
about what
don't
you're talking.
complain. I don't have time for complainers. I
because
have
you are
time
making
for
money.
doers.
That's fine because you don't have time.
Doers.
Where a lot of
You
Doers.
just
people
started complaining. Is that what you're saying? You
No,
do.
I
You didn't
don't
use to complain.
complain. I find, you see,
Ah,
I haven't been on this. I haven't been in this particular panel now for 2.5 weeks. I'm busy.
yeah,
I'm
because you are
helping
making
people.
money. You don't have
No,
time.
no, I'm
That's
not. No, I'm not making a dime. No, I have my ways that I make my money.
there's a bimbo beside you.
No, I have the ways that I. What the work that I have been doing for the most part is not. It's not going to bring one kobo into my pocket. The things that I do that make me money, those ones they do themselves for the most part. But I'm working with people on the ground in Nigeria every day, like Baro long, every single day, including Sunday. Not because nobody forced me, nobody begged me. I'm not trying to say I'm the one. It's not about that at all.
Can do, we understand you. But what we
It's
are
not
trying to
that.
say, what we are trying to say, look at a lot of countries, even the Indians you are talking about, or even when we talk about China, if you know what China did to their citizens to
I
wipe them
know.
to order,
I
can
know.
any Nigerian leader, for God's sake, wipe us to order like that?
No, no.
Are we going to allow, are we
The
going, sorry,
mentality.
hold
I
on,
mean, if
hold on,
people.
are we going to,
Oh,
hold on, can do, are we going to allow that leader to wipe us into order? Because a country without no disciplined citizen, there is no way you are going. If you continue to complain, I have seen that complaint
there's
was
no
supposed
black country in the world that has disciplined citizens. Remy.
yeah, I mean, I want to say responsible. Yeah, any way you call it, at least we may be responsible citizen. But in the case of our own, we cannot just be talking just for talking sake.
yeah, but
Even
Mr. Remy, in fairness, what's his name?
Mike,
Chairman Mao,
mhm.
his Operation Free the Nation wiped out almost 20 million Chinese people.
Can it happen in Nigeria?
But in fairness, that cannot happen today either. There's a time and place for most things in life. At that time, yes, it happened. And no, and you have to remember too, China was closed in. So a lot of things that people knew were after the fact, not real time. So and that's why when I wasn't saying India, I was talking about Gandhi. He said, you see, leadership is important anywhere in the world. He led by example. He led the way he himself conducted himself. And I've said this today, I've said
He
this
didn't
many
change
times on this.
India, though.
Sorry?
He didn't change India.
Oh,
India didn't
yes,
become
he
the
did.
first world country.
Oh, no, he did. He laid the foundation, the education. The
India.
reason why
So why is India still poor today?
a poor rich is a relative term. From where they were coming from, the foundation that they laid was that they said they were going to move heaven and earth to use um to use healthcare as the as a funnel which we were going to change their country. And that is why for the last 30 years, a good number of some of the best doctors in the world are Indians. Rome doesn't is never built in a
Educated in
day,
India.
but it's because of the foundation that were
Wait,
laid.
India. In the best
Yes,
doctors was in India or
some of
Indian.
the best. Some are they are of Indian origin, whatever you want to call it. But those foundations were laid by somebody. What China is doing today didn't start yesterday. They lay the foundation. No, at least when it comes to me, I'm not saying.
Whatever
When it
the
comes
fact
to
of
me,
the
I'm
matter,
not saying Tinubu is supposed to come and change anything. I've said this a million years, a million times on here. When we were supposed to be working, when the Arabian countries, when they were working with whatever little they had, building a tomorrow, we were busy partying, not putting the resources where it ought to go. Maybe those leaders didn't know what to do. Maybe they were just ignorant. And when I say ignorant, just were ignorant of what to do. So it's not a Tinubu or Buhari issue. This is something that has plagued us for many years. But at the end of the day, the question I always ask, you see, if I don't have a solution, I'll just remove myself. Well, if I can find some solution, if it's one person I can help, or however many people that God allows me to, I'm more than willing to do that. I don't care about, I don't care about whatever you wear. I don't care if your shoe is $52 billion. Congratulations to you. It's not important.
I was going to answer Adama's question. Yeah, Simba, I really don't think Nigeria, like the ethnic groups in Nigeria were that divided like that. It's probably just maybe if they are ethnic groups that are causing divisions, probably no more than 2 or 3 out of the rest. Because the rest of them, they are relatively just peaceful now.
No, Mike. When just 3 days ago, I was discussing with one of my colleagues. He's from Benue, and he was telling me what happened to him when he went to get married. That I saw a lady. That there is one particular tribe I won't mention because we're on the national platform. That is like what we used to do within Yoruba. Say, okay, this don't marry Jebu, don't marry Egba. They also, those ones because they are not many. That's why we don't see what is happening between them. By the
Yeah,
time
but
by the time they
marriage
have
thing.
a voice, by the time they start having voice, that's when you start noticing it.
Yeah, I mean, when you guys keep saying, "Oh, don't mind," we get that, but you can't tell me that on their day-to-day interaction, they are divided like that. Even the Yoruba example you guys are giving, you can't say on a day-to-day interaction, Yoruba people are just divided. When it's time for
Okay,
marriage and things like that, people start giving preferences. I get that. Like, oh, we prefer you to marry someone from this. We get all that, but on a day-to-day interaction, no one is
by the
out there
time you
just.
start, what? By extension, by the time you start having, maybe you have let's say you have an association, maybe let me use carpentry, the association of carpenter, and you discover that okay, you have multitude of maybe different people from different ethnicity that there. That is when you start noticing the politics will not set in. Oh, these Egba people that the one that have been being the chairmanship, they have been taking the chairmanship of this. You understand? It's by extension, it's only whatever that is a stake, that is when you see the division. If
Yeah,
nothing is at stake, you will not see it. You
yeah.
understand? But whatever there is a stake, that's when you see the division. But if there's nothing to fight on or to have, is you will not you think that everybody is living together peacefully.
And in fairness, so things have gotten better. In fairness, things have gotten better from when it pertains to that. But this used to be so prevalent.
Let me tell you, can do when you talk about when it comes to all these marriage of things, because people don't recourse to their family again before they get married. People
Then,
just
yeah,
damn it and
just go and
but
do
you
it.
discover so it's not as if it has changed, but people just young guys of nowadays don't care.
Yeah.
But at the end of it, how many of them are even successful? Even if you look at it, how many of these marriages are even successful? You understand? Because you discover that before, one of the things that sustain marriages in that,
You know,
yes.
whenever somebody want to marry and they want to give excuse why they shouldn't marry the other person, they'll find every reason now. They probably use that, oh, that person's from that place. It's because they never wanted to marry that person in the first place. You know,
Yeah,
you
but
see, guy,
What I'm even
outside of
saying,
that, yeah,
what I'm saying generally is that, let's say for example, because marriage, the way our own culture, marriage is not to between the so-called husband and wife. You marry
Family.
into a family. You
Yes.
understand? And that is what actually sustain marriage. Now that people marry themselves, or me is me and my wife, and that's why whenever there is any fight, they find it very easy to separate. Everybody will just go on their way. You understand? Because there is nobody you can go to. Maybe if you are the wife of your, or you are the husband, and your wife or your husband is doing something wrong, that you can go and report, and then they will call the guy and caution the guy person. You understand? And then there is a people, there are people that that you marry to the family. You, in fact, you take recourse in the siblings, the member of that family. They are the one that will protect you from your husband. They are the one that will protect you from your husband. You understand? But all these days, nobody cares about that, and that's why it's very easy for people to separate. Very easy. If everybody will just pack their bag and go.
You gonna find your you. I see what yeah. But yeah, is it like that in Nigeria or is it just in Western world? Yeah?
Well, I mean, I can only say
I
about
think in
Nigeria.
Nigeria
I can
people
only
still
say about
marry.
Nigeria because I can't say anything about the Western world because they have their own
So I'm saying
culture.
the
And
Nigerians abroad. I thought back in Nigeria, like if you want to marry someone, you still have to meet family now. You still have to meet the family. But Nigerians that meet abroad, they don't meet no family. Oh, you speak and up. That's it, man.
Let me tell you, if the issue is this, even the parents these days, because of all these, because of westernization, don't let her have much interference. The kind of questions parents used to ask those days, you don't
Yeah.
ask such questions again.
Yeah. Where is he
Yes,
from?
the
Where is
only thing
she
they will
from?
ask you
Who
is,
are his
okay, are
family?
you people
You get
comfortable with
money.
yourself?
Mm-hmm.
They
Are
want
you
to know
people
if you have
comfortable
money.
with yourself? Once you say, when you say that, nobody ask any further question. But those days, they will go deep into the family. What kind
Mm-hmm.
of disease did they have in the family? What kind of mentality did they have in that family? So many things they know that it can
Most
actually.
of us,
And
those days, I mean, the man wants to, I mean, the woman marry before they don't even date. You understand now?
No.
They don't. You understand? The girl usually never do one before. You understand? So that's the first man. Your peak. So everything's so ceremonial, accurate. But
yes,
these days,
maybe it's your father or your mother that knows. This lady, I like this lady. I
Don't
will
have that.
marry him. I will marry her for my son.
exactly.
And
They do that. We marry this one for my.
uh-huh,
They pick
uh-huh.
usually arrangement kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
today, people they go date around. They go find someone and hook
I
up.
can do those things,
Yeah.
those questions that they used to ask. Actually, they are good questions. So
Absolutely.
that diseases that runs in certain family
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
that you don't want to go and let's say epilepsy.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
understand? Epilepsy, if in those days they will ask that question that do they have epilepsy in their family? Because in fact, it was when I got to medical school that I realized that these are the things that we suppose, and but all those things now we have abandoned those things.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? People
Yeah.
by the time they get married, by the time the consequence started coming, that most of them will not be able to withstand and they will get separated.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine you have your first child is epileptic, you have the second one epileptic.
Mm-hmm.
The stress will be so much for the two of you that you will not be able to withstand that marriage again. And
Yeah.
everybody will just go and those children will be suffering.
Yeah.
Something that can be prevented. What is love,
Yeah.
self? That we normally say that, hey, love, I love you, I love you, I love
The
you.
worst one
What
is
is love?
the sickle cell. People that are AS, they go marry another AS.
Mm-hmm.
They don't ask those questions. So people just create problems. Man.
Yeah. Even this issue of people, this setting up marriage thing, it definitely has some of its good components to it. Because there's a
You mean
sense
the
of duty.
arrangements?
Yeah, there's a sense of duty, not just to yourself, to the family, to the
Well, if you go
society.
and arrange you somebody you don't really like
And
that.
I mean, most things in life will generally have, side effects that may not be, that may not be that wonderful. This one that people are arranging themselves, how long are they lasting?
No, not at all. Can do mental health issues. Earlier when we were talking about guns, people are talking like a lot of people that owns guns have mental health issue. Those, that those ones also runs in the family.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh
It
yeah.
runs. I've
Yeah.
seen a family that the father, the mother, and the 4 children, they have mental issues, and it's because of what runs is a genetic thing.
Right.
You
Yeah.
understand? So you can imagine you have a man that has mental health issue in their family. Then you go and you see one woman that you don't even know her history. Maybe they also have mental. The two of you now marry. What will now become of your children?
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that in the name of westernization and all those things, and that's why you see the society. If you want to compare the society then and now, it's more chaotic now than then.
Oh
We
yeah.
have more organized society before than what we have now.
Yeah. Even some of the parents are chaotic, not to talk less of the children. I mean, when I
We
was
have
growing up,
a lot of parents now that they don't even have home training. That are parents
yeah,
now. People that don't
yeah.
have home training, they have their parents now. So what kind of siblings are they? Offspring
Mm.
are they going to produce?
I mean, when I was growing up, if you came home with something that cannot be verified, or there is no one
You
to
better go and hide it. If not,
yeah,
hell will let loose.
ascertain where it came from. Now people go and buy their parents a car. Person that doesn't
They
have
will,
a
they,
car
they,
doesn't
they
have a
will, the parents will accept it and they will be
oh yeah,
thanking God. Now they go and give testimony.
you know.
I've seen it. I can do. I've seen in Nigeria a 14-year-old that was doing Yahoo that built house and bought car for the parents, and they are living there and riding the car.
Hmm,
14-year-old, 14.
hmm.
How can you have a 14-year-old and the child will say is a millionaire, and then you say that okay, your blessing has come.
Yeah. I mean, I remember a few years ago I heard of a pastor in Nigeria that the money that the person supposedly gave to the church was like 30 million naira or something. Maybe it's more than 5 years ago. I don't remember. And the pastor refused to give him the money back. They found out that this man stole the money from the ministry. It was a ministry, works at a ministry of whatever. They found out. The pastor said no, he's not returning the money.
Hey, what the money that you have spent?
But at least you should at least have. I didn't know. We didn't know. Okay, we don't have it. Oh, where we're going to figure out how to be paying it back small by small. But if a pastor or an imam or
Eh, eh,
or whoever has that type of mindset,
can do. If you have a very good society where people will not be even be because all this so-called freedom of speech, freedom of this, the two of them supposed to be in there, both at the pastor and the guy, because one year agbepo laja
the
ó
receiver
jalè
and
bí ẹni tó
yeah,
gbálẹ̀.
yeah, 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 receiving stolen property.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, to me, it's the whole thing, the way we are. I think maybe it will get to a crescendo whereby we have to now go back to where we are coming from. Believe me, and I think very soon we'll get there. Because things are not just getting better. Generally, believe me, things are not getting better.
And
Things are not getting better.
unfortunately, it's getting worse all over the world, not just
And
Australia.
that's what I'm saying. Generally, yes. Now
Yeah.
you see the generation upon generation, the generation are becoming lazier and lazier and lazier and lazier.
Generation are becoming degenerates. They're becoming degenerates.
You see that the level of tolerance is also reducing, and that's why people can just get depressed easily with little things. You understand? Many
Yeah.
little thing. You see ordinary WAEC, you see a child failing WAEC, and you say you want to commit suicide. So WAEC that people will write 3-4 times those days, and nobody will send you.
Yeah. If you don't pass English, you just retake now. Yeah, we will help what to do.
Abi, what can you do? People will write jam 3, 4 times before they will get the course that they
Oh
wanted.
yes, oh yes, yeah, yeah. I mean,
But you see, but these days, even the parents also they are not helping matter. You see people now, displaying jam result, WAEC result online. You understand? Like, why are
yeah.
we doing that? Why
Well,
we be displaying such a thing online? So and those are the things that is actually be causing depression for the others that doesn't have such a result.
yeah, but
What
you
are
be
we doing
before
to the society?
you go to the school where whatever school they're going to put the list. You go there and look at you go to the column that has your name and
No,
you go and
you don't get what I'm saying. After getting
I
their
know I heard
result
you.
these days, it's not even the organization that is conducting
Yeah,
the something I'm talking about. I'm talking
yeah.
about individual now. They will display their result on Facebook, on
Yeah,
this
I
or
know.
you understand?
It's like when I see people send me a picture. You are at dinner. You're sending me a picture of the food you're going to eat. Automatic delete. I don't even want to see it. Why do I need to see the picture of the food you're going to eat? So is everything now has to be shown. Look at my food.
Exactly.
Look at my
Exactly.
WAEC result. Look at my house.
Look at in fact some people okay today look at the way I'm working to work. Look at
Yeah,
what I'm doing on to work. It's like I don't even understand the
I
mentality.
don't. I don't. It's
They have
like
to put everything
why does
everything
why does anybody need to see the food you're going to eat? You may show them your inside. Back with the digestive procedure.
the only thing they have not started showing us is when they're having this thing in the other room with their husband or wife.
Ah,
They should be showing us also.
àwọn tó ti àwọn tó ń ṣe yẹn wà o àwọn ọmọ bíi tàbí máa ń pariwo wọn wà dáadáa no seriously o people actually
Hmm.
broadcast that
Hmm.
only the only fan o tó yẹ pé people have to pay to watch it. Oh yeah,
Hmm.
there's no shame. There's no shame anymore in anything. I mean, people that are online that will be telling you I'm a scammer. Look at all this money. I'm scamming people, and they are proud of it. Even some of these girls now, they will tell you, "Hey, no, they don't want an accountant. They don't want. They don't even want a doctor. I like scammers because the money comes fast.
Because the doctor cannot spend his hard-earned money lavishly. No.
Yeah, like the scammers that. Yeah, I was talking to someone like a month ago, and they were telling me, hey, they were they were in Houston, that they were with some Nigerian guys, and that those guys spent $40,000 that night on some girl.
Imagine.
I said $40,000, and
Hmm.
they told me, yeah, they were scammers. I said, wow. So I wanted ilé ìwé tá a rán yín lọ, àwọn tẹ́ ń lọ associate money yẹn
Hmm.
kò sí tí ò dáa. Yeah, it's crazy.
But they don't know that all those things are not sustainable.
Of course not. Of course not. Àwọn kan ti ṣe kọjá níbo lọ́n wà.
Exactly.
Have you ever seen a retired drug dealer?
Or a retired fraudster.
Yeah, a retired person. It's not possible. Yeah, jail or the grave. Yeah.
It's,
So
it's, it's, it's only that it's worse in some countries more than the other, but it's all over the world. I
it
could
is.
remember one of my India friend
Mm-hmm.
when he went on vacation. I came back and I was asking him about India. If you see the way the guy was complaining, that you see little children nowadays that they're not ready to walk, that the only thing they know is to scam. You know that the Indians they like scamming. That even here you see them
I thought
calling you. You see you can see the asset. They will call you on phone. They will start.
I thought they said it
What
was
is
the
it?
Russians number one.
Mhm.
I don't know. It could be a tie between them.
So it's not Nigeria.
Yeah.
He said it could be a tie between us and them, maybe.
Russia and Indians. Yeah,
Nigeria.
it's very prevalent among Indians, though. That's true. Yeah.
So, in fact, he was even say he said that even you see them, even if you are not careful in the community, they chase you with gun, they chase you with machete and all those things. I said, what?
Hmm.
So I think I don't even know this word to me. No, the way things are going, if nothing serious is not done, it's going to explode one day. Believe me, the whole world is going to explode.
Yeah, but like you rightly said, it's getting worse and worse. Even in some of the societies that you will have considered to be so conservative, you know, um, you know, because of the culture and the nature of the society, you're beginning to see some of those girls now act the way some of these American girls act. You're beginning to see that, oh, I can do whatever I want. It's my life. Nobody can tell me
Do
what
you
to
know
do.
that the number one employer of girls in Nigeria today is sex work?
Jesus.
You don't know?
No.
Ah, they sleep for money. They won't call it prostitution, but ah,
No,
but
that's
it's been like that
they
for
call
like
it
it's been like that
they
for
call
the
it
past like 20
hook up
years now.
now,
Maybe 15,
hook
20
up now,
years. Hmm?
hook
Okay,
up,
that's
A
what you
hook
hook
mean by
up,
up.
yeah. Once you have money, you do it, they charge you, that's what it they've been doing it for the past how many years now? Like I know it started picking during my time. So girls, almost every young girl, once they dress up, their only job is to collect money from men.
for
And
me.
of
For
course,
me,
there's no way we collecting money without giving something up now.
for me, the thing is this: if I put that money in your hand,
Do
my
you know
thing will not.
that now they say
Hold
we
on.
have the highest maternal
You see, if I hand that money to that woman, my thing will not cooperate.
yeah.
If I have to hand somebody money to sleep with them, my thing will not get up.
So what
Why?
did you
Why?
do it?
Why?
What did
Are
you
you
do
not
it
going to
for?
get value for your money? Are you not going to get value for your money?
Have you see this guy?
No, no,
You
no,
know,
no. I said,
I mean, at that time
listen,
supposed to get up for the
listen. I
for
said
longer periods. Then
I can take you out. I can buy you whatever. But for me to take cash and hand it to you, are women that scarce in this world? I mean, Jesus, what do they use dead body to do in mortuary?
so you saying these fine chicks around you, especially in Nigeria,
Eh,
in Nigeria, there
eh.
girls they'll sleep with you for free.
I won't sleep with them. That's the thing. If I'm dealing with a woman,
Then you
hold
won't
on,
get
hold
laid a
on, hold
lot.
on,
Then if you are
hold
living in a
on.
place
If
like
I'm
Nigeria,
hold on, no, hold on.
Nigeria girl will not open leg for you without dropping
Okay,
something.
I'm trying to explain me to you. If I'm dealing with a woman, it's possible for me not to know. But the second I know that somebody else is putting their thing in you, we're done. I can't do it.
So you
I
are looking
can't
for
do it.
virgins. Then you're looking for virgin.
No, it's not virgin. I just don't want Afani Adubo.
There's
I
no
can't
way you
do
find
it.
a chick where no one else ever passed before.
I didn't say no one else. At that time that I'm dealing with you,
Oh, you mean why
I
you
said,
dealing with her? Like she
I
cheating on you?
said
And of
listen,
course, now I mean, if
I
you
said, I said it's possible that I don't know because I don't put my thing in just anything.
so basically, the moment you know that someone is punching on,
So, let me ask you, can do one question. So, all the women, what if you are going after a woman now? What is your aim? You are looking for the one that doesn't
looking
sleep
for
with another
angels,
person. It's only you that you want to claim ownership of that person at that particular time. That it must be
No,
only you.
if of course when you're approaching somebody, you're just they could be seeing somebody. But once you and I are together, that's it. Don't get me
So
wrong. There were
you
times.
want
Hold on.
commitments?
There were
Uh-huh.
times when I was younger, when I was doing 4 in a day. So I'm
Hmm?
not talking that I'm a saint, but there's been. I mean, I've gotten married before, and I've dated people after I got divorced. But as I grow older, 35 and over, if I'm dealing with you, if it's not even possible for you to be dealing once you and I are together, you cannot, you must not. It's not unimaginable because I'm providing full service. I can't be putting certain things into a place that I even
You
have to
say you are
like.
providing full service, eh? You
Yes,
expatiate on that. What are those services that you are
but I
providing?
cannot be putting
Can do.
certain things into
So
certain
I'm trying to
areas that I
understand. So
think
what you are
other
saying is,
people are putting.
if you are dating a woman, no one else must be it, uh, going in on her. I mean,
Once we have concluded that we are together, that's it. You and I are
yeah,
together.
but that's
I mean,
anybody now. So
eh?
why would you want to be sharing your woman with another man? That's
Well,
everybody now. Yeah.
some people do. Some
Eh,
people
So
but
do.
can do.
you
This
don't
kind of
commit to that
women
kind
that
of
we are
chick.
talking about, they is all those ones that traditional relationship that you are talking about. These girls that me and Mike are talking
Can
about,
do.
they
Can
are just like one time out on all those things that they
Eh,
do.
that's
They are
why I
not
said
ready for
it's not
they are
even
not ready
for
for any
it's
commitment
not
at
for
all with
for
any
me.
man.
You see, I won't. They won't.
Simba can do to
Hold on.
shit.
Oh yeah. No,
Tipe. Now you play like a virgin.
no,
Play like
no.
a saint.
It's not of you only
When I
now. We praise that
when I
grace.
was when
Yeah.
I was when we were at school, 13, 14. I can't even tell you. But anyway,
Please, daddy, can do need deliverance from you, eh? You need to
Yeah.
so Mr. Mike, what I'm saying, and Prince Daddy, you see, I was in Nigeria in March. Was in tough me. I can't do it. Number one, I don't know you. I don't know you. I don't know who else you're sleeping with.
So are
I
you
mean,
afraid of STD or what? What are you afraid
no,
of?
no, no. I might have respect for my ding dong. My ding dong is a responsible ding dong. Just can't be going into
And
any
what's it
place.
created for now? What's the respect?
Find a nice and warm place to.
So you want to respect it? I mean, you are disrespecting your dignity if you don't use it. I see this guy.
Mr. Mike,
This guy
Mr.
is speak
Mike,
backward,
Mr.
man.
Mike, Mr. Mike, I told you in my younger days, 4 in a day. I'm not saying every day. I'm just saying it has happened before in a day. Different people come around, but I've not.
let me even tell you this. It might be sounding ridiculous, but you
Yeah,
know that men that ejaculate more frequently are actually protected against prostate cancer.
yeah, that's what I've been. That's what
Yeah.
I've been told. Yes,
Is
yeah.
it? I hear a lot, but since it's coming from a doctor now, so is it true? Is it really true? Is there
It's,
an
it's,
explanation to
it's
that?
true.
Is there an
Yeah.
It's
explanation to
true.
that?
It's true. It's
Explain.
true.
Explain it why.
Um, I have to do more research on it for me to be
We
able
have to
to
have
give
someone
you
really break it down, man. I've
No,
a
heard all the time.
detailed.
I've heard it.
A lot of research has been done about it. It's
Yeah,
not
I've heard
about
it.
just
I've heard it being said medically, not just this is medically that is so. The reason behind it, I don't know. You know. But what I'm saying is, those ladies, whether they're in Nigeria or whether they're in
Do you
Houston,
know? Let me even tell you
Texas,
this. Do you know that if a woman doesn't get pregnant, you understand, they are the one that usually get fibroid. You know fibroid, Mike?
mm-hmm,
So
fibro
in
cancer.
fact, even in the medical world, what we used to say that a womb that doesn't carry pregnancy will carry fibroid.
Wow, that's interesting.
Hmm.
So it's actually in their own best interest.
Uh-huh.
Hmm, that's interesting.
So are you saying most of the people with fibroid, there are people that never had kid before, or what?
I mean, most of them, or you have kids, there maybe there is a kind of, there may be just one, then there is a very long period of infertility. You understand? In fact, most women that I know that never get married, most of them have fibroid.
Wow.
Amazing grace.
It seems that the ejaculation you're talking about, are you adding masturbation to it?
I
Whether
would have
masturbation
to
or
believe so.
ejaculation, how is it different?
Yeah,
What is the difference
I would
there?
have to believe so.
There's a difference now. There's
How
a
so?
difference.
How so? To be, you know, motion is motion. I mean,
Exactly.
or lotion is motion. I don't know.
Okay, maybe there's a slight distinction. Now, if you have to get into watching those kind of films or whatever you call it, the pornographic movies or pictures, to ejaculate, not good because you're gonna be addicted. You have to be. It's gonna be psychological, mental that you can't do it without. Even if you have a female next to you, you become so you know
Numb
disconnected
to.
with having human feelings.
Yes, I agree. In fact, Prince Daddy,
What
people that
about
get
if
addicted,
what about if the movie is in your memory bank? Folake
Yes,
in
that's
19 in
why you don't
19
want to go. You
Folake
don't want to
in
build that memory. You
2009.
you you don't want to build that
Folake.
memory.
you
I
discover
saw that
that people
somewhere.
that have that kind
That's
of
a memory.
addiction, Prince Daddy, yeah, let me tell you, they don't actually do well practically when they are even if they have the woman with them. They can't even last long. They
Exactly.
don't,
So
in fact,
you support what I'm telling you. Yes, because they have now they become so addicted
Desensitized.
mentally that even when they have that physical body there, they can't perform. They
they
rather
can't
go to the
perform. Yes,
picture,
they can't perform.
go
Yes,
to the
yes, you're
picture or
right.
the video.
Yes,
Yeah, so it's
yes.
a big problem, and it does affect a lot of marriages because the man is so used to watching pornographic movies or whatever that the wife can't satisfy the wife, and the woman is there physically, the body looks good and everything.
Mm,
Is a big problem.
mm, mm. You're right.
I
Yeah.
think well, I don't know, but I will have to think. Well, I mean, I
There
don't.
was research I was watching. They said that these Gen Zs or these young generations, most of them are addicted to. As I was
And
hearing.
that's why, yes, Mike, that's why they will not take into drugs. You understand? They will take into drugs for them to last and all those things. It is a
You
lot
know
of
what is the
problem.
increase in drug abuse in America? Like I've never seen this level of drug addiction in America, man. Oh my God, like Prince, I don't know if it's the same thing where you are. It's the last massive increase. Even if you look at the graph, just Google the drug addiction graph, look it up in America. It went off like about 10,000%. Now I'm
Mr.
still
Mike,
even go to some places now
are
because
you
you just see
including
Yes,
marijuana
that
in
is
you?
true.
Are you including marijuana?
In some states, this
no,
is the
no,
hanky
I'm
panky
talking about I'm not talking
hard
about marijuana.
drugs
To me, marijuana is not drug, man. I'm talking about chemical drug, like they
like
got different kind.
fentanyl,
Fentanyl, you see,
methamphetamine.
you see all these things that they are
And
going
today,
crazy.
I mean, there's so many names out there that it's in Nigeria too. They have a bunch of stuff going on, but here,
In
They don't
fact, that's
distribute
what I
drugs
want to
like
say,
that in
Prince
that
Daddy.
country.
Because they cannot afford the one that is actually very expensive. There are a lot of all those local things that people, even toilet. People smell toilet. This pit latrine. You understand? There is this gum. What is it called? There is this gum that they also smell. There's so many things that they do. Cough syrup that
Wait,
contains codeine.
in what country are you referring to?
I'm talking about Nigeria.
Okay.
I'm talking about Nigeria.
Oh, because I thought Mr. Mike was talking about in America. And
No, he's talking about. Well, no, we are not.
You know, Prince Daddy is
Prince Daddy
there only in
mentioned
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Prince Daddy trying to
yeah,
limit it.
Mm. So it's all over. It's all over the world, though. It's
yeah,
even the rich country they have their own. The poor country they have their own.
yeah.
Ah, the rich countries,
Everybody
man.
get level.
Mm-hmm.
US. Hey, oh boy. Now, not even like even in America, I've been here for a long time. Places I used to go years ago, I can't even get around now. I can't even relate to some of these young people. I can't even when they're talking like this. When they're even
You
talking
know,
like
let me tell you, these resources that we are even say is scarce now. A time will come that we will not even have people that will be productive again, and a lot of resources will not be
Simba,
going in
do you know
maintaining
that
those
that's one of
people.
the reasons why US government have to like start inviting high level of immigrants from those third world countries, like from Israel.
Useless population. That's what you are going to have. Useless
Exactly. They
population.
are producing a lot of useless, lazy population because a lot of
Yeah,
these Gen Zs.
but Mr. Mike, I mean, I don't know if the unemployment numbers and this whatever economy that these people all say they're all working in, I don't know if that supports that narrative though, because I'm saying that the narrative that I see when they produce the unemployment numbers in the U.S. every month is not, and the number of people that are getting all these gig jobs. I'm not saying they're the majority, not by a long shot. I don't know what these people do, but people are working and getting paid.
Yeah, there's always work in America now.
No, I'm saying I don't. I mean, I don't know where this group of people that are useless, like
Oh
in
no, of
general,
course the
where
junkies,
they
the
are.
drug addicts,
Let
drug addicts are
how do
useless
you
now. Can do.
no,
No,
Can
I'm
do
not
Kadu,
drug
how
talking
do
about.
you
addicts
I'm not
quickly.
talking
determine,
about.
is it not people that register for employment that you say, okay, that those are the people you know that doesn't
No,
get employment?
I'm not talking about
If you
some
don't
people that
register, if you are not looking for job, you are not registering for job, how would they know that you can't be part of the unemployed now?
No, what I'm saying is this. I'm
These
talking
people
about
will
like
not even go and seek for job. They are not ready to do anything.
no, what I'm saying is the 20 something year old up to like maybe 30, 35-year old in this country that I'm seeing. A lot of these people, even if they're driving Uber or doing plating hair or selling eyelashes, it appears I don't have the numbers. The only numbers that I look at is what the Fed reports. It appears that people in that group, they're doing something. Whatever that is, it might not be a 1040 job, but they're moving. I mean, there are a lot of drug dealers in Philadelphia and Chicago and these that that are in their 30s and 40s and 50s that maybe you term whatever you want to term them. But these younger people, I don't really see that. That's what I'm saying. In this country, I'm not saying there's not a percentage of them, but these people are
No,
functioning.
what we are saying is they have become spoiled. A lot of them grow up with their phones. They're addicted to their phones,
Oh
so
yeah,
they
oh
are
yeah.
not productive on a job. That's what we are saying. They are not
Mm,
as productive as people
yeah,
from third world countries.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It is well.
Uh,
Mhm.